Dragon Clan. Mingfei Returns from Warhammer 40,000. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyright or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Little monster running away from home is a must for Uzuchi. This happens whenever her favorite anime peripherals or games are released. However, as the family got the early access version from Capcom or Nintendo before the game was officially released, the head of the Uzuchi family ran away from home less and less. Angel, General Chishan's eyes twitched. The only person who could be called Angel by error was undoubtedly the Angel of Death. According to the head of the Miyamoto family, Mingfei rescued Eri, who was almost kidnapped by the bandit when the building fell into the Nibelungen, which was a great favor to the Snake 8 clan. However, given that the situation between them and Mingfei is still unclear, no matter from which perspective, General Chishan doesn't want his sister to have anything to do with the other party. General Chishan has been forced to stay by him for the reason of atonement. Who knows if he will keep Eri for the same reason? Where is she now? General Chishan got out of bed with a serious look. We should go to the S-class room now. No one dares to stop her. Ying said softly. I'm here to play with Angel. The girl held up a notebook at the door. Okay, please come this way, little beauty. Fingal didn't dare to stop this beautiful girl at all, and quickly made way. She didn't care and walked into Mingfei's room. Her cold eyes swept over Shuzahan, Finger, Lamotang and Shitsuko. Shitsuko quickly stood up and saluted her respectfully. Meet the head of the Uzuchi family. The head of the Inuyama family did not punish her for her independent actions, and even smiled kindly in private and asked her to follow Mingfei and his group of extraordinary people. Eri ignored Shitsuko. After her eyes stayed on Yuan Zainu's face for a while, she looked at Mingfei, and a little curiosity appeared in her eyes. She turned a page in her notebook and wrote quickly on it, then blinked her beautiful eyes and held up the notebook to show Mingfei. I'm here to play with you. Where are your wings? Shitsuko hurried over to continue to translate for Mingfei, politely and not daring to be careless. Mingfei remembered who this girl was. The heretics wanted to kidnap this girl before, and he didn't know if they were attracted by her powerful strength. The other party's clean and beautiful cheeks were a little rosier than when they met in Nibelung a few hours ago. She was wearing a red and white witch costume, and the ends of her silver-white hair were mixed with gorgeous dark red. Here. After hesitating for a while, Mingfei's eyes emerged with soft golden light, and a pair of hazy wings of light appeared behind him. In this more conspicuous state, he was able to use the holy word psychic power. The knowledge about this psychic power emerged from his mind out of thin air when the Emperor's holy light blessing came, as if he was born with it. In the Dragon Clan's power system, Nibelungen is made of spiritual elements. For some reason, it can have a subtle connection with the Emperor on the Golden Throne. Even the illusion of St. Lena can contain unknown substances in his body. Not as bright as before. Eri's eyes lit up at first, but then she pouted slightly as if she was a little disappointed, and wrote in the small notebook. Mingfei was speechless for a while, feeling like he was coaxing a child with a toy, and the child was still not satisfied. The girl walked to Mingfei's side and carefully reached out to touch the hazy light wings behind him. Her palm was surrounded by the light of psychic energy, and a bright smile appeared on the girl's cold face, as if it could melt the white snow in the cold winter. But it's still warm. She stretched out her hand and wrote in the notebook, I'm Uzuchi. Mingfei, you can also call me Kartos. Lu. Perhaps the latter is easier to write. Eri chose to call him Kartos. However, Mingfei was not very willing to use his psychic power as a hand warm-up for children, and he retracted his power after a while. Eri's face suddenly fell, and she was a little unhappy. Let me watch for a while. I'll give you my PSP to play with. She wrote and begged, and then took out a small pink machine from the white sleeves of her shrine maiden's robe. No. Mingfei shook his head. Can't you speak? Eri wrote sullenly. I can't speak. Eri will hurt others when she speaks. Is this the power brought by the word spirit? Mingfei was a little surprised. Eri puffed up her little mouth, turned her head away with an angry look, and her eyes fell on the silver-white dragon bone cross that was placed in the deepest part of the room and was wrapped with bronze chains. It had the dual nature of a perfect work of art and a tortured evil spirit. She stood up straight, the pink PSP fell from her hand, and she walked towards the dragon bone cross of the White King with her bare white feet. Mingfei frowned slightly, stood up and followed Eri's footsteps. This seemingly harmless girl is also a powerful and dangerous hybrid. Even he could feel the sharpness of the killing power that had just awakened in the Niblung. The dragon binding rope wrapped with the dragon bone cross lit up a warning red light, indicating the approach of the dangerous hybrid. Don't always make a fuss. Mingfei scolded softly. The dragon binding rope turned back to its original simple blue color, and the living spirit inside seemed to feel aggrieved. Speaking of which, Mingfei was a little distressed. It was a pity that he didn't have a grenade gun with him during the night food field, otherwise he could have tried to awaken the machine soul. Era stared at the dragon bone cross, her eyes looking into the skull that seemed to be made of silver, and the two crystallized eyeballs in the empty eye sockets of the fallen white emperor shone like diamonds. The look on her face was sad, hateful, sorrowful, and angry. Finally, she lowered her head and wrote in the notebook, "Will you kill me in the future?" When translating this sentence, Shitsuko shuddered and took 2 steps back. Mingfei was a little confused. Why did this girl suddenly come up with such a strange idea? Why do you ask this? Because you were a very powerful angel of justice. Even the most powerful monsters have been killed by you. Eri is an unstable monster. Eri is afraid that one day she will become a monster. The girl wrote in the notebook with a depressed look. In other words, you were afraid that one day your bloodline will be unstable and you will become a monster that is devoured by aliens? Mingfei narrowed his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him who seemed harmless again. Eri is a weapon in the family. It is used to deal with the monster. Now that the monster is dead, Eri is useless. I don't want to become a monster and hurt others. The girl lowered her head, and only her beautiful eyelashes could be seen trembling. She seemed very scared. Mingfei frowned. Although the other party's words were a bit childish and incomprehensible, he still learned the general situation. Eri is a powerful but unstable hybrid, and exists as a weapon to deal with the alien he killed. Now that the White King has fallen, this weapon has lost its effect. She is afraid that she will be abandoned, or one day she will lose control and become a monster. As an Astates, when encountering such a situation, Mingfei should immediately purify this dangerous heretic or psychic to prevent future troubles. But this is his hometown. If he has to purify because of the alien blood in his body, then no one in the entire Weeping Angels, including him, is pure. And Eri is obviously a poor girl who is dragged down by the alien blood. She should not be a bad person in her heart. What is your word, spirit? Mingfei suddenly asked. Judgment. So Eri can't speak, and speaking will hurt others. Eri wrote. Shijinzi, who was responsible for translation, was terrified. She might be touching the most core secrets of the Snake 8 clan. She never thought that the head of the Uzechi family of the Snake 8 families actually had such a past. Judgment. Although it is the power of the alien, I have to admit that this is a very good name. This sentence does not need to be translated. Mingfei raised his eyebrows, and after thinking for a while, he suddenly leaned close to Eri, and at this distance he could smell the faint fragrance of the girl. Eri blinked her crystal eyes, wondering why the angel suddenly approached her. Mingfei's eyes lit up with bright golden light again, and a pair of wings of light stretched out from behind, and the warm and sacred holy light of the Emperor surrounded the two. Become a loyal weapon of the Emperor, child. His sacred light will always protect your pure soul from being eroded by the blood of the aliens. He stared at Uzechi Eri and said softly. Thank you for being the leader of the nameless big brother. Thank you so much. Another bill has been added to the bill. The bill will be paid. I will try my best to pay it back. Encouragement. Chapter 127. Brothers, what is he doing to my sister? Yuan Zishan's face was gloomy. He looked at the two people who were very close to each other in the depths of the room and tightly grasped the two handed-down demon-slaying swords in his hands. Brother-in-law, don't be impulsive. Calm down. When Fingal, who was watching the leader picking up girls, saw the head of the Yuan family come in, he suddenly remembered that he had not closed the door. He quickly got up and ran to Yuan Zishan to stop him. When he heard this name, Yuan Zishan's face became even uglier. Even if the Angel of Death killed the White King, so what? Eri is not yet an adult. But that Mingfei doesn't seem to be an adult either. In short, it's wrong to hook up with his innocent sister. Shibakishi Tsuko's expression was also very embarrassed. She continued her translation work between the two of them, trying to translate Mingfei's words that sounded a little complicated and unclear to the head of the Uzechi family. Especially after Eri wrote who is the Emperor, Mingfei was like a reservoir that had been storing floods for a long time and opened the gates, talking endlessly about how great the Emperor he believed in was. Amazing. Can a little monster like Era be protected by him? Era's eyes sparkled, and she was impressed and amazed by the great story of the Empire told by Mingfei. As long as you are loyal to the Empire and fight to protect humanity, the Empire will protect your pure heart. Mingfei said softly, stretched out his finger and gently tapped Era's smooth forehead. A trace of sacred spiritual energy flowed into her body, leaving a faint golden iris mark. He didn't know how the state church trained combat nuns and related rituals, so he could only try to use the rituals of his own Lamenters regiment. Anyway, there was no state church in his hometown that would cause trouble for him. Ahem. After the ceremony, someone coughed softly. The hazy light wings surrounding the two dissipated. Era touched her forehead and raised her eyes with a cute and silly look, as if she wanted to know what Mingfei had printed on her forehead. I will write you the oath of loyalty to the Empire later. After letting Shijinzi translate this sentence, Mingfei turned and walked away. What did you do to my sister? Yuan Zixin's face was not very good. Now there was something more worrying for him. Mingfei brainwashed his sister. Blessings. Mingfei answered calmly. Blessings. This answer made Yuan Zixin even more nervous, because the power displayed by Mingfei was indeed related to miracles, and this power was basically the same as brainwashing. He hurriedly walked to Ari's side and looked at his sister carefully, fearing that she would suffer. Brother, I'm fine. I don't feel so cold anymore. Ari looked a little surprised and wrote quickly on her notebook. Yuan Zixin didn't know what to say. The sharpest weapon of the Snake 8 clan might have leaned towards Mingfei, and as the strongest combat force in the Japanese branch, he was defeated miserably by Mingfei not long ago. Brother, is that you? Someone called softly, attracting Yuan Zixin's attention. Children, you have crawled back from hell. General Chishin's mind left Eri and his sight fell on the figure huddled in the corner with his knees hugged, his expression becoming more complicated. It seemed as if he had returned to the cold and secluded shrine in the mountains. Why are there so many good shows? Is the network of relationships among you upper-class people so complicated? Old Tang leaned over to Finger and whispered. In a short time, they had become good brothers and agreed to happily eat pork elbows together after returning to the academy. No matter, just squat in the corner and watch the show as passers-by. In this room, only us and Miss Satsuko are little white rabbits, the others are all monsters. Finger wanted to have a bucket of popcorn and look at the unclear ethical relationship between these super monsters. Don't forget that General Chishin is now a useful property of the war group. Mingfei suddenly appeared behind them and said calmly. Finger and Old Tang stood up in a hurry. Before they could answer, they heard Mingfei's next sentence. Be prepared to recruit Yuan Zixin into the battle group. His ability is also very useful to the battle group. The two are stunned. Is the battle group leader trying to recruit all three siblings into the battle group? Is he playing such a trick? Only Chuzahang and his brother showed their true fighting qualities. The two Tianku Sanaja carried by the White King, the extremely sharp bones were held in his hands, ready to fight at any time. Long time no see, Zinv. Yuan Zixin walked up to Yuan Zinv and stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar face that he had not seen for more than 10 years. No one knew that Yuan Zixin had a younger brother. Even the three men who followed him had never heard that the young master had a younger brother. In the stories told by the young master, he was the only one from childhood to adulthood. After learning from Mingfei that his younger brother was still alive, Yuan Zixin and Tachibana-san rushed back to the mountain where they grew up overnight. After he opened the heavy manhole cover and the light from the chandelier illuminated the bloody hunting robe at the bottom of the wastewater well, he knew that his brother had crawled back from hell. General Chishin closed his eyes slightly, and the past appeared in front of him. The bloody breath seemed to still float around him. The cold light of the two heirloom swords for slaying demons illuminated the red stage. He and General Chishin grew up in the mountains since they were young, until Tachibana-san took him from his adopted father to Tokyo and entered the Snake 8 family. After the Kadori serial murder case that shocked the whole of Japan, General Chishin, who had just joined the execution bureau, was sent back to the mountains by Tachibana-san as the head of the family to hunt down the unknown Deadpool who killed 13 girls. He crossed the familiar mountain shortcut like a stalking cheetah, arrived in the town at sunset, and waited quietly on the roof of the Kadori shrine. He watched groups of girls wearing white clothes and scarlet prayers of trainee shrine maidens, carrying white lanterns and paper umbrellas to went to the shrine to participate in the Shrine Maiden Festival. Then Yuan Zixin discovered something unusual. A boy disguised himself as a girl who was more charming than the girls and sneaked in. He chased after him and seemed to see himself in women's clothing, with long eyebrows, crimson eyes, and cherry blossom patterns dotted between his eyebrows. Yuan Xin in front of him seemed to have suffered a huge blow, like a frightened dead child. The dull and stupid look only recovered a little bit of spirit when he saw his brother. "What did you do to him?" Yuan Zishan's heart seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand, and he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. "You should ask him what he did to me." Mingfei raised his eyebrows. "His other personality wanted to kill me with the word spirit, but he ended up making himself stupid." "Another personality?" Yuan Zishan was puzzled. Yuan Xin buried her head in her knees again, returning to a depressed look. Era walked aside, and her curious eyes flowed back and forth between him and Yuan Zishan. "Anyway, he is now the property of the weeping angels. If I hadn't thought his words were useful, I would have purified him." Mingfei stared at Yuan Zishan with interest. "Your words are also quite useful. Thanks to you Shishan Kanxai Bang for the 15,000 coins reward. Thanks to Zolu Fuyo Sheani and Lan for the 9,000 coins reward. Thank you very much." Chapter 128 Allegiance. The morning white mist covered the whole of Tokyo like a veil. Although the sun could not be seen, it was much better than the doomsday rainy night yesterday that almost brought Tokyo to its knees. The trauma that the White King brought to Tokyo when he woke up in the night food field has not subsided yet. The port area is still in a mess. Some large containers and fishing boats were even washed to the central area of Tokyo by the tsunami. Occasionally, you can see the lights of fire trucks or ambulances flashing in the thick fog on the streets below. Mingfei stood outside the balcony of the VIP suite, watching the towering buildings in Tokyo looming in the white mist, and his hot breath turned into white air. It was midwinter. Uzuchiera stood beside him, her cold and white cheeks flushed, like a blooming pale pink cherry blossom. Wearing a down jacket over her shrine maiden costume, she looked at Tokyo outside the balcony, her eyes full of hope and expectation. Satsuka was still continuing her translation work, and there was obvious fatigue on her refreshing face. 2 women and 1 man tossed and turned for a whole night without sleep. Mingfei told the story about the Emperor and St. Gervis, as well as various prayers and vows that can keep the heart, and then Satsuko translated it for Eri. Eri's pure and innocent heart, like a blank sheet of paper, quickly accepted Mingfei's belief and persistence, but unfortunately she couldn't speak, so she could only recite it silently in her heart. As for whether the Emperor could understand Japanese, Mingfei felt that he should be able to break this barrier with loyalty and piety. After all, Chinese was not spoken in that world, and he still received the Emperor's attention after returning to his hometown. Yuan Zishan wanted to stop it at first, even if he was caught by Mingfei to atone for his sins with his brother. That wolf-like eyes seemed familiar during the battle. Yuan Zishan used the word spirit. Kingship for the first time in front of the heads of the families, wanting to burst out the strongest power in an instant to suppress or even defeat the opponent. As a result, the opponent was not only not panicked by the sudden gravity pressure, but even looked a little excited and hopeful. Then he was unilaterally beaten by the opponent. But considering his sister's physical condition, this seems to be the only choice. Mingfei's ability to drag the White King off the throne should not only rely on his own strength, but also represent the existence of a higher will. Perhaps it is the Emperor that Mingfei has been talking about. Are there really other gods in the world besides the Dragon Clan? If Mingfei himself also represents the will of the Emperor, then the 8 snakes are just walking from the shadow of the White King to another unknown shadow. Yuan Zishan fell into self-doubt. Similar emotions also appeared when he first learned about his identity and what he represented. The world is so big. Era held up her notebook that had been used for more than half. The world is big, the universe is even bigger, but there are many enemies who want to harm mankind. Mingfei sighed softly. The footprints of humans in that universe once set foot on the entire galaxy, and the territory is infinite, but so what? There are wars and even destruction of planetary worlds all the time, and unarmed people are killed by hateful aliens or heretics who have fallen into chaos. Let's go back inside. Era nodded in confusion. Compared to the damp and cold outside, the house was warm as spring. Old Tang was watching TV with some boredom. After learning from Finkel that Castle Academy was a good place, Old Tang was looking forward to it, thinking that he should be worry-free for the rest of his life. I just don't know if he will get paid. However, I think Captain Lu is the most powerful one among the superpowers and should not lack money to spend. If not, it is not difficult to go to fight crime and confiscate their ill-gotten gains. On TV, a group of Tokyo leaders dressed in black suits bowed solemnly under the flashing lights. The fact that Genji Heavy Industries was attacked by heavy firepower from an unknown armed group seemed insignificant in the apocalyptic disaster yesterday and was quickly ignored. Old Tang didn't quite understand the chattering Japanese and continued to change channels. The staff of the Meteorological Bureau bowed and apologized to the people of Tokyo for not reporting the weather in time yesterday. News reporters were on the scene to track Mount Fuji, which showed signs of eruption yesterday. Old Tang was a little tired of watching, and he kept changing channels. Finally, he saw the red broadcast of Mobile Suit Gundam Seed Destiny on Tokyo TV. Era's eyes lit up, and she ran to the sofa and sat down to watch it attentively. "You've worked hard, take a break." Mingfei turned sideways and thanked Satsuko, who breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she translated for him and Eri all night, and also helped his Japanese level improve to a certain extent. "You're welcome, Lu Jun, it's my duty to serve you," Satsuko said in a low voice. "You have been translating for the whole night. Do you have any thoughts on what I said?" "Thoughts?" Shizuka was stunned at first, then thought seriously for a while before saying softly, "It is grand, magical, but also dark. The empire you believe in and fight for is great. From the perspective of the world in that dimension, we are just ants fighting on the planet." "No." Mingfei shook his head. "In my eyes, humans are only divided into good and evil, not poor and humble. I will do my best to save innocent people, even if they are just the lowest slave laborers. I will purify even the governors of planets who have fallen into chaos and evil. So don't underestimate yourself." "Yeah." Shizuko nodded gently. "Breakfast is here." Finkel personally pushed the rich and steaming breakfast cart into the room. Because other people, including the staff of Genji Heavy Industries, need to go through a very tedious and strict inspection to enter this room, so as not to endanger the safety of the distinguished guests in the room. Of course, this is a etiquette process for the guests to see. The strongest fighting force and the strongest weapons of the Snake 8 clan were in the room, and there was also a terrifying god-killing macho man who had even killed the White King. No one would run in and seek death without a long eye. Tamagoyaki, salt-fried salmon sandwiches, rice balls with miso soup, and Chinese thin-skin shrimp dumplings, rice rolls, wontons, soy milk and fried dough sticks. The chefs of the Snake 8 clan thoughtfully prepared different styles at breakfast for the two family heads and distinguished guests. Enjoying food is a rare time for Mingfei to completely relax his body and mind. She genuinely wanted to sit aside with breakfast. With her identity, she was not qualified to sit at the same table with the two family heads of the three families, but was pulled back by Mingfei. As the Redeemer Yuan Xing, a useful property of the war group, Mingfei naturally would not allow him to starve to death without eating or drinking, and let Finger stuff the food into his hands. When everyone was sitting at the kotetsu table and enjoying breakfast happily, the only one who was a little unnatural was Yuan Zishan. While he was putting tamagoyaki and shrimp dumplings on his plate to prevent them from being eaten up by the two foodies first, he looked at Mingfei thoughtfully, who was a little dazed looking at his full plate. The results of the discussion should be out by Daddy. Will the 8 snake families choose to submit to this powerful god slayer, or refuse? Yuan Zishan thought silently in his heart. They didn't seem to have the right to choose. The White King's dragon bone cross was hanging in the room. The huge shadow that shrouded the fate of their descendants of the White King was killed by this boy who had been in Japan for less than 3 days. If they don't agree, the White King's dragon bone will forever belong to those greedy European and American hybrids, and their identities as descendants of the White King will probably be investigated and liquidated. Can Era follow us back to the castle headquarters? Mingfei suddenly asked. No. Yuan Zishan blurted out almost subconsciously. Then he realized his own gaffe and quickly explained. Era's physical condition does not allow her to travel far. She just had a full-body bloodbath not long ago and needs further observation. Well, it's a pity. May the Emperor's holy light protect her. Mingfei was a little disappointed. If he could cultivate this child's devout belief in the Emperor, he might be able to find a way to solve the problem of alien blood in the future. Breakfast time was over. As Eri was taken away for daily health checks and rest under the stern face of Yuan Zishan, Miss Shitsuko went into the guest room to rest, and the room suddenly became much quieter. Shuzaham has always behaved like a meditator. Except for the time of prayer and meditation, he spent most of his time in the spacious gym swinging the bone of Aim no Kuma. This is an extremely sharp object growing on the remains of the White King, as if it can cut the world. Because the bone blade itself is too sharp, Mingfei specially cut off a small section of the tail as the handle when intercepting it, otherwise there would be nothing to accommodate its sharpness. It was not until noon that Yuan Zishan returned to the VIP suite with a solemn expression. Mr. Liu, the results of the discussion among the family heads have come out. He held a paper document in his hand and sat face to face with Lu Mingfei, who was thinking with his eyes closed. What's the result? Lu Mingfei opened his eyes, and the glimmer in his eyes was clear and calm like water. Yuan Zishan took a deep breath, and it seemed that it was difficult for him to say this decision. When the Japanese branch is under the jurisdiction of Castle Academy, the 8 Snake families will secretly support your Weeping Angels regiment. Mr. Liu, your status will also be upgraded to the honorary high priest of the family. You will be able to attend meetings with other family heads and make decisions on major events of the 8 Snake families. He was interrupted by Lu Mingfei. Okay, that's enough. I'm not very interested in meetings. Now let me hear how you want me to protect you. Lu Mingfei said, and with his identity as the White Kingslayer and Emperor Saint, he was naturally qualified to say this. Since these Japanese chose to surrender and support him, he would not waste his available tools. The Snapekiade clan only hopes that you, Mr. Liu, can keep the history of the Snapekiade clan and the source of the dragon bones of the gods secret from the Academy headquarters. Yuan Zishan said sincerely. Thank you, Boss Icon, for the leader's reward. Thank you very much. The debt is piling up, I will pay it back. Chapter 129. 10 Days Talk. Cleaning up, that's fine. Lu Mingfei nodded in agreement. This was not a difficult task. Without the reminder from the 8 snakes, Lu Mingfei would keep the White King's Dragon Cross secret until the Weeping Angels had the strength to protect themselves. In addition, the 8 snakes hoped to have the opportunity to obtain a small piece of the god's bone after proving their support. Yuan Zishan continued. That depends on your performance. Lu Mingfei's mouth curled up slightly. It's good to take the initiative. It would be great if I could do the same in front of the sages of the Mechanicus like I am now, provided that I can find that complete STC template. I understand, I will report it to the head of the family truthfully. Since I am now your honorary priest, tell me about the fierce ghosts. That heretic called Wang Jing needs to be dealt with. Lu Mingfei thought of the disgusting Wang Jing wearing a broken mask. Something in the past of his body seemed to attract him. Wang Jing, Yuan Zishan glanced at Yuan Zainu, who was huddled in the corner of the room. The other party regained some spirit, and a pair of somewhat dull eyes stared straight at him. The so-called ghosts generally refer to dangerous elements among the mixed bloods of the 8 Snake families. Their bloodliness have a tendency to degenerate, and they are generally strictly guarded by the main family after being detected. But a few escaped ghosts formed the fierce ghosts. They want to revive the gods, get the gods' blessings, and let themselves evolve into pure-blooded dragons. It sounds like a group of crazy heretics. Lu Mingfei's voice became cold. Yes, they have always been scattered and disorderly, and they did not pose much threat to the main family. Until more than 10 years ago, the man who called himself Wang Jing appeared. He gathered these scattered ghosts together, and as their leader, he has been active in the shadow of the 8 Snake families. Yuan Zishan said. Then purify him, I happen to have a guide here. Lu Mingfei stood up and pointed to Yuan Zainu in the corner. With you, the king will definitely surrender. Yuan Zishan's eyes lit up. With Lu Mingfei's god-killing power, there was probably nothing in Japan that could threaten him. No matter how strange the king was, it was futile in the face of absolute power. No, I'll let our deputy commander go. He looks like he wants to exercise. Lu Mingfei said. Yuan Zishan followed Lu Mingfei's gaze and looked at Xu Zihan, who was waving a silver white and sharp bone blade in the gym. The floor under his feet was full of water stains, and sweat kept flowing down the angular and hard muscles of his upper body. The blade swung from top to bottom and stopped. This was a Suzjan. The hideous muscle bundles were entangled like steel bars. Obviously, the bone blade with white flesh as the handle was not as light as it looked. Perhaps sensing Yuan Zishan's gaze, Xu Zihan turned his head slightly and looked at him. There had been a conflict between them. After they got out of the night food field, Yuan Zishan saw Yuan Zing, who was taken by them, trying to snatch it away, and a fierce confrontation broke out between him and Xu Zihan, until Miyamoto Shipshin came out to persuade them to stop. Is he okay? Yuan Zishan retracted his gaze. No problem, I believe him, he is absolutely loyal to the emperor. Lu Mingfei was quite confident. Do you need someone from our family to support us? Yuan Zishan said after a moment of hesitation. Just send someone to finish it off. Yuan Zing was sitting next to Xu Zihan, and could feel the sharpness of the silver white bone blade. Did you kill the previous roamer? he asked softly. Yes. Shusaham nodded calmly. Dr. Herzog, that is, the King General, there is more than one Deadpool. Those things are quite dangerous. Yuan Zishan said softly. Then purify them all. Shusaham recalled the hideous and terrifying Deadpool aliens in his memory, which seemed to overlap with the black shadows on the elevated road. There is nothing to be afraid of now. He held the bone of aim-cum given by Mingfei. If Mingfei had to go out for such a small matter, then there would be no need for him as the deputy leader to exist. Damn it. Brother Rold Tang betrayed me. He is actually the kind of evil leader class. He doesn't need to participate in such a dangerous and difficult mission. Finger was helpless. He was arranged by Mingfei to go with Shusaham to purify the King General. Now he was moving forward according to the location and target reported by Yuan Zinv. The people of the 8 Snapey families followed them from a distance to avoid alerting the enemy. You should learn to be loyal to the Emperor, brother. Shusaham said in a deep voice, you have been hiding your true side. The purpose of joining the war group is simply to seek revenge. Finger drove the car in silence. After a long time, he sighed softly. I will try to read those odes again when I return to the academy. The car drove all the way to the suburbs of Tokyo, away from the bustling urban circle. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning, but the thick fog still shrouded the deep mountains. This place gives me a bad feeling. Finger muttered, slowed down the car and turned on the fog lights. This is the most likely place for General Wang to hide. I know him, but he also knows me. Yuan Zinv said, and this guy is impossible to kill. If you kill one masked man, another masked man will come out. It sounds like our operation this time is like whack-a-mole. If he pops up here, we run over to hit him. If he pops up on the other side, we run over to hit him again. Finger made his own thoughts. Then it's just right to purify them all. Shusaham said calmly. You're almost like the captain, purifying every day, you're right, General Wang is immortal. Yuan Zinv lowered her head, trembling all over, and seemed very terrified. I'm the only bait that can make him appear on his own initiative. Why? Shusaham frowned. Everyone in the demon clan is a chess piece to him. As long as there is enough flesh on their bodies, they will be thrown out and put to good use. My body, which once housed the Dragon King of the demon clan, will not be easily abandoned. He will definitely come to me and take me back. What he doesn't know now is that the Dragon King's personality has been shattered. You can seize this opportunity to kill him. Otherwise, it will really be like what Mr. Finger said. You can only keep clearing out the strongholds of the demon clan to catch him. Yuan Zishan listened to the conversation coming from the headset and followed Mingfei silently. They are now in the basement of the Genji Heavy Industries building, but it is not a basement in the usual sense. The surging water washes the metal walls of this tunnel with a diameter of more than 12 meters. There are huge engineering machinery sliding along the tunnel wall, automatically checking the water level and flow rate. Miyamoto Shio showed a warm welcome to this new honorary priest whose status may be more noble than that of Hilbert Jinanj. Under his leadership, Mingfei walked towards the Ganliu Research Institute deep in the tunnel like a leader inspecting the countryside, and from time to time he gave praise or suggestions for improvement on the layout style. The Ganliu Research Institute is a research institute under the Snape 8 families. From the perspective of the Japanese branch, its status is equivalent to the Alchemy and Science and Engineering Application Research Institute of the headquarters. Even the Japanese national institutions have to give us 3 points of courtesy. Miyamoto Shio said proudly. Then which one is stronger, you or the equipment department of the college? Mingfei asked. The proud look on Miyamoto Shio's face faded a little, and he said after adjusting his glasses with his hand, overall, the headquarters is still superior. The headquarters has gathered top elite talents from all over the world, and they are all unique. But the researchers in the Ganliu Research Institute are also very hard-working, and we can make up for their strange ideas with actions. And we are very efficient. We have our own arsenal and mechanized assembly line manufacturing system. We also privately manufacture a large number of guns to arm ourselves and sell them to foreign countries. Mingfei's eyes lit up and he nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the 8 Snape clans are not completely useless. Such a facility system is exactly what he needs, and it can produce weapons and equipment on a large scale. Chapter 130. 10 Days Talk. Sakurai Koga, however, Mingfei was still considering whether to let them contact the mass production of bolters and related ammunition from the beginning. The White King's Dragon Bone Cross might be able to keep them loyal for a while, but who can guarantee how long the loyalty of these Japanese can be guaranteed? Especially after returning to Castle Academy, it is impossible for him to supervise the situation here in detail. Mingfei didn't want to hand over the mass-produced bolters to them, or even the alchemical power armor that they might develop, to be used against him in the end. A big purge and replace his own people? No, he didn't have the people and the ability to govern. His gene father was not Robert Guilliman, and he didn't have the ability to comprehensively govern the internal affairs like the descendants of this prime rush, the Ultramarine. Even the Weakers, a war group that often wandered on the edge of the Empire's borders, had heard that Ultramar under the governance of the Ultramarine was a paradise-like beautiful world. Maybe he could insert his own spies here like the Assassin's Court. But who should he find? To be honest, the only Japanese person Mingfei could trust was Uzuchi. That child's heart was pure and innocent, but she was definitely not suitable to be a spy. Mingfei followed Miyamoto Shippuden to visit the Rockflow Research Institute while thinking in his heart. It would be great if there was someone who could be responsible for the development of the battle group. I only need to focus on fighting. There is a car following us, Finkel suddenly said, and suddenly increased the speed of the car on the silent and foggy mountain road. Shuzahan glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a black Maybach following behind their Honda. He frowned and grasped the bone of Aim Murasaki in his hand. The other one was left in Genji Heavy Industries. He was not good at two-sword swordsmanship, and blindly pursuing the blade of a weapon was not a rational behavior. I'm Jiang, I can feel him coming. Genji Chinu's body suddenly began to tremble, and fear was written on her pale and gloomy face. Pull the car over, Shuzahan said in a deep voice, and golden hot lava lit up from his eyes. No problem, Deputy Commander. Finkel received the order and turned the steering wheel to reduce the speed of the car. The black Maybach driver had no time to change lanes. When he reacted, the Maybach rubbed the rear of the slowing Honda, and the two cars became parallel. It's a pity that this car is not expensive enough. If it was expensive enough, I would have directly used a whirlwind-charged tornado to collide with him passionately. Finkel muttered. Through the co-pilot, he saw the Maybach driver's face, which was neither sad nor happy. While looking at him, he raised the Uzi submachine gun in his hand. The gun flames flashed, and the bullets were sprinkled like water. Finkel immediately leaned down and turned the steering wheel to hit the Maybach. Bang! The two cars collided and some sparks were rubbed. The window with the back row rolled down, and Yuan Xin saw the old man wearing a new mask. He waved gently at her, and his smiling face was like an evil ghost. A cold and fearful snake emerged from the bottom of his heart, but was immediately driven away by the scorching heat. It seems that he is the King General. Yuan Xin's face gave Shuzahan an answer. This heretic had been chopped into pieces by Mingfei in the Paradise Hall, and he had never seen a complete one. Bang! He kicked open the door of the Honda, and rushed out like a lion out of a cage with Jin Kusane Kumo in his hand. He jumped in the air and slashed, and the bone blade drew a silver-white knife rainbow, trying to cut off this heretic and the Maybach together. The King General didn't even look at the fatal blade that was attacking. The eyes behind the noble face that seemed to be able to devour people were still staring straight at Yuan Xin, and raised the clapper in his hand. Shuzahan seemed to smell a familiar smell, and then something grabbed Jin Kusane Kumo's blade. A figure rushed out from in front of Wang Jiang, grabbed the bone of Aimkun and tore open the roof of the Maybach. A pair of eerie iron-blue membrane wings stretched out, and golden eyes were filled with emotions between anger and hunger. Aimkun is a sharp sword that can cut the world. The sharp claws of the dragon-shaped Deadpool were cut when they grabbed the bone blade. Shuzahan took advantage of the situation and drew a shining edge, cutting the sturdy arm of the dragon-shaped Deadpool into pieces. In the past, Mingfei had to deal with such hideous aliens. Now Shuzahan faced them in person and witnessed the hideous form of the alien that was like a fusion of a dragon and a demon. But the witness lasted less than a second. The two started a battle on the roof of the Maybach. The dragon-shaped Deadpool suddenly lowered his body, and the long tail of his lower body swam towards Shuzahan at an astonishing speed, like an anaconda trying to kill a buffalo. In response, the scorching bone blade, the blazing dragon blood was burning, the loyal heart turned into flames with hatred and anger towards the alien, and the sharp blade light instantly strangled the alien's long tail into 3 sections. With the ultimate blade and fearless fighting spirit, it didn't matter to Shuzahan what the enemy was. He just needed to chop it up and purify it with the will of the great Lord of humanity. Boom. Boom. The battle between Finkel and the Maybach driver also decided the winner. The Uzi submachine gun with an extended magazine in the latter's hand did not hurt Finkel at all after the bullets were used up. His body surface was covered with a layer of bronze-like color. The winner was decided by the fierce bolt pistol in Finkel's hand. The .70 caliber weapon unique to the Weeping Angel's Legion spewed out a shining flame, accompanied by deafening gunshots, and 2 metal storm bombs tore the driver, the steering wheel and the door together. The Maybach lost control, and the car body began to skid and spin, but then it automatically locked and stopped under the Maybach CNC system. The kinetic energy threw Shoesham on the roof of the car out. He pierced through the body of the dragon-shaped Deadpool with a knife. The hard scales and muscles made of bronze could not block the blade of Tianqu's energies, and the burning dragon blood splashed everywhere. But this alien still has the ability to fly. At this moment, Shoesham heard a strange clapper sound. The king sitting in the back seat of the Maybach struck the clapper in his hand as if nothing had happened. The sound was so clear in the ears of Yuan Xing, as if it was playing next to his ears. His face was hideous and confused at times, and occasionally there was a fear like seeing hell. The personality fragment named Feng Jianlui actually showed signs of regrouping in this strange clapper sound. Hey, are you okay? Finkel did not remove the initial enhanced form of the bronze throne, and stared at Yuan Xing, who was twitching and struggling in the back seat with her head in her arms. Stop. I don't want to change back. I want to be with my brother. I'm Genji. Genji didn't hear Finkel's words. The timid mountain boy tried hard to smash the fragment of the evil ghost personality named Feng Jianlui in the dark shrine. His hands were covered with blood. It was not until the sound of the claps was swallowed up by the deafening explosion that he struggled back to reality from the nightmare illusion. The Maybach, which ordinary people may not be able to afford in several lifetimes, was engulfed by Shoesham's Jungian. The bright orange rolling fireball was no different from a napalm bomb, instantly blowing the Maybach and the half-dead Deadpool to pieces. Shoesham had no intention of interrogating the heretic. Such heretics should be purified by the Emperor's wrath. This can also be used as the property of the war group. Deputy Commander, you're repulsive. Finkel was heartbroken. This is a Maybach after all. How cool it is to drive it back to the academy. You should know that the evil bourgeois students in the student union travel and pick up in sports cars such as Lamborghini Silver. The leader, Caesar Gattuso, even drives a Bugatti Veyron. Shoesham ignored him and dragged the still hot Tianqusan back to the car. Anything else? Yuan Xing was silent for a while, and fine bead of sweat gathered on her smooth forehead. But compared to the turbid and dim eyes before, his eyes became much clearer, as if he had walked out of the decadent jade look. Yes. He said softly, there should be another person who knows more secrets of the king. Very good, let's continue. Shoesham nodded. After the rain in the empty mountains, the weather is late in autumn. The black Honda with obvious marks of wounds stopped in front of a shrine in the mountains. The damp and cold mist was wrapped with the fragrance of the soil. The surroundings were quiet, and the rustling sound of the 3 people's boots stepping on the soil was particularly clear. If it weren't for the beautiful environment and the deputy leader's humanoid weapon, Finkel would still be worried that he was deceived by the source girl to come to Silent Hill, and then there was a terrifying female ghost hiding in the shrine. But the female ghost was not scary. The bright kimono was particularly eye-catching in the monotonous tones of white mist and wet soil. This is the 12 singles, the most solemn kimono, composed of 12 different silk clothes, with colors changing from the inside out, like layers of clouds. The woman wearing it is also beautiful and charming. The mountain peach blossom inserted diagonally in the long black hair is also eclipsed by the woman's smiling face. I am Sakurai Koga. Welcome to your highness and the 2 distinguished guests. In the eyes of the 3 people, she lifted her long skirt and bent her knees gracefully, looking like a charming butterfly. Wow. Finger nodded in admiration. Shoesham silently raised the bone of a Murakamo, and did not hesitate to kill because the other party was a beautiful woman. Shujun, can I deal with her? Yuan Xing suddenly said softly. Shoesham and Finger were a little surprised. This was the first time he took the initiative to speak in 2 days. Shoesham thought for a while, and then slightly lowered the bone blade of a Murakamo. Thank you, Shujun. Yuan Xing bowed deeply to Shoesham, and then stepped forward. You're back, your highness. Sakurai Koga looked at Yuan Xing's beautiful eyes with confusion and smiled softly. Where is the king? Yuan Xing stared at the woman and said softly. During most of the time when he was Kazamarurai, this beautiful woman was his plaything. He had kissed her lips, her forehead, domineeringly, fiercely, or gently. He had tasted everything about her body. On many nights, the 2 of them snuggled up to each other, like 2 lonely evil spirits keeping warm in this dark world. He is not here now. Your Highness, you are late. Sakurai Koga stared into the somewhat turbid eyes of Genji. Has the other you left? Chapter 131. Almost. Genji's tone seemed a little tired. Everything is over, the gods have fallen, and the Dragon King you mentioned has also passed away. You still have time to turn back now. The people in the family don't know that you are the new Ryoma. What about you? Sakurai Koga said softly. I am now a guilty person, the redeemer of the day angel, but at least it is better than being in this blood pool. Genji said, did the king tell you something? Those dead pools, the place where dead pools are made, whatever it is. That angel wants to purify all the sins of the king. Sakurai Koga lowered his eyes and fell silent. By the way, are you still going to kill this beautiful girl? Anyway, I may not be able to do it. I'm the student of the vice president. In line with the usual style of the old pervert, this kind of beautiful girl is likely to be pulled over. Well, in the words of the captain, it is redemption. Finkel watched the conversation between the two of them, still talking dirty. Shuzaham still had a cold expression on his face, and his eyes never left Genji and Sakurai Koga. I only know where the king's experiment site is. After a long time, in the biting cold wind, Sakurai Koga spoke softly. Oh, this place, isn't it a coincidence? As a Chinese, you, the deputy commander, can just purify it together. Finkel was happy when he checked the coordinates given by Sakurai Koga. Regardless of whether this information is true or false, from his German perspective, he was already very happy. I'm only responsible for purifying the king and the aliens he created. If the place is really a heretic's experiment site, purify it regardless of the occasion. Shuzaham glanced at Finkel expressionlessly, making the other party's desire to see other expressions on his face go in vain. But is this news true? Do you believe it so easily? Finkel asked. So take that woman with you. If it's fake, she should pay the corresponding price. Shuzaham said coldly. Sakurai Koga took off the Grand 12 single layers. She did not want to resist, nor did she want to refuse. She just changed into ordinary simple clothes and quietly followed General Chino into the car. The green smoke from the burning wooden house behind her was entangled with the white fog covering the mountains. She did not feel hesitant because of the unknown fate, but held General Chino tightly by the arm. Finger, who was caught off guard and ate a mouthful of dog food, muttered something in German in a low voice, and no one knew what he was saying. He opened his laptop and began to use Eva's authority to disable the surveillance system installed in the car. The car started again under Shuzaham's driving. Speaking of which, sister, are you really not fooling us with this location? Finger was always skeptical about the coordinates given by Sakurai Koga. Please rest assured, both of you. This should be true. After I took over the position of Ryoma, the first thing the king asked me to do was to deliver funds to a certain councillor in Kyoto district in a timely manner. But the main activity areas of the Yanya clan are in Osaka, and the political network that protects the Yanya clan is also in Osaka. After that, I conducted a private investigation. Sakurai Koga spoke in an orderly and well-reasoned manner. Finkel half believed and half doubted and opened the satellite map. Eva secretly hacked into the American spy satellite in orbit that was used to monitor Japan and neighboring countries, and packaged the historical information images of the relevant locations into data, quickly classified them, and conducted corresponding searches. Okay, your information is indeed true. After a while, Finkel confirmed the authenticity of Sakurai Koga's information. The image on the laptop was enlarged, and a white refrigerator truck drove out from a hidden location of the shrine mentioned by Sakurai Koga. The traffic probes on the relevant sections of the road retrieved the model and license plate information of the car. This was very familiar to Finkel. The encounter with the previous Ryoma on the elevated road in Osaka, the freezer truck transporting the dragon-shaped Deadpool. Do we need to tell the Snake 8 clan? Finkel asked Shuzahan. No, purify first. Don't give them time to react, no matter which side. After confirming the correct location, Shuzahang immediately increased the speed to the maximum and got rid of the Snake 8 clan vehicles following them in that traffic back to the city. When they arrived in Kyoto district, it was almost evening. The shrine that Sakurai Koga mentioned was now sparsely populated, and no one would come to visit at this time. Drive in or sneak in? Finkel asked. He zoomed in the image of the freezer truck's driving position again, and found a hidden private parking lot entrance through the surveillance probes at different road sections. Just go in. Who are you? No entry. The men in black guarding the entrance to the private parking lot could not stop the whistling Honda. The metal railings at the entrance and the metal shutter door under the landslide were cut off by Shuzahan, who was crouching at the front of the car. It seemed that there was nothing that the silver-white blade could not cut. Under attack. Request for support. When they screamed, the black Honda had already rushed into the parking lot. But after rushing down, Finkel found that this was not a parking lot at all, but an underground tunnel that could accommodate 2 trucks running side by side. After driving about 300 or 400 meters, a heavy metal gate blocked their way. "You follow us, stay in the car." Shuzahan glanced at the 2 people sitting in the back seat. The demeanor of Yuan Xin and Sakurai Koga looked like high school students who eloped. In the plot of the movie, they were just burdens and held back. But he couldn't just abandon her. Yuan Xin was the property of the war group designated by Mingfei, and if she was left alone, she might be abducted by Sakurai Koga. To be on the safe side, Shuzahan chose to let Yuan Xin follow. As for Sakurai Koga, she did provide true information. It was up to her to choose whether she wanted to run, stay, or follow them. Finger opened the trunk of the car, took out the bursting rifle, and tied a full magazine on himself. To be honest, he hadn't fired a single shot since he got this big treasure. The heavy metal airlock door might be able to stop the heavy firepower bank robbers, but it couldn't stop the extremely sharp Tien-Kusan. Shuzahan swung his knife to cut a gap in the gate, and rushed in first, tracking Tien-Kusan. Although he was mentally prepared, Shuzahan was still shocked by the scene in front of him, and his body trembled slightly. Unlike the scene of a bunch of people dying in the basement of the nightclub in Spire 2 days ago, although he did not see blood and corpses, but there was something more terrifying than this. Damn, is this a Deadpool breeding farm? Finkel took a breath of cold air. The temperature in this huge basement was indeed very low. 2 walls were completely made of solid ice, and hideous iron blue or black figures were sealed in the ice. It was impossible to count how many Deadpools there were. In the center of the room were various tools and experimental instruments, as well as operating tables and sharp gears for cutting bones. From the top, you could see iron hooks with black bloodstains. It looked like a scene that mixed a chemical laboratory, an operating room, a slaughterhouse, and an interrogation room. The subjects of the experiment were humans, or half-humans, immersed in dry ice in glass containers. The color of their bodies turned pale, and fine white scales grew, and their palms had deformed in the direction of claws. Turning humans into Deadpools? Is it really true that this forbidden technology does not need to be notified to the Academy? Finkel whispered. He had not participated in the operation at the Sacred Heart Maria Hospital with Mingfei and others, so he naturally did not know that the Academy already knew about the existence of forbidden technology that could turn humans into Deadpools. No need to notify, just purify directly. Shuzahan said in a deep voice, and the bones of Aim Murasaki became scalding hot, stained with a layer of golden incandescence. His eyes passed over the subjects of the experiment and looked at the wall at the end of the laboratory. There were also rows of glass containers, with male bodies sleeping in the light green unknown liquid. The biggest thing they have in common is the masks of nobles that seem to be sewn on their faces. I'm asking for leave. I'm upset today. I'll rewrite the outline tomorrow. Many things cannot be written and need to be revised. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelers. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 132. Fire of Evil. General Wang, it seems that this is indeed his lair. No wonder every time we kill him, a new person will appear soon after. Yuan Xin stared at the bodies wearing the masks of the nobles with a little fear, as if she was afraid that they would all be resurrected in the next second and break out of the container. Are these the backup bodies of that heretic? Finkel roughly counted them, a total of 17 bodies. Except for a few very strong ones that seemed to be used for full-time combat, the physiques of the other bodies were not much different. They were like evil spirits behind the smiling faces of the nobles, and their grey hair fluttered silently in the light green liquid in the container. But this guy is not a robot. The consciousness body can't be backed up like computer data. When this body dies, the data will be uploaded to another body. Finkel held the grenade rifle and approached the glass containers. He saw that there were transparent test tubes connecting the whole body of these bodies from the base. Shuzahan searched around with the bone of Aim no Kuma. It would be good if he could find some relevant information. The research of the heretics on the Dragon aliens seemed to have reached a taboo level. This heretical knowledge must be traced back to its origin and purified. But after searching for a long time, they found nothing. They could not find any written or computer records. "Do you want to take two back for research?" Finkel asked. "Just do it. Don't leave any alive," Shoesham said. "Okay." Finkel's arms were covered with a layer of bronze-like ancient color, and muscle tendons burst on his strong arms. He raised the bolt rifle and fired without hesitation. It was also a .70 caliber weapon that conformed to the violent aesthetics of the cannon as a gun, but the recoil became more terrifying while pursuing continuous firepower. It seemed that a middle school student in the equipment department couldn't wait to try the gun but was shocked and his arm was dislocated and he went to the infirmary. But under the primary enhancement of the bronze throne, Finkel suppressed the terrifying recoil of the bolt rifle, and the quartz glass exploded one after another under the wild sweep of the bolt bullet. The blood mixed with the broken flesh and blood gushed out, and the 17 suspected heretic spare bodies were all blown to pieces. How to deal with these dead pools quickly? Kill them one by one or blow them up at once. Even if one accidentally slips out, it will be quite troublesome. Finkel changed to a new magazine, which was filled with sufficient metal storm bombs. The two sides were full of ice blocks that sealed the dead pools. Even if Kusane-Kumo in Shoesham's hand could cut them off together with the ice blocks, it would take a lot of time. "Explode," Shoesham just said it, and suddenly an inexplicable clapper sounded in the huge basement. This clapper sound was like a switch, a starter. No one knew how it controlled the dead pools and affected people's minds. But for Genjiro, it was like a voodoo curse. He was the first to be affected. He hugged his head painfully and squatted down. His pupils kept changing between gold and black. Although Feng Jianli's personality had been shattered, the clapper sound could still drastically affect his emotions. Finkel reacted quickly, paying attention to the source of the clapper sound, and opened fire immediately after about 1 or 2 seconds. The deafening gunshot instantly covered the light and strange clapper sound. But this could not hinder the impact of the clapper sound. In the rows of pale white ice stored on both sides, pairs of dark golden pupils were lighting up one after another. Damn it. Finkel realized that something was wrong, and after a low curse, a high-pitched dragon word burst out from his throat, and the spirit of the word. The bronze throne fully strengthened itself. Obviously, the body where the king's consciousness was still alive, he didn't want this place to be destroyed in vain, and planned to release all the dead pools to drag Shoesham and Finkel to death together. The source girl struggled to get out of the state of personality fusion, looked at the two people who were ready for battle, and retreated silently without saying a word. Listening to the clear cracking sound of ice, Finkel, who was a whole circle bigger, spoke in a low voice. "Is it too late to go back and ask the war captain to come over now? There are at least more than 200 dead pools here. If even one of them escapes, it will be a disaster." Shoesham did not speak. The bones of Tian Quanjun were burning with blazing flames. Fine iron blue scales grew from his body surface, and golden lava flowed in his eyes. Second blood burst. He gently wiped Tian Quanjun's blade with his left hand, and black blood slowly flowed out. For ordinary people, it is highly poisonous dragon blood, but for dead pools, it is an evolutionary supplement. The first few snake-shaped dead pools that broke through the ice were immediately attracted by the tempting breath. A pair of dark golden bloodthirsty eyes stared at Shoesham, their hideous faces showed a hateful smile, and the sound of a baby crying rang out. Their mouths were densely covered with fine fangs, and they could swallow a person's head when they opened. With the Emperor's fire, all the filthy alien creations will be completely purified. Shoesham exhaled a mouthful of burning white air and whispered to himself. His mind was exceptionally clear now, and the killing emotions of the dragon blood did not affect him at all. The snake-like dead pools began to move. They moved at an astonishing speed, like venomous snakes hunting, and their iron blue figures turned into after-images, looking for the most tricky and ruthless angle of attack. But what responded to them was the full coverage of the monarch flame. A roar that was more deafening than the roar of the bomb sounded, and the bright orange-red fireballs mixed with some dazzling golden light disintegrated the dozen or so aliens that pounced on Shoesham and wanted to share Shoesham. High pressure mixed with high temperature vibrated, and the ice wall that Shoesham faced completely collapsed. All the dead pools who broke free were like hungry wolves out of the cage. Under the metaphorical instructions of the clapper sound, the desire to kill overwhelmed the fear of Shoesham's power itself. However, the free fire element gathered again, and the second sovereign flame was ready to go. With the bloodline advantage brought by the second blood burst, the chanting of the word spirit was shortened to just 3 or 4 syllables, which could even be said to be instantaneous. Boom. The destructiveness of the sovereign flame itself is beyond doubt. The power bestowed by the Emperor in the night food field was integrated into the sovereign flame, allowing it to truly sublimate into a symbol of the Emperor's wrath. A blazing sun rose again in the basement, and nearly 20 aliens that broke free from the ice prison were engulfed by the Emperor's wrath and turned into charred carbon blocks. The shock caused by the explosion of several napalm bombs made the entire basement tremble violently. The containers where the half-mutated Deadpools were sleeping fell one after another, which must have caused a lot of noise above. However, Shuzaham didn't care whether the shrine or the Emperor's palace was built above the basement. The first thing to do is to destroy these aliens as quickly as possible. Just when he was about to chant and release the third flame, an unexpected attack fell from above. It turned out to be a dragon-shaped Deadpool. After breaking free from the ice, it did not attack immediately, but used its crawling ability to crawl to the dark ceiling like a spider, waiting for the opportunity to tear Shuzaham apart. The sharp claws stabbed down with a fierce wind. As the world's top predator, the dragon-shaped Deadpool caught the glimmer of opportunity and launched a fatal attack. But a more fierce knife light flashed from behind Shuzaham, and Shuzaham himself immediately cancelled the release of the word spirit. The blazing Tenkukuma bone slashed, and the sharp knife light like lightning cut the dragon-shaped Deadpool into pieces. The former is the absolute sharpness of the weapon, and the latter is the absolute power of the knife holder. The knife holder is Yuan Xin, and he holds the Murazame left by Shuzaham in the car. The dark golden bones and pieces of meat fell with the black blood rain, and the two looked at each other for just 2 seconds. The timid and cowardly boy disappeared. Shuzaham saw the gorgeous golden eyes of Yuan Xin. It seemed that there were golden mandragora flowers blooming in the depths of her pupils. He didn't care much about Yuan Xin's departure just now. Purifying all the aliens here was the most important thing. But he didn't expect Yuan Xin to go back to fight with weapons and show her strong strength. "Lend me your precious sword, Shu Jun," Yuan Xin said softly, turning around and rushing to where Finger was. Compared with the destructiveness of Junyan, the bronze throne brought pure physical enhancement. He fired with a bolt rifle in one hand and repelled the attacks of Deadpools one after another with his other casserole-sized bronze fist. The Deadpools tore his clothes to pieces in a short while, their claws only left pale marks and sparks on the body strengthened by the bronze throne. But 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Soon, several Deadpools entangled Fingal's bronze body with their agility, forcing him to quickly empty his explosive rifle and throw it aside. He pulled off the snake-shaped Deadpool that was entangled with him and wanted to play with him with violent force, tearing it into 2 pieces. But then more Deadpools took the time to pounce on him and drowned him. The Source Girl swung her knife to kill, and Murazame cut through it instantly. The group of Deadpools engulfing Fingal was like bubbles that could break at any time, but the light of the night from the Source Girl accelerated this process. As if he was going to complete a masterpiece in one breath, the long knife in his hand turned into a wolf hair, and every stroke would bring out a dark flower of death. One Deadpool after another was cut by the Source Girl. Cut into pieces. Shuzaham's mind was a little trembling. In the few seconds he hesitated, the Deadpools on his side had already attacked. Shuzaham's bone of aim-kuma slashed out with a deadly edge, and the hot blade cut the 2 Deadpools who rushed over in half. He took a deep breath, leaned forward and took a quick step like a taut bowstring, and then his figure turned into an arrow from a string. Aim-kuma slashed the air with a crisp sonic boom, and the blazing red blade light strangled a black wave of blood. Killed instantly with one knife, charged with tears and blood. This was the sword that Mingfei showed on the elevated road on that rainy night, slaughtering those Valkyries of Odeon with that roaring chainsaw sword. It was also one of the powerful swordsmanship of the Holy Blood Angels mentioned by Mingfei. Those dead even Astartes who fell into the Rage of Darkness would charge into the final battlefield with such a bloodthirsty and furious charge to fight to death. Chapter 133 Courage. The rain of black blood splashed down, and the corpses of the Deadpools fell with their dark golden bones, and the pungent smell was overwhelming. Shuzaham was like a violent wind mixed with deadly sharp blades, passing through the water. More than 20 Deadpools were chopped to pieces by the fierce knife light under his blood-soaked charge. The second blood burst brought him a huge increase in strength and the extreme sharpness of the bones of Aim-no-kuma, making this scene that was only exaggerated in anima reality. Strange syllables burst out from his throat, and Junyan's high-temperature field unfolded silently, and the water flow from the melted ice quickly evaporated into white smoke. The bloody battle is the best catalyst. In less than half a month, Shuzaham's use of the word spirit has surpassed the operators of the castle executive department. But this is also related to Mingfei. Following Lumenfei, in the past 6 months, he has encountered monsters that the various executive departments may not see in decades and fought with them. The third Emperor's flame came late, but its target was not the scattered dead pools, but the dragon-shaped dead pool that was frozen at the back of the wall. It might be the most proud work of the heretic General Wang, or it might be a dead pool that had undergone a rapid mutation during mass production, but no matter what, the moment Shuzaham saw this dead pool, he did not hesitate to lock it as the top priority target. It was only 1 person tall at first, it was in a state of leaning over with its belly touching the ground, but as the ice melted, it regained control of its body's movements and slowly stood up, just like a person sleeping prone on his stomach getting up from the bed. Its bloated abdomen squirmed section by section, and its body also grew taller section by section. When it completely stood up from the ice, it was nearly 4 meters tall, not counting the tail that was coiled on the ground. The ferocious muscles on its upper body outlined terrifying lines, and its arms had completely become claws, with sharp dark golden bone claws reflecting cold arcs under the light of the king's flame. A pair of dark golden bone wings spread out behind it, and the membranes were covered with fine blue-gray scales. Whether these membrane wings could make this dead pool fly was still unknown, but at least Shuzaham didn't want it to fly at all. Boom! The roaring fireball did not hit the dead pool head-on. It showed the ferocity of a tiger and the balance of a venomous snake. Its powerful tail supported its sturdy upper body while maintaining perfect balance. Its body was almost swimming close to the ground. Except for the end of half of the bone wing being affected by a little flame, it was unharmed. Debris and smoke flew everywhere, and a big black hole was blown out of the wall. At the same time, the monster's attack had already been launched. Its claws swung over. With its claws that were about the size of a table, it was afraid that Shuzaham would be swept into several pieces with just a swipe. The bloodburst reached its limit, and Shuzaham's body was also advancing towards dragonization. The dark blue scales on his cheeks and neck had arched outward to form a facial bone. 2 bone horns began to appear on his forehead, and his shoulder blades protruded as if they were about to grow a pair of bone wings. This perfect body that seemed to be born for killing, its dazzling golden eyes were clear, and the desire to kill was suppressed by his inner peace and loyalty. He was still Shuzaham. A few months ago, he was a young man who sat slumped in the car helplessly, watching the Falscots besieging his father, and his life and death were still unknown. Now he has his own power, controls the spirit of words, can keep his inner peace in the case of a second bloodburst, and never thought of retreating in the face of a strong enemy. Shuzaham once asked himself why he chose to believe in the great empire with Lumenfei. With his current family situation, he doesn't need faith to support himself to survive. Whatever he wants, even a car, as long as he asks his father, he will believe that the next day the manager of the specialty store will drive a brand new Mercedes-Benz to his doorstep and give him the key to the new car with a smile on his face. But he doesn't want these. He wants to go back to the rainy night and confirm that the man who was drowned by the huge waves in order to let him and Lumenfei leave is really dead. If not, he will do everything to save him. So does he believe in the Empire because he wants power and wants to become an angel of death like Lumenfei? No, Lumenfei said very clearly that believing in the Empire cannot get power, but supreme courage. Then rely on this courage, uphold the will and mission of the Empire to protect mankind. Yes, courage. If possible, Shuzaham wants to stay in that rainy night, and then face the Falscot with his own strength and courage. Even if he dies in battle, he must hold his head high. But there is a chance. Purify all the aliens here first. Shuzaham's figure turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. The increase in the bloodburst and the power of the Emperor's gaze after returning to reality made his speed soar to the limit. The night flight was as sharp as lightning across the sky. The bone of Aimkurokomo tore the dragon-shaped Deadpool's thick left arm, which was as thick as a pillar. Black blood mixed with scales and flesh rushed out, but before they fell to the ground, they were dried by the scorching heat. The fourth sovereign flame, representing the Emperor's wrath and his own insignificant courage, almost exploded against the dragon-shaped Deadpool's soft abdomen. Boom! The huge body of the dragon-shaped Deadpool flew backwards like a cannonball in this close-range explosion of the word spirit. Its wings were ignited by the sovereign flame and burned with raging flames. With its abdomen injured, it could no longer easily control its balance. In addition, it lost an arm, so it became a little difficult for it to get up, not as smooth and free as before. Shuzaham dragged his sword and chased after him. The bone of Aimkume was cooling down. He had released the Lord Flame 4 times in less than 5 minutes. Even with the blessing of the second bloodburst, he felt a sense of overdraft and could no longer maintain the domain of the Lord Flame. If he didn't kill the opponent now, the more he delayed, the greater the danger to himself. Deadpool also noticed Shuzaham's amazing killing intention, twisted his body, and swept the giant tail that was more than 2 meters long, trying to repel or even imprison Shuzaham. Killed instantly with one sword. Blood-weeping charge. This is a sword technique specially trained for ostatives. Only their modified bodies and reaction abilities can master the practice. With the help of the body strengthening brought by the second blood burst, Shuzaham launched a bloody charge again. Ainkuma's sword light instantly cut the dragon-shaped Deadpool's tail into dozens of pieces. When he swung the last sword, Shuzaham pounced like a lion. Ainkuma's blade pierced through Deadpool's claws together, and the blade pierced through its chest. In the name of the Emperor and the Weeping Angels, you will be utterly destroyed, alien. Shuzaham roared in a low voice, twisting the handle of the bloody knife, and crushing Deadpool's heart with the sharp cloud. And just before it pumped out the poisonous dragon blood, the blade seemed to cut all the way up, cutting Deadpool's head completely. Chapter 134 Eyeliner. The highly corrosive and toxic black blood gushed out, leaving a thrilling mark on the ground, and at the same time extinguished the burning bone winds behind Deadpool. The smell of burning stench hit his nose, but Shuzaham, who had become a dragon, completely ignored it. The bone of Ainkum flew out and nailed it to the ground, and his palm covered with iron blue scales grabbed the torn body of the dragon-shaped Deadpool. Sovereign Flame. The evil alien should be purified by the wrath of the Emperor. The dragon text chanted passionately and quickly, and Shuzaham gathered his strength and released the Sovereign Flame for the last time. The golden flame lit up, quickly spreading from Shuzaham's hands to Deadpool's whole body and igniting it. The pair of somewhat charred bone wings behind Deadpool burned again. Although Deadpool was completely dead, his body was like a snake that was dead but not stiff. Driven by the remaining vitality, it turned into a dancing and twisted flame statue. Shuzaham fell backwards and pulled out Ainkum without looking back, and turned to kill the other Deadpools. After the dragon-shaped Deadpool, which was almost as good as a pure-blooded dragon, turned into charcoal and died, the remaining Deadpools could no longer pose any threat to Shuzaham and his team. Finger reloaded his bolt rifle and killed all the remaining Deadpools together with the knife-wielding Yuanzin. Shuzaham glanced at the Deadpools lying on the ground, and the golden lava in his eyes was receding. The second bloodburst stage has been lifted, and the scales, mutated bones and other alien features on his body are fading, and his body has returned to normal. If we talk about the level of Castle's bloodliner, a snake-shaped Deadpool here can easily wipe out the A-level specialist of Castle's executive department. It's not that the A-level specialists are used as combat units, but these Deadpools are indeed terrifying biological weapons. The research of the Heretic King on alien creatures has reached an incredible level. There are huge differences between humans, hybrids, and Deadpools, but he can pollute humans into such a terrifying and powerful alien. This is an unforgivable act of blasphemy. The heretic Wang Jing must be found and thoroughly purified. Moreover, this heretical technology must be destroyed by their weeping angels. If such a taboo technology is spread out, there is no guarantee that some powerful people will choose to hide it secretly. This is a technology that can mass-produce controllable biological weapons. Their hideous appearance alone is enough to scare humans, including hybrids. And the combat effectiveness of each snake-like Deadpool is stronger than the liquor of the Umbrella Company in Resident Evil, and it also has a set of scales that are difficult to penetrate by ordinary bullets. The most important thing is that the cost of producing this weapon is too cheap. Only one human is needed. No need to grow, no need to be selected, no need for training, and no need for combat experience. In the eyes of those powerful people, life is just a number. They don't care about human lives, but only care about how much benefit these numbers representing humans can bring to themselves. Just like a profit-seeking capitalist, a profit of 50 can make him hesitate, a profit of 100 can make him sell his conscience, and a profit of 1,000 can make him even dare to sell the road to hang himself on the street lamp. Drive a few cars in and blow this place to ashes. Shuzaham said in a deep voice. Really blow it up. This is a famous Japanese shrine. No wonder the people in the Japanese branch can't find this guy's lair. Who would have thought that he would hide here? Finger's voice was as low as thunder. He still maintained the enhanced state of the bronze throne, and his large, scaly feet with claws stepped on the chest of the snake-like Deadpool, and the bolt rifle fired and smashed its head. The last Deadpool was declared dead. Then let their ashes become finer. Shuzaham said coldly. So there are still personal emotions, right? Whatever, just don't blow me up. Finger shrugged and glanced at the source girl beside him without leaving a trace. I originally thought that Mingfei's preference for him was simply a personal favor, but now it seems that it is not. This guy is quite dangerous. With a knife, he can kill Deadpool like a pig purely by relying on his physical fitness. The previous jade-like autistic state was probably the result of provoking his own chapter leader and being severely punished. Yuan Xinu's expression did not change much. She was still calm, and the golden mandala in her eyes was gradually withering. He walked to Xu Zhang and bowed respectfully with both hands to offer the knife. Xu Jun, thank you for your good knife. You hold it for the time being, the matter is not over yet. Xu Zhang did not say much, his expression was indifferent. Although the strength displayed by Yuan Xin was beyond his imagination, it did not cause too many waves in his heart. Okay. Yuan Xin bowed and took back Murazim. The battle lasted for nearly 20 minutes. 4 consecutive full-power bursts of Zhongyan had attracted the attention of the security team of the Shangyang Shrine. But while they were still checking whether it was due to a local earthquake and inspecting the interior of the shrine, the fierce ghosts urgently dispatched more than 70 armed thugs to stop them, and also brought a certain number of military shotguns, flamethrowers and even C4 plastic explosives, enough to flatten an entire block. However, they did not have the opportunity to use these weapons. The seemingly harmless Sakurai Koga solved them all by herself, and the white-sheathed long knife was not stained with blood. Being selected by the king as the new Ryoma, Sakurai Koga is naturally not an ordinary person. She has no mercy on these ghosts who were once considered her subordinates. Xu Zhang was a little surprised. He had already prepared for this woman to escape, but he didn't expect that she would stay and help them. Afterwards, including the motorcycles and muscle cars driven by the fierce ghosts, they were all driven into or thrown into the king's experimental field one by one. The fuel of the flamethrower was poured on the car, and the C4 plastic explosives were placed on the walls that were already crumbling under the previous bombardment of Zhongyan. Take some pictures, so that the captain can write a report later. Finkel grabbed a camera and took pictures. Flashes of light flashed on the bodies of various Deadpools and Wang Jing's substitutes. Finally, Xu Zhang's last Zhongyan was used as a fire starter, and various motorcycles sprinkled with flammable oil were concentrated in one place and exploded immediately. Under the impact of the high-pressure shock wave, the burning motorcycles flew to all corners of the basement, and burned fiercely after touching the Deadpool's body. The smell of burning and irritating smell has come, and it won't be long before the C4 plastic explosive will be detonated, blowing up this huge underground space. As for whether it will implicate the shrine above, Xu Zhang doesn't care. Next, he only needs to notify the people in the Japanese branch to come and finish it. If Wang Jing has no other nest, then prepare to go back. Xu Zhang looked at Sakurai Koga. This woman is also a dangerous element, and her disposal will be left to Mingfei to decide. I just took over the position of Ryoma not long ago, and I can only investigate these things about Wang Jing. Sakurai Koga said softly, and his palm quietly held the hand of Minamoto Chino. If we don't kill Wang Jing himself, even if the two of us defect, the fierce ghost will still have a new Dragon King and Ryoma. Minamoto Chino said. If you can't provide accurate information, then go back to rest and wait for the next order from the battle captain. Xu Zhang increased the speed of the car, and from the review mirror he could see the archway inlaid with golden chrysanthemums in the distance collapsing with a boom sound like thunder. Sakurai Koga, 21 years old, my father is Sakurai Kozaburo of the Sakurai family. When I was 5 years old, I was confirmed to have dangerous blood, and then I defected from the family and grew up among the fierce ghosts. Sakurai Koga knelt upright in the coarse cloth sack and said softly. Mingfei narrowed his eyes. He would never forget this woman. A few days ago at the Paradise Pavilion, this enchanting mandala had quietly blossomed beside him, representing the symbol that any wish could be fulfilled. And just now, she was brought in by Finger in a sack, like a piece of trophy. This was mainly to avoid the complicated inspection of the 8 snake families. The right to decide on Sakurai Koga was first given to Mingfei, the war captain, and it was not their turn to make decisions. You chose to rebel against the heretic king because of your personal feelings for General Chinu, and you also took my fighting brothers to destroy the heretic's experiment site for creating aliens. Mingfei looked at Sakurai Koga. This merit can exempt you from the death penalty of purification, but the Weeping Angels is not a private place for you to have feelings. General Chinu is now also the redeemer of the regiment, but he looks more active and useful now than before. I understand. I am willing to work for you, Lu Jun, with Chinu, to atone for my past crimes. Sakurai Koga nodded obediently. Then what can you provide to the Weeping Angels? Assassination, lurking, gathering intelligence, management, world spirits, hypnosis and my body. Sakurai Koga said. Hey, what's going on with the last two? Can you really tell me about this? How come the subject matter has suddenly developed in an improper direction? Don't underestimate us, the Weeping Angels are all first-class pure love warriors, unlike you Japanese. Finkel shouted, proving the purity of the Weeping Angels. Lumenfei's eyes lit up slightly. It seems that you are still useful. Of course, I mean the first few items you mentioned. Everything is up to you, Mr. Lu. We will leave Japan soon and return to the headquarters of Castle Academy. I just reached to deal with the Japanese branch. I doubt the loyalty of these people, so I need a spy to keep an eye on them and eliminate potential dangerous factors when necessary. Can you do it and ensure complete loyalty to the Weeping Angels? Lumenfei said. He doesn't have much time to stay in Japan. Since there is a useful person who is delivered to his door, he should make good use of it. As long as the Lord is recognized by Kyo-kun, Xiaomu will swear allegiance to him until death. Sakurai Xiaomu said respectfully, leaning down and bowing to Lumenfei. Sorry, I asked for leave yesterday and forgot to tell you. I have a slight fever, but I'm fine now. Chapter 135 Getting Along. Lumenfei raised his eyebrows. Is this the so-called trust between men and women in love? After undergoing 19 operations to transform into an aesthetes, Lumenfei's needs for the relationship between men and women and reproductive behavior have become quite inert. He is devoted to the will of the Emperor and St. Jerome, protecting humans in this dark galaxy. So even when he had to clean and disinfect with several combat nuns because of the lack of holy water resources after purifying the Necrons, Lumenfei just sighed that fortunately the people on this planet are protected by combat nuns, and the glory of the Emperor still shines here. And he was completely unaware of the astonished eyes of the combat nuns. Although his soul as a champion of 100 battles does not quite understand the relationship between General Chino and Sakurai Koga, it seems that it should be a relatively stable connection at present, and can be trusted for a short time. Then I need you to infiltrate the Anlia Research Institute of the 8 snake families. I'm not in a hurry to give you timely feedback, you have plenty of time to hide yourself and become one of them. The initial contact and communication will be handled by Finkel, and you can have direct secret communication with me after it stabilizes. Lumenfei said. Follow your will, your majesty. Sakurai Koga said softly. I don't like this title, you can call me the war captain. Lumenfei rubbed his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. The spy placed in the 8 snake families was temporarily solved. He was not worried that the conversation here would be monitored. Eva's interference channel was always on, and even if the 8 snake families installed eavesdropping monitors, it would not work. Follow your will, war captain. It smells like a woman. Yuan Zishan walked into the room, and his sensitive sense of smell immediately captured the remaining fragrance in the room. He frowned, because 2 hours ago he received a report from his subordinates that the distinguished guest was suspected of carrying a woman into the room with a sack and refused to be searched. Your sense of smell is very sensitive. Lumenfei raised his eyebrows and said nothing more. It was Miss Shijinsi who used another perfume. Director Yuan, you are worrying too much. Finger said with a smile. Yuan Zishan was skeptical about this, but it was difficult to say anything. Now Lumenfei is the honorary high priest of the main family, and his status is equivalent to that of the head of the upper 3 families. He could only sigh in his heart that the head of the Inuyama family is worthy at being the leader of the customs industry and is well versed in the art of beauty traps. Although it is unlikely to work on Lumenfei, Yuan Zishan has carefully observed his eyes. Even if a beautiful girl appears in front of him, he will not have any throbbing for beautiful women that an adolescent boy should have. The only time a flash of light appears is when he is alone with his sister. But that is not admiration, but a kind of sincere joy that a missionary develops into a believer and a trace of pity or sympathy. This afternoon, the first thing Aria did after waking up was to hold the notebook with a lot of prayer-like sentences and read it very seriously, and then close her eyes, probably reciting it silently in her heart. The first time General Kisei saw Aria outside of game time, her cold and indifferent eyes showed a strange glow. It was a kind of hope, a beautiful imagination of the future. So he gave up interfering with Aria's belief in the Emperor. The god who threatened the entire Japanese bloodline has fallen, and the sword that the 8 snake families used to deal with the gods has lost its effect. Being able to spend the rest of her life playing games safely under the protection of the 8 snake families is already the best result. In the days to come, let's make her happier. And maybe it'll really work. After all, it was Lu Mingfei who killed the White King. Yuan Zishan shook his head, pulled back his thoughts, and said seriously, "First of all, on behalf of the 8 snake families, I am very grateful to you for destroying Wang Jing's hiding place directly. Thanks to you, Wang Jing should be like a dog that has lost its home at this time. The main family is trying to seize the opportunity to pursue and prepare to wipe out the entire group of fierce ghosts in one go. But your actions this time are a bit too much." He sighed. Now the whole of Japan is reporting the news of the collapse and destruction of the shrine. This incident has even alarmed the Japanese Prime Minister and the Emperor. However, the 3 Chinese, Old Tang also looks like him, and 1 German in the room looked indifferent. In fact, it is not necessary to blow up the scene. You should notify the main family before blowing it up, so that we can clean up the scene quietly. Yuan Zishan said. It involves the forbidden technology of Wang Jing's crimes, and it must be destroyed on the spot by our regiment. Xu Zihang said calmly. Anyway, the exchange student study time arranged by the college headquarters is still 10 days away. I sincerely hope that you will not cause too many troubles. Yuan Zishan sighed again, and his eyes involuntarily glanced at the dragon bone cross that was faintly glowing in the dark deep in the room. Of course, if you want to go back early, the branch can also make corresponding arrangements to ensure that you will not be deducted credits. When he said this, Yuan Zishan's face was a little strange. Because of the huge commotion caused by Lu Mingfei and the others, he forgot for a moment that the person who dragged the White King off the throne had just been studying at Castle College for a short time. Just stay until the originally arranged time is over, and we can also have a good rest. Lu Mingfei said. Okay. I hope everyone can spend this trip to Japan happily and safely during this time. Yuan Zishan breathed a sigh of relief. The best thing was that these people were willing to rest. He was really afraid that this group of people would say that there was a king general living under the emperor's palace, and then run over to blow up the emperor's palace. Also, can I have a word with Xin? Lu Jun, this is my personal request. After hesitating for a moment, Yuan Zishan suddenly spoke. Okay. Lu Mingfei did not refuse, but I don't care what grudges you had in the past. He is very useful to the Weeping Angels now. In other words, you are not allowed to mess with the property of our regiment. I understand. Yuan Zishan nodded, stood up and walked towards Yuan Xin, who had been sitting in the corner and watching him quietly since he came in. Long time no see, brother. Yuan Xin said softly. I never thought we would communicate in this way, Xin. Yuan Zishan's voice was low, looking down at his brother, in the past. What do you expect, brother? Yuan Xin looked directly at Yuan Zishan. Compared with the decadent and gloomy eyes in the morning, his eyes were now clear as water, with the expectation and joy of reunion. Maybe I will talk to you, and then send you back to the underworld. Yuan Zishan shook his head, and did not feel soft-hearted because of his brother's appearance. What he said was true. He was the demon slayer of the family. Just like the night in Kakurai town, he did not show mercy just because the evil demon who killed people was his own brother. He clearly remembered that the girl was very surprised by his appearance. She ran towards him with open arms, and then he pierced her chest with a spider cutter. General Chisaro didn't even have time to adapt to this huge change, and didn't have time to change her lines. So he said the word he wanted to say blankly with blood in his mouth. Brother, you are back. General Chishan will never forget the tears he shed that day, nor will he forget the colorless look in his eyes when he threw his brother into the sewage well. But he still won't be soft-hearted now. It's a pity that I can't do it now. General Chishan said. The sword-like eyes of someone behind him made him feel uneasy. All fighting brothers, please stock up on some medicine if you can. You can't buy any medicine today. Then in the picture of the Easter egg chapter, there is a golden nail on Lu Mingfei's forehead. I also recommend this Friends Naruto fanfiction. Chapter 136 Changes Betrayal. Now the strongest man in Japan was standing behind him. Yuan Zishan believed that if he tried to threaten Yuan Zainu, he would be stopped by him and taken to atone for his sins. Was it General Wang who rescued you? Yes. My other personality was trained by him to become the Dragon King of the Ghost Clan. Another personality? Do you want to use such a poor excuse to cover up the sins you committed in the past? Yuan Zain was silent. Forget it. You should atone for your sins under Lu Jun, which is better than doing evil under General Wang. Yuan Zishan sighed, glanced at Finger and Lao Tang who were watching their play not far away, and turned towards the door. Goodbye, brother. Yuan Zainu said softly. Yuan Zishan paused slightly, but did not look back, and left the room directly. During the next 10 days of exchange student study, Lu Mingfei and his group received the best hospitality, and most of their requests would be met. For example, Finkel and Lao Tang want to go to Akihabara to expand their horizons and see the legendary maid restaurant. Lu Mingfei needs parchment, ink, wax and other sundries to make the pure seal, holy blood badge and emperor's motto by himself. The first two are distributed to the three brothers of the current regiment and Eri. Genji is currently a redeemer and is not eligible for them for the time being. The parchment filled with the Emperor's motto is wrapped with the White King's dragon bone cross, which means that the alien will be completely suppressed by the glory of the Emperor and will no longer pose any threat. Finally, a regiment's Weeping Red Heart badge is hung to represent that it belongs to the Weeping Angels Regiment. Although I don't mean to offend, in the eyes of the half-bloods like Finger and Genshin who know the value of this dragon bone cross, these parchments with incomprehensible language written on them made the dragon bone cross look like a strong relic of an evil sect. As for the purity mark distributed by Lu Mingfei, Shuzahang and Finger hung it on the bones of Aimkume and the bolt rifle respectively. Old Tang had no weapon, so he pasted it on the back of his mobile phone. Eric blinked her bright eyes and pasted the mark and badge on the cover of a new notebook. Inside was the Japanese version of the Emperor's prayer and oath that she had rewritten by hand, with neat handwriting. This made Lu Mingfei quite admire Eri's piety. It would be better if the cover sentence Eri and Kato's Angel's Emperor's holy word could be changed. But let's take it slowly. On the way, Lu Mingfei asked to visit Kaguya's computer room, and took Fingal to secretly delete all the bloodline and identity information of Sakurai Koga left in the main family, so that she could better infiltrate the 8 snake families. And then, nothing happened. Shuzaham focused on training and practicing sword skills. He brought in Genji as a practice object, and the main family had to deliver 50 training bamboo swords on time every day for consumption. After eating and drinking, Fingal logged into the Night Watchman forum to see if there were any major events in the academy during his absence, and whether his younger brothers in the news department had made any big news. During the time when the Weeping Angels Club left the academy, the hot searches about Lu Mingfei on the front page headlines gradually decreased. Instead, all the gossips about Caesar Gattuso are pushed to the top. For example, a certain girl personally handed a love letter to Caesar, and her identity was the Duke of something in the UK, or a certain Lenhard Club A-level student intended to challenge Caesar to prove his strength, but after a hard fight, he was defeated and admitted defeat. He was impressed by Caesar's demeanor and followed the Lenhard Club to the student union. In general, it was quite harmonious, and Fingal, who was far away in Japan, also felt a long-lost harmonious atmosphere. Hehe, while you were eating melons and water posts, our brothers saved the world in Japan. If it weren't for not being able to say it, I would have told you a long time ago and scared you to death. Fingal hummed to himself, and at the same time opened the PS software, turned out the angel form photo taken of Lu Mingfei at the night food field, and planned to retouch it and use it as the recruitment poster for the Weeping Angels. It must be dazzling. And Lu Mingfei didn't mind taking this photo out for public, but he always felt that something was missing. Yes, armor. He still lacked a set of power armor. The combat uniform he was wearing at the time didn't match the psychic wings behind him. Finkel thought he could just take a screenshot of a nice-looking classical knight's armor and add some color to it and put it on the photo of Lu Mingfei, but Lu Mingfei refused, thinking that this would be an insult to the fine artistic traditions of the Emperor's Holy Light and the Blood Angels. So he decided to paint it himself. Captain of the war group, have you finished your painting? Finkel asked. Okay, just follow this format. Captain Lu handed over his painting, and Finkel couldn't help but exclaimed after taking a closer look. He is worthy at being a top art master in Castle. Such a golden and dazzling armor carries both a sense of technology and a sense of classicism, but the problem is that I only know a little bit of photo editing. No matter how artistic and perfect your painting is, I can't render it into a realistic style. Can't do it? Lu Mingfei asked. It's a bit troublesome. Finkel said very tactfully. Forget it, let's go back to the academy to see how the research on the model armor is going. If there is a finished product, we can wear it to shoot. Lu Mingfei didn't care too much. Anyway, there was no rush for this moment. It would not be too late to recruit and train new soldiers on a large scale after the alchemy armor technology came out. So Finkel began to concentrate on the Night Watch forum, and it happened that many people at him. Is there really that between Lu Mingfei and Shuzahang? At administrator who wants to eat luxurious midnight snacks? Even though the post was deleted by Finkel after less than 10 minutes, now that nearly 4 months have passed, there are still Fojoshi who are not giving up and are concerned about the CP relationship between the two handsome boys. There was even a weird CP like Shuzaham the 10th Caesar Gattuso and Lumenfei the 10th Caesar. The Fojoshi was very excited when discussing it. Don't you know? This club was arranged to go to the Japanese branch about 10 days ago. Someone replied under the post. Went to the Japanese branch, that's fine. Rip. After more than 10 floors of rips were repeated, someone broke the formation. Do you think that Authority. Will be stripped naked by the perverts over at the Japanese branch and taken to make a movie? But to be honest, his body is really suitable for this. Smirk user XXXX has been banned for 24 hours for inappropriate remarks attacking foreign administrators with obscene words. Thanks for the invitation. I'm in Japan. I just got off the plane. I have received the top-level hospitality of the Japanese branch with the S-level captain and the R-level deputy captain. Now I'm waiting for the supreme luxurious midnight snack at 12 o'clock. In addition, the relationship between the captain and the deputy captain can be quiet. They are both fighting brothers with their backs to back and shoulders to shoulder. I can testify to this. Finkel replied. Oh. The administrator is actually still alive to reply. What mission are your entire club going to Japan on? Even though there are only 3 people in your club. It can't be to make a movie, right? Although they do have the potential to make a movie. Is this S-level? They skipped the pre-reading and went straight to school, and then they got their second mission in less than half a year. Finkel's reply awoke a lot of lurking people, and they asked dozens of questions at once. Most of them were curious about the tough Japanese branch's attitude towards S-level, and the details that could be revealed by their club's mission. Don't let your imagination run wild. Our club's visit to Japan is a formal exchange student study trip that complies with the college's rules and regulations. It's definitely not as informal as you think. It would be fine if only the S-level and A-level members of your club were exchange students, but F-level members are really not acceptable. Indeed, F-level members are really not acceptable. User XXXX has been banned for 12 hours for inappropriate remarks, verbal attack on foreign administrator. Fuck your authority dog. Let me be fair. With your level as an administrator, you'll definitely be abused and fooled by those lunatics if you go to the Japanese branch as an exchange student. No one will believe that you are really going there as an exchange student. Since you can't even reveal the mission, why don't you tell us what the Japanese branch's attitude is towards S-level members? Is there anyone challenging him? Although I dare not say that he is the strongest in Castle College, he is definitely the strongest among the freshmen, right? If you say so, the future president of the student union will disagree. Someone fanned the flames. Finkel thought about how to treat them. Now the Japanese branch has knelt down to their leader and acted like a dog. They even blew up the shrine and said nothing. They still ate and drank well. But he couldn't tell many things. Fortunately, he was used to hiding secrets. If the old slut hadn't told Lumenfei all his experiences and secrets, he would have continued to hide in the Weeping Angels and made a splash when necessary. As a result, he was the one who was shocked by the sudden splash. Retracting his thoughts, Fengol continued to reply. What is the status of our leader Lu and what is the status of his Japanese branch? We must be polite. Who dares to neglect the most favorite student of our principal? At Cambridge folding knife. I think your reply is great. Fengol was shocked. How could even the old slut principal be shocked? But after thinking about it carefully, it seems that since the leader Lu brought them to Japan, he has never reported to the college headquarters. They probably don't even know what happened here. How do you entertain them? I heard that Japan has a way of entertaining them called Notamori. I remember the desk class is still a 16 or 17-year-old adolescent boy, right? What if those guys from the Japanese branch use the honey trap? Find 1 or 2 pretty girls wearing bunny girl uniforms or some sexy lingerie to sway in front of him and trick him into bed. At best, they will force him into joining the Japanese branch. At worst, they may send videotapes to the principal's office in a few days to extort hush money. Tell me more about sexy lingerie. Tell me more about bunny girls. Tell me more about videotapes. Sure enough, when talking about certain aspects, the thread friends became excited and began to popularize some special aspects of Japan. After reading dozens of posts with relish, Finkel replied belatedly, "Please rest assured, comrades, the 2 leaders of our club are both high-quality abstinence men. They don't even look at the pretty girls sent by the Japanese branch." Pretty girls? That administrator, it's not that I don't trust you, it's mainly because we all want to broaden our horizons. The time spent on the forum was quite pleasant. Fingal almost forgot about the bloody things like the Ghost Clan, Deadpool, and the White King. Before logging off, he left a read and featured reply in this popular post. An advertisement. The Weeping Angels Club is actively recruiting new members. This club specializes in training combat talents. We welcome all tough guys to join. Just before he wanted to exit the forum, he saw a prompt. At Greenland Shadow sent a message. Fingal's heart skipped a beat and he clicked on the message. Where is Mingfei? What have you been doing these days? Why haven't you reported the relevant information to the headquarters? Even through the computer screen, Fingal could imagine the cold and ruthless face of Schneider, the head of the executive department. Schneider should be asking about the top-secret mission document that Mingfei threw into the trash can. It seems that it was issued by the school board personally. Fingal immediately woke up from the atmosphere of HS posting and laughing, and then quickly pushed the responsibility to his own leader Lou, and replied to Schneider. I obey the command of the war leader, I know nothing. He hurriedly went offline before Schneider replied, so as not to be questioned by Schneider. As for Leader Lou, he was sitting in the soft music, quietly watching the young and beautiful head of the Uzuchi family dancing the Kikira dance used for sacrifice. She was wearing a red and white Mako costume, holding a gold and silver fan and dancing gracefully. The original silver-white long hair seemed to be due to physical reasons, but now it has returned to a gorgeous dark red, and when it falls, it is as smooth and silky as a stream reflecting the red maple leaves. After the dance, Mingfei and Yuan Zishan, who was sitting next to him, clapped softly. Perhaps knowing that Mingfei and the others would leave tomorrow, Era came to see them off in advance tonight, and Yuan Zishan followed. The Japanese branch was eager for them to leave, even though Mingfei was now the honorary high priest of the Snake 8 clan. The bombing of the shrine also caused them a lot of trouble. Mr. Lu, there is something I don't understand. I wonder if you can help me. Yuan Zishan sat at the tea table and raised his glass to Mingfei, the aroma of tea in the cup overflowing. Speak. With your strength, you should not be the kind of person who needs to rely on the faith of God to move forward. Moreover, from the perspective of us hybrids, most of the characters in those myths and legends are dragons. Why are you so obsessed with believing in a God and working hard to develop believers for him? It's not about developing believers, but about cultivating loyal warriors who can protect mankind. And he doesn't need believers, it's the believers who need him. Mingfei shook his head and said softly, because this world has always been in light, you feel that light is at your fingertips. And for those who see only despair and darkness in the world before their eyes, that light is everything he pursues. I just follow his will and beliefs to protect mankind. No matter where or when, this is my mission as a Weeper, and it will never change. Change means betrayal. Yuan Zishan was silent, as if he was carefully thinking about what Mingfei said. Eric picked up the teapot and made a cup of new tea for Mingfei, and the holy blood badge on her chest gleamed in the light. Chapter 137 Homeward Journey. The Japanese branch sent Mingfei and his team away with very little noise. In the early hours of the morning, a special person pushed a cart to deliver a variety of brand new suitcases for them to choose from. Especially for the White King's Dragonbone cross, Mingfei refused the help of the 8 snakes and personally put the Dragonbone wrapped with several circles of sacred motto into the titanium alloy safe, and patted and fixed it. In addition, the 8 snakes also prepared various gifts and specialties for them, such as various Nishijin weavings, lacquerware from Nara, Keijo's exquisite watches and pocket watches, etc. There were several suitcases filled with them, which were considered gifts for the honorary high priest and his weeping angels. What Mingfei didn't expect was the gift from Eric. It was actually a Japanese sword with a cherry red scabbard. There was a note on the scabbard, written in beautiful Japanese. Eric's gift to Angel Katos. Mingfei smiled helplessly. When he hit the pure moon, he usually didn't need other weapons. After thinking about it, he accepted it. If he didn't use the sword, he could hang it in the Black Moon Pavilion as a collection decoration. Era should still be sleeping at this time, right? It would be nice if he could say goodbye, and then tell her to change the sentence on the cover of the notebook. But forget it, I will definitely see you again in the future. The 8 snakes have secretly chosen to surrender and support the weeping angels. As long as he is willing, he can come at any time, provided that there is something that needs to be handled in person. In just a dozen days of getting along, Uzuchi is a pure and pious poor child in Mingfei's eyes, but she was born with a powerful and unstable fate and was protected as a weapon by the 8 snakes, or imprisoned. Maybe there will be a solution in the future. May the glory of the Empire protect her. Mingfei said silently in his heart. The vehicle that escorted all members of the regiment to the airport was a high-level security vehicle that looked like a truck on the surface but was actually built in bulletproof armor, highlighting safety and comfort. The trip to Japan was quite rewarding. While purifying many heretics and aliens, it also added an alchemist sergeant and a psychic redeemer to the regiment. I just don't know if the guys from the 8 Snake families can clean up the remaining heretic remnants. But, is that usurping heretic really dead? Mingfei thought of the emperor whose head he had beheaded in the night food field. Their group of heretics had some cooperation with the king general. Since the king general can prepare a bunch of clones or stand-ins, the emperor may not die so easily. This kind of heretic ability is troublesome. I can only think of a way to encircle and suppress them all at once when I have the chance. Mingfei decided not to think about it anymore, and his eyes were fixed on the silver briefcase held by Shu Zhang in his right hand. The alchemical creations hidden by the heretics have become the spoils of the Weeping Angels. It just so happens that they have another target that needs to be purified hiding in the Nibelungen. At 5:42 am on December 11, the Weeping Angels' trip to Japan came to an end. Sleipnir's majestic figure stopped at Tokyo Narita Airport, the red beacon lights were flashing, and the snow-white takeoff lights split the dark runway like a sharp sword. Even Angus sent his own special plane to pick him up on the return flight, so you can imagine how much Angus valued Mingfei. However, Mingfei did not intend to tell Angus that the White King had been purified, as there were too many things that could not be explained clearly. Alchemy Sergeant, tentative, Lao Tang was full of expectations and trepidation about the new life ahead. The former was lamenting that he did not expect that he could go to college again after dropping out of high school in his 20s. The latter was because he was worried about his performance in the future. Captain Lu must not have brought him back for nothing, and it was obvious that he was attracted by the alchemy talent that he himself did not know he had. As the Redeemer, Yuan Xin had a calm face and did not show any expression, as if she had made a decision to face her next fate calmly. At Mingfei's request, the Snake 8 clan even gave the two people identities and certificates, proving that the two were sent from the Japanese branch to the headquarters for further study. Strictly speaking, Lao Tang and Yuan Xin were outsiders who joined the academy midway. If they follow the normal admission process, they have to go through a very cumbersome and troublesome procedure. Mingfei pursues efficiency, and the certificate of the Japanese branch can save this step. Although the current head of the Japanese branch, Ryoma Genicum, had a somewhat reluctant expression when applying for the identity certificate. Back to the academy, back to the academy. Finkel lay comfortably on the heated leather seat, enjoying the dry and warm air from the air conditioner in the cabin. Are there any fighter planes that will show up and shoot us down? Old Tang, who was sitting next to him, suddenly asked, looking a little uneasy. That skeleton should be quite valuable, right? What if those Japanese? Don't worry, brother. Finkel smiled proudly and patted his shoulder to reassure him. This plane is produced by the equipment department of the academy. It can fly and fight. It has 150 decoy bombs and 4 Sidewinder missiles hidden in its belly. Besides, the pilot of the Sleipnir is an ace test pilot in the US Air Force. He was the one who test flew the first prototype of the F-22. If a real fight breaks out, we might be the winner. Yoshi. Old Tang's understanding of Castle Academy was refreshed. Can such a top elite be recruited? It seems that because of his aggressive driving, he caused a prototype worth $1.2 billion to crash. In the end, he was expelled from the Air Force and finally recruited by the president as an exclusive pilot. Shit. A pilot with such a bad resume will definitely not crash the plane into the Pacific Ocean first. Old Tang's face was filled with horror. Of course not. Finkel said with a sly smile, although the job of a test pilot is dangerous, they still have parachutes, but the old thief principal cancelled the parachutes for the pilots on the Sleipnir. This principal does sound like a thief. I hope I won't run into him in the future. Old Tang became uneasy again. By the way, Captain, have you thought about how to write the mission report? Finkel turned around and reminded his own captain about the mission. In fact, if Minister Schneider hadn't sent a private message last night, he would have almost forgotten that there was a mission for this trip. Mission? Mingfei had obviously forgotten, and after a moment, his eyes slowly looked at the trash can fixed on the floor. It was empty. That seems to be a mission issued by the school board. I don't remember it clearly. He carefully recalled the mission file that he had thrown directly into the trash can, but then threw it out of his mind. Any questions? He asked. No, it's just, you'd better write a report and hand it in, otherwise the sponsors of the school board will directly trouble you. Oh, then let them do whatever they want. Mingfei didn't care. Anyway, he didn't plan to pay attention to the group of people. He made the Weeping Angels independent because he didn't want to become their tool. Even after the aliens were purified, if these people wanted to become new aliens, they would be Mingfei's next purification target. But then again, I don't seem to have seen the head of the Snake 8 families, the head surnamed Tachibana. Yuan Zisheng said that he was sick and paralyzed in bed and couldn't move. I guess he was scared by you, the captain, or the entire Japanese branch felt ashamed to be suppressed by you, and couldn't think straight for a while. But this is quite normal for the Japanese. They cut their fingers and commit harakiri at any time. Seeing that the captain didn't care about the mission, Finkel also put it behind his mind and said with a chuckle. Slatany let out a deafening roar, like thunder exploding in his ears. The beast began to gallop forward, quickly rising and taking off towards the dark and boundless sky of Tokyo. No matter how bright the lights of the city were, they could not illuminate the heavy black clouds. It was not only the relieved people of the Snake 8 clan who watched the roaring beast leave. On the Rainbow Bridge, which was closed due to damage from the tsunami, there were also people looking up at the plane moving away until it disappeared into the gloomy sky. He was tall and straight, wearing a black kimono. The white headlights hit him, casting a long shadow on the empty bridge. His pale face, which should have been smiling, showed a ferocious and angry look, like an angry devil, which made people shudder. It seems that from the moment the child appeared in Tokyo, he was no longer under your control, Mr. Wang Jiang. Wang Jiang turned around coldly and saw that his driver's eyes were shining with golden light, and his sight was as bright as the light of a flashlight. The driver was a man, but the voice he made was a soft female voice. The experimental field where you made substitutes and studied Deadpool has been destroyed. Senior Carters died or fled. The power of the Ghost Clan is also being cleared and hunted down by the 8 snake families. You are doomed, Mr. Wang Jiang. The person controlling the driver said. Don't jump to conclusions too early, Ms. Gloria, I still have a chance of winning. Wang Jiang said coldly, Sacred bones, I still have a sacred bone. But even the White High Priest has fallen, and the child even left Japan with the priceless Dragon Bone Cross. Are you sure that piece of flesh and blood can still work? Yes. Absolutely. The power controlled by the White King is the ultimate spiritual power. Although this element is illusory to us, each individual separated from him contains his spirit and can share part of the power of the White Emperor. Wang Jiang's voice became excited. I still have many cards to play. Don't really think that a few little ghosts together can overturn the chessboard I have laid out for decades. You're a little out of control, Dr. Herzog. Gloria reminded softly. ... It seems that the kid has brought you a lot of pressure. Although I don't want to admit it, he is indeed our common and terrible enemy now. So, the cooperation will not be terminated? Of course it won't be terminated, Dr. Herzog. That's good. When he returns to Japan, there will be an army to kill him. The king said coldly. Speaking of the army, Gloria suddenly sighed softly. As a collaborator, a distinguished adult asked me to give you a piece of advice. Advice? Never fight with that kid in the dungeon. Chapter 138 Conversation. The winter mornings in Illinois are always foggy. The Bermuda lawns are still green and lush, with drops of crystal water condensing on the grass. On the 4th day after returning to Castle College, the returning Weeping Angels Club was reintegrated into the atmosphere of Castle College. It can be said that they were integrated, but 4 of the 5 people in the Weeping Angels Club did not go to class. Ronald Tang and Yuan Xin were assigned to Castle's advanced training class after their identities were confirmed because they had training certificates issued by the Japanese branch. Because Mingfei asked Lao Tang to take office as soon as possible, Shuizhan and Finkel began to give him admission training not long after Lao Tang had chosen a room after returning to the college. Before, he thought this was a superpower university, and the principal was a superman and the leader was an angel. Unexpectedly, the truth was even more outrageous than he imagined. He was not your gifted superpower boy, crossed out, but a cub with the blood of a big winged lizard flowing in his body. Then the whole academy was full of dragon blood cubs like this. This group of righteous dragon blood cubs wanted to overthrow the rule of the evil giant lizard. The entrance training lasted about an afternoon and ended with complaints, dirty talk and cold jokes. Shuizhan was a little embarrassed. He trained seriously, and Finger was witty beside him. But no matter what, old Tang still accepted his identity as a mixed blood, and then began to study the various alchemy textbooks and books that Mingfei brought back from the library. Yuan Xinyu did not need training, nor did she go to class. She just stayed quietly in her room in the Black Moon Hall waiting for Lu Mingfei's visit. However, before Lu Mingfei's visit, the commissioners of the executive department came to him first. According to normal procedures, students like Lu Mingfei, who were exchange students on the surface but actually return from top-secret missions, usually have a vacation of 5 to 10 days to adjust their mentality and relax their nerves. All the class schedules during this period will be automatically requested by Norma, and then stamped by the head of the executive department. But, at least in Schneider's opinion, Lu Mingfei and his team seemed to really treat this trip to Japan as an ordinary exchange student study trip, and did not give any report to the executive department during these 15 days. Schneider even waited patiently for 3 days, thinking that this mission was too difficult and complicated, and S-level needed time to write a serious report. In the end, there was still nothing, and even the Angel Club he founded did not attract much public opinion and attention in the college when he came back. But it was normal to think about it. The boss of the news department was in the S-level club. I'm afraid he had completely become an S-level lackey after this trip to Japan. But no matter what, Schneider had to invite Lu Mingfei to question him. I want to ask you to give me an explanation. According to the report of the specialist who picked you up on the plane, the mission document has been delivered to you. Then why didn't you give any report to the executive department? In Minister Schneider's private office, he questioned Lu Mingfei, who looked calm, and his heavy breathing sounded like the hoarse scream of a worn-out hairdryer. Many students are afraid of Minister Schneider, including the specialists in the executive department. No one dares to face his cold eyes that seem to bury an iceberg. I didn't do that mission. I took a look at the written document and threw it into the trash can. Lu Mingfei answered calmly. Schneider was stunned. He thought Lu Mingfei would say that the mission was too dangerous and too difficult, so he responded passively. He never thought that the other party would actually throw the mission document into the trash can. The 2 executive department specialists guarding the door were secretly shocked when they heard this, thinking, wow, he is worthy at being an S-level, and he easily did what we dare not do. Then you should have seen the S-class top secret level marked on the mission document, right? Discarding mission records at all will lead to information leakage. According to the Academy's rules and regulations, you have to ask Principal Ange. I threw it into the trash can of his private plane. I don't know who cleaned it up. Are you done asking? If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I have an experiment to do. Lu Mingfei frowned slightly. He thought he was called here because of news about heretics or aliens, but he didn't expect it to be for such a boring thing. So he stood up and wanted to leave. Wait a minute. Schneider shouted coldly, suppressing his anger. Then what is your reason for refusing to carry out the mission? Because it's not necessary. What do you mean by not necessary? I'm a soldier. If the mission requires me to purify a heretic organization or some awakened alien, I don't mind helping them clean it up. But they seem to think that I'm a tool and weapon that can clear obstacles and consolidate their centralized rule. They give me orders to be a spy. This is not my strong point. Lu Mingfei said calmly, excuse me, can I leave now? Let's go. Also, remember, I will report what you said today to the school board truthfully. The mission you threw into the trash can was directly issued by the school board. I have borne enough pressure for you in the past half-month. Minister Schneider said coldly, with a bad look on his face. Lu Mingfei raised his eyebrows, walked out of the office of the director of the executive department without looking back, and ended this unpleasant conversation. He had no ill will towards Schneider, who was a ruthless avenger who had been hurt by the aliens. However, at present, it seemed that he was somewhat restrained by the guys on the board of directors. On the surface, the executive department is a cold and ruthless department of Castle Academy, but in reality, it is still the lackey of the board of directors. I should get to know the people on the board of directors when I have a chance, and see which of them wants to become the new alien first. Oh, right. I have to find time to go to the equipment department to see how the research of the model armor is going. It has been almost a month since I bought the alchemy book. If the vice principal can't do it, I will take the book back to Sergeant Tang to study. Lu Mingfei wanted to go back to the Black Moon Hall directly, but then he remembered that the drawings of the model armor had been handed over to the equipment department for almost 2 months, and he didn't know how the research was going. There should be a test drive version out of the factory, right? Lu Mingfei was a little looking forward to it. The model armor is the combat armor driven by the Battle Sisters. It is positioned similarly to the Dreadnought Brother or Centurion armor in the Astartes, and is a powerful war machine. From the perspective of the people in his hometown, it was more like a large combat exoskeleton. Although Mingfei submitted the relevant drawings, it only had an appearance and an empty shell, and the internal system inside could not be fully described like a grenade launcher. However, the guys in the equipment department did not care about these. They were all amazed at the unique design of the model armor, and immediately started related research work after some discussion. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 139 Unit, -01, 4K. From the library's elevator, we went straight down to the ice cellar. This is where Castle Academy stores various precious alchemical products. Mingfei played with his S-level student ID card in his hand. He had enough authority to visit, but now he was more concerned about the progress of the production of the model armor. He continued to go down from the special passage outside the ice cellar, took the elevator for nearly 10 minutes to cross 9 different isolation layers, and finally arrived at Walheim, which was hidden 200 meters deep under the academy. The ministers were very satisfied and proud of these 9 isolation layers that could resist attacks from various methods such as the US military's earth-penetrating bombs, solar sunspot storms, nuclear bomb explosion radiation, and biological toxic weapons. They believed that even if the end of the world came, Walheim would still be safe and sound, and would preserve the human fire like Noah's Ark in the Bible. But Mingfei felt that the depth of 200 meters was too shallow. It was estimated that it could not even withstand the orbital strikes of warships, let alone the extinction order. This represents the complete destruction of a planet. The explosion of a large torpedo that can drill into the core of the planet will induce core instability and destroy the entire planet. Of course, under normal circumstances, the extermination order will not be signed casually. Every colonizable planet is a precious treasure. Unless it is highly polluted by chaos or the planet is full of green skin spores, the Empire will consider issuing an extermination order to eliminate future troubles. However, in terms of the technological level of the hometown at the beginning of the 3rd millennium, this level of defense is almost enough. Moreover, although the cold universe has reached the end of the 41st millennium, the technology has long been stagnant, and the development depends entirely on archaeological research and reverse research of lost technology from the golden age of mankind. This time, the person guarding the entrance of the equipment department did not wear fancy armor like Kamen Rider or Super Sentai, but wore a decent red standard military uniform, with a black cape behind that back nailed to the golden shiny epaulets, and a hollow golden wing pattern painted on the collar. The only awkward thing was that his mask under the white helmet only covered his eyes, which was a bit confusing. In Mingfei's opinion, it had no protective effect except for being locked in the head by the enemy at the first time. Hello. You must be classmate Mingfei. I've heard of your S-class and your violent aesthetic design for a long time, but I didn't expect to see you today when I'm on duty. I'm a 2004 alchemical engineering graduate from Castle College, Zamira, a British man, and I'm in charge of today's duty. After seeing Mingfei walk out of the elevator door, he immediately stood up and walked forward, holding Mingfei's hand with his white-gloved hand and shaking it, although he didn't speak Chinese fluently. Mingfei nodded politely in response while moving his eyes down, and sure enough, he saw a blue and white bolt pistol hanging on the other's belt. The guys in the equipment department have already regarded wearing a bolt gun as a symbol of macho, just like when the Star Wars prequel was released. Everyone hung a lightsaber on their waists, and said that the Force is with you when they met. You must be here for the Wing 0 unit, -01. Zamil's face was full of excitement. To be honest, everyone is looking forward to it, because even the Vice President has participated in the manufacturing of Unit, -01 this time, Wing 0. Mingfei was stunned. Oh. I forgot to tell you. Wing 0 is our internal name for the exemplary armor. Zamil explained, while pushing open the entrance door of the equipment department to invite Mingfei in, and reporting the situation to the director. Breathing the pure air that had been dust removed, ionized, purified and humidified, Mingfei did not take a leisurely tour like he did several times before, but went directly to the Fantasy Manifestation Experimental Department. This is an additional department added by the equipment department among many regular research departments, and it is also that department with the second highest research funding consumption. They are all deeply addicted to cartoons, special effects TV dramas, video games and science fiction movies, and naturally they will inevitably want to take out some of the cool things in them to realize them. They are very motivated to do this, and sometimes even affect the progress of the current project of the equipment department. However, the priority of the exemplar armor project has been raised to the highest level. A big reason for this is the personal participation of the Vice President. In addition, Mingfei's stunning and seemingly logical design style has given these psychopaths who would rather drive for 3 hours than have a woman for a lifetime full of motivation. I'm fighting your mother. I want whiskey, not Coke. Do you want me to get diabetes by drinking saccharin as water? Under the guidance of a researcher from the equipment department, the door of the fantasy manifestation experiment department opened, and Mingfei immediately heard the Vice President's angry curse. But the sugar content of Coke is less than 12%, and it's not saccharin but caramel. Drinking 500 milliliters of Coke a day can relieve your negative emotions, make you energetic, and it also helps your blood vessels to constrict and increase your blood pressure. Oh shit. My blood pressure is already high enough to face you these days. Vice President Master Nicholas Flamel looked at the large glass of bubbling Coke and fried chicken fries brought to him by a researcher, and his forehead was throbbing. This bunch of psychopaths breathes multiple purified air, drinks distilled and 13 filtered water, but only eats junk food, but they also try to prove that hamburgers, fries, cola and fried chicken are healthy foods. Hey! Champion Lou is here. Someone noticed Mingfei's arrival, and everyone's eyes were immediately focused on him, as if they were looking at and selecting fresh pork on the market chopping board. Mingfei didn't care about these, his eyes were fixed on the black metal creation in the center of the venue. The model armor, the exoskeleton combat armor whose development code name is called Flying Wing 0 Unit 01. The overall appearance of the armor is similar to the design drawings given by Mingfei. It looks like a combat robot more than 2 meters tall, but it is actually controlled by humans. The conspicuous humanoid control cabin is located on the chest of the armor, and the heavy chest armor with golden carvings is fixed to the side and has not been installed yet. Hey, S-Class, you're just in time. We were just about to find you today to test the sensor system of Unit -01. The person in charge of the development of this armor is Deputy Director Carl, who greeted Mingfei happily. Since the accident of the last test of the burst gun, everyone unanimously decided that these things should be tested by professionals. Even if they're quite cool things, they don't want to take risks. How much is the completion? Mingfei asked. Not so fast. These lunatics are endlessly adding weapon systems, and I have to keep working on alchemy arrays. Even if you are not Angie's illegitimate child, you must be his younger brother, otherwise there is no reason to ask me to come here and build gum down with these lunatics. The vice president spoke, and this alchemist, who usually looks like a sloppy old cowboy, rarely changed into a solemn black alchemy robe with silver edges, and the dark red philosopher's stone totem on his chest shone with a faint luster. Hello, Vice President. Mingfei bowed slightly and greeted the vice president politely. Okay, let's take care of your Gundam. When the time comes, drive it to kill a few third-generation or second-generation species and bring them back for me to study. The vice president waved his hand and reluctantly buried his head in a hamburger and collar in front of him to replenish his energy. The consumption of mental and brain power to engrave the alchemical matrix is indeed huge. Then please ask Champion Lu to put on our biological link battlesuit and personally experiment with the control system of Unit -01. After the vice president expressed his opinion, Deputy Director Carl said happily. The researcher next to him took out a jumpsuit with tight fiber and metal shell parts spliced together, which also had clear alchemical A patterns. Mingfei stripped himself clean and put on this cold and tight jumpsuit, outlining his obvious muscle lines after exercise. This reminded him of the black muscle suit he wore before assembling the power armor. He really turned the nearly 1-ton power armor into a part of his body and moved freely. This dress obviously does not have such technology, and, the crotch is a bit tight, please make it looser next time. Mingfei frowned slightly and stretched his body. Ha, the things these guys make only fit their size. The vice principal laughed strangely while biting French fries in his mouth. Ahem, okay, I have taken note of your improvement suggestions. Now please log into Unit -01. Deputy Director Carl coughed a few times and urged Mingfei to quickly board the model armor. His legs were put into the legs of the armor. With Mingfei's height, he stepped on the bottom of the armor's calves. The heavy metal chest armor was completely matched with the main body of the armor under the force of the automatic mechanical auxiliary arm. Overall, Mingfei looked like a deformed doll with a small head and thin arms. This is the biosensor link that synchronizes the armor's movements, and this is the joystick. A researcher installed a black armor shell on Mingfei's exposed left arm, and Deputy Director Carl personally went forward to connect the various colored lines that were connected to the armor's left arm weapon system. A joystick extended from the back of the armor. Testing begins. Activate the energy power system. Mingfei could feel a clear tremor coming from behind him, which should be the power source of this armor. This is not strictly an exoskeleton armor. We thought about whether to delete this thing and directly convert it into a humanoid combat armor, but considering that the installation of heavy weapons requires a lot of space, we still follow your design. Deputy Director Carl put Mingfei's hand on the joystick. This is the fire control system, press it casually. Anyway, the weapon on the left has not been loaded with ammunition. The left arm of the model armor is not that kind of substantial steel hand, but a rough and ferocious double-barreled explosive bullet burster, and the two ferocious caliber barrels of the cannon are flashing with cold light. Mingfei tried to move his arm. Under the biosensor connection of the armor, the mechanical left arm equipped with weapons swung at a slower speed along with Mingfei's previous movements. Delay of 213 seconds, 94% matching of movements. The result is within expectations. A researcher read out the test data on a tablet, and the psychopaths in the equipment department cheered. Now press the button on the inside of the control sense. Yes, the gray one. Mingfei pressed it, and his left arm trembled immediately. The ammunition feeding device of the double-barreled grenade gun changed, and the iron Graken-shaped container device was connected to the weapon. Weapon rotation module number 2. Purgatory flame mode. The psychopaths were excited. In this mode, the weapon's firing mode is changed to flame jet, but it's not ordinary flame, but refined sulfur flame. This is a special attack mode against dragon enemies. Special flammable sulfur powder extracted by alchemy can be attached to the surface of dragon enemies and penetrate with high temperature of flame, with both burning and erosion negative effects. Sounds good. Mingfei nodded and pressed the gray button with his middle finger again, but the third rotation module did not appear. Only 2 modes are currently installed, so please look forward to new modes in the future. Next, test the auxiliary action system. Deputy Director Carl said, and all the auxiliary arms of the stable model armor were released. Mingfei tried to move his feet. It was easier than he thought to move, and the seemingly tall and heavy upper body of the mecha did not bring him great pressure. The force is 327.9 kilograms. The lifting heavy as if it were light alchemical matrix has taken effect, and the overall weight has been reduced by 86%. The vice principal is awesome. After announcing a series of data, the psychopath cheered again. However, because the right arm has not been installed yet, the armor itself is a little unbalanced, but Mingfei has well controlled it, and the auxiliary movement system of the foot allows Mingfei to run without wasting too much energy. But the flexibility is still insufficient. Mingfei said. Don't worry, the feet of the armor are equipped with high-speed tracks. You only need to start it when you are escaping or chasing. However, the turbocharger system has not been installed yet, so we will not test the top speed of the armor today. Deputy Director Carl said while recording the overall data of the armor, although we like Gundam very much, we are also pragmatic. From the beginning, Unit -01 was positioned as ultimate individual firepower at medium speed. The honeycomb-like launch system on both sides of your head can hold a total of 24 Starlight individual anti-tank missiles, which can provide absolutely explosive and fierce firepower. What about the armor strength? Mingfei was quite satisfied with the armor's firepower system. The Battle Sisters model armor was already famous for its fierce firepower, and it could even burst out the terrifying firepower of the Astartes fearless monk to tear apart all the enemies of the Emperor. But defensor is also very important. Mingfei didn't want this armor to be scrapped after being hit by a few bullets. The main body and legs are protected by composite armor made of depleted uranium alloy and alchemical ceramics. It has been tested by most of the special weapons of Valheim, and its defensor is guaranteed. Deputy Director Carl patted his chest and said, expressing his confidence. Their equipment modification technology is well known throughout the Academy. Even an ordinary PPK pistol can be converted into a single-shot aircraft cannon. Why only most of it? Because the remaining small part is all kinds of high-explosive bombs. If they are detonated, they may blow up the principal's beloved Academy. The fever has subsided, but my throat still hurts, and sometimes I can't taste the food. but I can still type. Chapter 140 Meeting with the Board of Directors. But if we do that, we will definitely have to face the pursuit of the principal and the vice principal at the same time, so we will not use these high explosive bombs easily unless the Dragon King attacks the Academy. The power source of Unit -01 is mainly based on the scorching fire alchemical core, supplemented by an electric turbine drive. This is the best choice after multiple optimizations. Theoretically, it can continue to operate for more than 10 hours when the energy is full. And it has a self-destruct function. When necessary, the alchemical core can be detonated, which can release energy equivalent to about 0.4 tons of TNT equivalent, about the same as a Tomahawk cruise missile. Deputy Director Carl began to introduce the power source of Unit -01. Scorching fire alchemical core? Mingfei pondered this name that sounded mysterious and powerful. Then what is its fuel? The Philosopher's Stone. I remember that this thing is quite precious. You definitely can't use the refined version of fuel. The rough crystal extracted from the bones of dragon blood creatures is enough. The bones of dragon blood creatures? Then can Deadpool's bones be used? Mingfei raised his eyebrows. This batch of rough versions of the Philosopher's Stone was extracted from Deadpool's bones. The last operation you participated in the hospital provided a lot of materials for what Alheim? Deputy Director Carl said. Mingfei thought of the alien Deadpool that he and Shuzaham had wiped out in Japan. Based on the thrifty instinct he developed in the Weepers, Mingfei felt a little regretful. That's a large amount of usable energy fuel. What if the exemplary battle armor can be mass-produced in the future but lacks usable energy? Speaking of bones, Mingfei thought of the White King's dragon bone cross stored in the underground storage room of the Black Moon Hall. It's a pity to use that bone as fuel. In terms of value, it's enough to make all the hybrids start a world war to fight for ownership. Fortunately, not many people know that this dragon bone cross belongs to the White Emperor. How long will it take before it can be officially put into battle? Mingfei asked. The earliest will be the end of January next year. There are still many systems that need to be installed, and the complete operation of the alchemy matrix must be ensured. Deputy Director Carl said. Okay, thank you for your hard work, May on Messiah. Mingfei realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly changed his words. May we move forward together on the road to exterminating the aliens. How was your trip to Japan? After Mingfei walked out of the library door with a pile of heavy alchemy books, he ran into Caesar Gattuso. The smile of this nobleman seemed to be always so warm, and his golden hair was brighter than the sun. I can only say that I'm a little busy. Mingfei said calmly. Also congratulations on becoming the new president of the student union. Caesar took over as the new president of the student union 4 days ago, just the day when the Weeping Angels Club returned to the college. As the saying goes, a new official takes 3 fires when he takes office. As soon as Caesar took over the student union, he carried out drastic reforms, reunified and integrated all departments, cut off irrelevant departments and funding expenses, and allocated them to departments with potential and competitiveness. In less than 2 days, the heir of the Gattuso family showed his strong leadership and courage, and condensed the student union into a powerful chariot, and the target it wanted to hit was naturally the Lionheart Club, a long-established club in Castle College. A strong smell of gunpowder permeated the campus, and the 2 student organizations were preparing for a confrontation that was about to break out at any time. Of course, the confrontation between the clubs was not a duel, and the one who was still standing after the big fight between the 2 sides won. But it was a comprehensive development victory, such as making all the lists of Castle College stained with the name of the student union, or comparing the number of victories of the teams of various clubs in various large and small competitions. The struggle between the 2 clubs also affected other clubs in the college. With the huge financial injection from Chairman Caesar, the student union is offering very generous conditions to continuously recruit and conquer other small clubs or students without clubs in the college, and its power is growing day by day. This also includes the Weeping Angels. Mingfei and Shuzaham have become the targets that both sides want to win over. An S-class with absolutely strong bloodline and ability that can split an armored vehicle, and an A-class that cannot be underestimated when packaged together. Since they returned to school, they have been receiving invitations to the Black Moon Hall. Although Mingfei is not very interested in this little fight, he has to admit that the atmosphere of students constantly throwing their heads on blood to prove themselves elite is really good. Finkel said that this atmosphere is like the Lion Academy and the Eagle Academy competing for the Hallworth College Cup. Everyone is excited. This also affects the Weeping Angels Regiment. The recruitment of fresh blood has become more troublesome. Fortunately, Shuzahang is now exchanging swordsmanship in the Kendo department, and should be able to tap into pure warrior talents. In addition to integrating the student union, Chairman Caesar also disbanded the dance department and used his power to add a lace girl dance troupe. As soon as this new department, which Finkel called Caesar's Harem Group, was established, it triggered a wave of selecting concubines in the college. Even Manstein, the director of the discipline committee, was alarmed. He entered the amber hall with a dark face and had a friendly conversation with Chairman Caesar. When he came out, he saw a sloppy old cowboy with shining eyes. But this still couldn't stop the girls who came to participate in the entrance examination. Even the midwinter of December couldn't hide their beautiful figures wearing hollow white silk. Finkel also took Lao Tang to experience the beauty of college life. After being caught by Lumenfei, he immediately cut off justice and loudly denounced this shameless behavior of evil capitalism. "You seem to have any suggestions for me?" Caesar said with a smile, his deep blue eyes as beautiful as the ocean looked directly at Lumenfei. "It's not a suggestion, just a reminder." Lumenfei's expression remained unchanged. "Excessive indulgence and desires will lead to depravity." "Indulgence, Caesar's smile was a little lost. "You don't think that I'm setting up a dance troupe to start, a harem, right? This is your personal freedom. I'm just reminding you because you might be an excellent warrior." After Lumenfei finished speaking, he took the alchemy books piled up like a tower in his arms and walked away. He had a good impression of Caesar's image and personal management ability, so he just reminded him. "You must have misunderstood something," Caesar followed with a wry smile. "My original intention of setting up a dance troupe was to appreciate the art of dance, not to be a stud and start a harem. Okay, let's not talk about this. Are you interested in joining the student union?" He told Lumenfei the purpose of his visit. "As long as you join the student union, you will be the vice president of the student union." "Sorry, I'm not interested in this. There are still many things in my own battle group that I need to take care of myself." Lumenfei shook his head and rejected Caesar's invitation. "Well, although I have expected this result," Caesar's handsome face showed a helpless look, and then changed the subject. "I heard that 2 trainees from the Japanese branch directly joined your club." "Yes." Before Lumenfei finished speaking, the mobile phone in his pocket rang. "You have a new message, please check it." Lumenfei frowned slightly, and Caesar stretched out his hand to share the weight of the books for him, so that he could take out his mobile phone to check the text messages. "Dear Cartos. Lu, this is a notification communication. You will go to the small town of Portofino, Italy in 2 days to accept the summons of the school board. The special plane will stop at the special airport of Castle College. For specific details, please ask Principal Hilbert G. Nangas who is traveling with you. Don't worry about your attendance, anyway, you have never worried about this problem. Your sincere Eva." Lumenfei didn't expect that this text message was actually sent by Finkel's wetware girlfriend. The other party seemed to have a very high authority in the college, and the way she spoke had a bit of Finkel's funny and playful flavor. Portofino, he whispered the place name to himself. He didn't expect to meet the people from Castle College so soon. "Do you have a mission to go to Portofino?" Caesar held the alchemy book. "Compared to a mission, that place is more suitable for vacation. It's also my hometown." "It's not a mission. The board of directors said they want to summon me." Lumenfei took the book back from Caesar's arms. "Summon? It seems that your club has done something incredible in Japan this time," Caesar said. "The board of directors personally summons students studying at Castle College, and you're the first person. I heard from Finkel that your family is also on the board of directors." "Yes, Frost, the board member of the Gattuso family, is also my uncle." "What kind of person is he?" "It's hard for me to comment. Maybe you'll know if you meet him in person." Caesar's mouth corners suddenly curled up slightly, as if he thought of something happy. "Say hello to my uncle for me, in your own way. If there's a chance." Lumenfei did not refuse. The two said goodbye, and Lumenfei returned to the room of Old Tang, the alchemy sergeant of the Holy Blood Museum, holding the pile of alchemy books. So many again. Old Tang had a bitter face. College life was certainly wonderful, but the study tasks arranged by Captain Lu are equally heavy. "How does it feel?" The more I read, the more I feel that I have indeed lost a piece of memory." Old Tang's face became strange. "I don't know how to describe it. It's like a top student who has lost his memory doing elementary school addition and subtraction math problems. Although he doesn't know what these things are, he can do them immediately. So these books are addition and subtraction math problems for you." To be precise, I just did a lot of addition and subtraction math problems with a lot of mistakes. I even had to rewrite a new alchemy book. Old Tang helplessly raised the notebook on the table, which was full of formulas and characters that dazzled Mingfei. Very good, keep it up. Mingfei was very satisfied. But I don't seem to have the superpowers like you. I feel that if I want to materialize these written knowledge, I need some kind of superpower to assist. Speaking of superpowers, Old Tang's eyes lit up, and he seemed to envy the deputy captain's ability to push fireballs and the Fingal brothers' ability to grow bigger and harder. Chapter 141. Entering the fantasy world again. I can ask Fingal to teach you the knowledge of the word spirit course, and see if you can find a way to awaken the word spirit. Mingfei thought about it, and it was true. For an alchemist sergeant, not only must he have the corresponding knowledge, but he must also have the corresponding ability. Just like the technical sergeants in the regiment, when they became masterties, they were sent to the headquarters of the Mechanicus, Mars, for further study. After dozens of Terran years of study, they graduated and returned to the regiment, responsible for the manufacture and maintenance of various types of war equipment in the armory. Although the mechanized transformation of the body and the belief in the god of all machines will inevitably cause some distance between them and other fighting brothers, Mingfei still respects these predecessors very much, because the weeps have not received regular supplies for many years. Many weapons and equipment are repaired and refurbished by technical sergeants and reused. Hehe, good. Old Tang laughed and began to look forward to what kind of superpowers he would awaken in the future. Oh no, it's the word spirit. Mingfei got up and left, heading for the room of the source girl. As a redeemer, Mingfei treated him quite well, provided that his words could really achieve the effect Mingfei wanted. You're here. Yuan Xinyu sat on the bed and stared at Mingfei, who opened the door, and spoke softly. It seemed that she had been waiting for a long time. I've been dealing with the matters of the alchemist sergeants these days. Mingfei calmly sat down on the chair beside the bed. It's your turn next. I hope your ability can achieve the effect I expect, otherwise you will be of no value to the regiment. I understand. I will do my best to atone for your sins. Yuan Xin said softly, my word spirit. The dream taper can turn dreams into an extremely real mental cage. Those affected by the dream taper will be immersed in this dream and unable to escape. For targets with weak mental power, I can drag them into any nightmare dream created by me and kill them, but for targets with strong mental power, he paused slightly, you can only passively enter the other's dream, but this is also extremely dangerous for me, because my personal consciousness will also be trapped in it, and losing control is equivalent to mental death. This is how Feng Jianli's spiritual personality was shattered. This is the spiritual power world spirit controlled by the descendants of the White King. It sounds very dangerous. It can silently wipe out a person's spirit and cause death. For ordinary people, there is always a soft and warm memory, or a terrifying and thrilling memory deep in their hearts. The dream taper can start from here, drag the other party's spirit into it and then kill him fatally. For example, when you are having a warm dinner with your lover or family in a dream, your lover suddenly takes out a sharp knife and stabs you in the chest with a smile. What about the choice in the dream? Is it based on your choice or my choice? Mingfei didn't care about this. His soul has fought for the empire and mankind for 100 years, and has been tempered to be tough and unyielding in countless battles with aliens, heretics, and traitors. Even in the Black Fury illusion, he has never fallen into the laughter of the Chaos Blood God, not to mention the mere spiritual power of the Dragon alien. Under normal circumstances, the dream taper will prioritize the memory of your past when you had the biggest emotional fluctuations and faced death the most recently, but the mortality rate of this dream is equally dangerous. Before Yuan Xin finished speaking, she was interrupted by Mingfei. What are the conditions for removing this word spirit? Is it up to you to decide, or do we have to wait until the target is completely dead before we can remove it? Under normal circumstances, I can take the initiative to remove the word spirit, but if a higher level power intervenes, at this point, Yuan Xin's face suddenly turned pale and her body trembled slightly, just like Feng Jianli. When he realized that he couldn't kill you in your dream, he tried to remove the word spirit but failed. There was some supreme power that restricted him from passively following your dream until his spirit died and his personality was shattered. Higher level power intervened. Mingfei frowned slightly. To be honest, this term gave him a bad impression. Especially when eradicating evil heretical sects on remote planets, this so-called power often represents abominable subspace creatures. But he was relieved when he recalled that dream. That golden thunder, that thunderous declaration, such a great power should come from the great emperor. You don't have to worry about that now. The point now is that I need you to be able to accurately drag me into the memory fragment I specify, which is why I keep you in the regiment. Lu Mingfei said. The power of the word spirit of Yuan Xin may be dangerous and deadly to others, but in his opinion, it is a good way to screen and train new warriors for the future regiment. And there is no better way to hone a warrior than a bloody battle of life and death. Although he has experienced several battles in Japan, it is not enough. Not enough. The cruel battlefields and difficult battles that Lu Mingfei has stepped into will be restored one by one through the word spirit of Yuan Xin. The warriors who will wipe out the dragon aliens and hidden heretics in the future will be home from this hellish illusion. I will try my best. Now please close your eyes and concentrate on recalling a certain memory of your past. Yuan Xin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. This is also dangerous for him. Lu Mingfei's memory, he doesn't know why the nightmare scene that looks like a science fiction war appears. Just like the dream that Feng Jianli experienced, the other party was a super soldier wearing heavy metal armor, and he was just a helpless slave holding a laser gun, and he didn't even know how he died in the end. Okay. Lu Mingfei nodded, took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Xu Zihan, saying that he and Yuan Xin were conducting some kind of word spirit experiment, and tried not to let others disturb them, even the principal was no exception. Then he closed his eyes, and his mind was like a stone sinking into the water, slowly swimming towards the huge and long memory in his heart. A moment later, a soft singing sounded in his ears, and Yuan Xin seemed to be singing an ethereal and hypnotic ballad, and the transparent field of the dream taper was opening. The peaceful and fresh air was fading, replaced by turbid smoke and dust covered with yellow sand, and a deafening roar. Boom boom, Lu Mingfei opened his eyes again and saw the yellow sand and the dim sky. The strong wind with gravel hit his body like a knife, and the barren loess wasteland flashed by quickly on both sides of his vision. Wah! The inhuman excited roar came to his ears, drowning out the whistling wind. Lu Mingfei turned his head and saw a group of sturdy green figures holding their weapons high and laughing. Under their feet, the rough, wild, huge, and red-painted metal chariots were galloping all the way in this wasteland. He was tied and hung on the front of the chariot, like a kite about to break off the line in the strong wind, and the weight of his whole body was supported by a crude rope. Once the rope broke, he would be crushed into meat paste by the high-speed rotating metal roller covered with spikes under the front of the chariot. 41 meters 875. Lu Mingfei came to this dark and cruel universe for the third year. At present, except for the stuffy nose, runny nose and weakness in the limbs, he has almost recovered. All fighting brothers, please take care of your health and drink more hot water. Chapter 142. Memories of the original Synopsis. Lu Mingfei didn't want to pursue the origin of his soul coming to this dark universe, as it was in the past. His current identity was a human slave of the green-skinned alien. He was being hung on this rough and wild heavy-armored chariot as a decoration for this drag race, and under him was the death roller that was spinning rapidly at speed. This planet was called Synopsis, a marginal industrial world with a huge national religion. However, 3 years ago, the evil green tide broke through here, and the emperor's statue was toppled and replaced with various ugly and blasphemous green totems and loggers. After cleaning and replenishing supplies, the war boss who formed this green-skinned army continued his war journey among the stars. And this world that could forge equipment was handed over to a leader under him for management. As for the remaining humans, the leader rarely killed them all, but left them as slaves for work. Lu Mingfei's face was calm, and his eyes searched for the figure of the source girl. As expected, Yuan Xin, who was also used as a decoration, was seen on another vehicle with a pale face. Although he was tied to the vehicle with a higher safety factor, unlike Lu Mingfei, who would be crushed into meat paste by the death roller if he fell off, he had to endure the deafening noise pollution, because the one who used him as a decoration was a Malkswa noise chariot. The chariot, which was completely painted red and looked like it was made of a pile of metal scraps, was hung with several rusty huge horns. The green-skinned orc boys in strange costumes held instruments with sharp knives or that could spit flames, and the howling wind in the wasteland, the sound of the vehicle engine, and the roar of the orc boys formed a deafening carnival song. The experiment was successful. You can freely choose your dream. Can I cancel the dream now? I can still control the power of dreams now. After the journey as a decoration ended, the surviving human slaves were thrown back to the shrink nest. After the whipping boy left, Yuan Xin almost collapsed and asked in a trembling voice. Why are you so scared? I think with your fighting ability, you shouldn't feel this way when facing these aliens. If it were in the past, Mingfei might cry like the other surviving human slaves, or follow them to pray to the great emperor. But now he looked calm, and he didn't know what fear was. He even thought in his mind, which of the aliens called Deadpool in his hometown is more capable as a single soldier than the green-skinned orcs here. The snake-like Deadpool in Japan might be able to fight with the slightly stronger orcs with the Cleaver Boy and gain the upper hand, but the greenskins are not just the Cleaver Boy as a basic soldier. They can run rampant in this dark universe because of their terrifying numbers. The reproduction speed of wildfires cannot be extinguished, spring breeze blows and regenerates, and the incredible science and technology. This is your dream. In your dream, I don't have the high-blooded body in reality. This is how Feng Jianli's personality collapsed, Yuan Xin whispered fearfully. For a warrior, courage should be above strength, not completely dependent on strength. You'll lack the training of courage. Mingfei said. Courage is meaningless in the face of the gap in strength. Yuan Xin whispered. Then at least you can choose to die standing up. Mingfei turned around and walked towards the depths of the crowded and dim slave nest. Most of the greenskins don't like to live in the dark and crowded nest. They prefer to race outside the wasteland of the earth and fight happily under the watchful eyes of the second brother. So except for the skilled tyrant boy and the labor of art spirit who were tinkering with weapons in the foundry of the nest, the other greenskins set up camps outside the nest. Captured human slaves were also thrown here to be used as coolies, but soon, under the whips of the whipping boys, equivalent to slave owners, the cruel entertainment of the orc boys, or the big mouth of Scooja, the number of human slaves was rapidly decreasing. Mingfei still remembers how desperate he was when he first came to this world. Cowardly and timid by nature, he was almost driven crazy by the background that was completely inconsistent with the theme of time travel in online novels. Later, in order to return to his peaceful and prosperous hometown, he survived under the humiliation and torture of the green-skinned orcs. Maybe it was luck, maybe other humans wanted him, a child of 12 years old, to live longer, or maybe the greenskins simply wanted him, a funny little shrimp, to grow up, but there were always people who were dragged away by the greenskins in front of Mingfei and never came back. Mingfei just stared blankly, huddled in a dark corner, half confused and half unconsciously comforting himself, saying that it was a good thing for them to die early and be liberated, so that they could return to the throne of the emperor soon. Then he fell asleep in anxiety, hoping that he would not be eaten by Skug tomorrow, or that he could return to his familiar hometown after waking up. God Emperor, please send down your divine gift and save your devout believers, great Lord of humanity. The hateful aliens are trampling on your people. I beg you to spread your glory and destroy them. God on the golden throne, walking in this slave's nest, Mingfei could hear the crying, pleading and praying of the human slaves curled up in the corner anytime and anywhere. He hoped that everyone would be safe and sound, and all the believers were saying Emperor bless, hoping that the emperor would come forward to protect them in a personal form, but Mingfei knew that this was impossible. The emperor's existence is to protect the entire human species, and a single believer is meaningless to him. But people still hold on to hope, and pray to the great being who sits on the golden throne, faces the destructive power of the supreme heaven, that is, the warp, illuminates the galaxy with the light of the star torch, and protects the human species, but is troubled. This fact is both sad and desperate, and realizing this is enough to defeat the souls of all believers. But this will only make Mingfei's belief more firm. He is a weeper, the Emperor's angel of death, and the only protective barrier for mankind in front of the dark galaxy. They want to share the worries of the Emperor, and like the Primary Sages, they must do their best and save every human being. So the weeps are willing to sacrifice themselves for mortals, and weep with tears for the humans they cannot save. The feelings and actions that other warpens think are stupid and cowardly are the meaning of the weep's existence. This belief has been integrated into Mingfei's soul. Even if he returns to his hometown and loses his superhuman body and power armor, Mingfei still has the courage to hold the crudely assembled chainsaw sword and launch a fearless charge against the false god. Suffering is prayer. Faith is protection. Be firm in your faith. Only those who have been tested and pious, he on the golden throne will send his angel of death to save us. In the crowd, there were bishops of the state religion who were reading the emperor's work aloud, firmly maintaining the fragile faith of the slaves under torture. Mingfei despised these bishops. Compared with other slaves with sallow faces and skinny bodies, they were rosy-cheeked, and their fat bodies were wrapped in gorgeous state religion robes. In the past, when he was an astator, he might not have noticed this. But now that he is emotionally perfect, he himself is adhering to the will of the emperor's watch and blessing. In his opinion, these state religion bishops are nothing but despicable people who use the emperor's glory to seek personal gain. Only he really gets. After a moment, Mingfei realized his emotional fluctuations and loss of composure, and immediately calmed himself down to calm down. What should we do next? The source girl who had been following him suddenly spoke in a low voice. Take them away. Although these bishops are despicable, they did say one thing right. Soon, the Emperor's angel of death will come to save these poor human slaves. The Astartes warriors of the two companies of the weeks will discover this planet occupied by the orcs tomorrow. Having experienced the shadow of the Corinth slaughterhouse no. 3 accident, they will not hesitate to airdrop and start desperate rescue. After becoming an Astartes of the Weepers, Mingfei heard this tragic story from other predecessors. Slaughterhouse no. 3 is an industrial world occupied by greenskins. Countless human slaves are enslaved by orcs. The Weeks fought desperately with the greenskin orcs to save them. After rescuing millions of human slaves, they found that their vehicles could not take all the slaves away. But the Weeks were unwilling to give up these people and decided to stay and fight, even if they died in the siege of the endless greenskin reinforcements. After witnessing the noble sons of Centaurs dying for them one after another, the rescued people were unwilling to let these noble angels become their burial objects, and knelt down to beg for the blessing of death, so that they could die gloriously as free people of the Empire, rather than being tools of ugly aliens. The Weeks had to accept this result. For the Weepers, it was a tragic failure. In one operation, more than 2/3 of the expeditionary warriors were lost, and only less than 1/10 of the people were rescued. For this reason, they even refused the Iron Halo granted to them by the Ultramarines chapter master himself, which aroused the disgust of a large number of Ultramarines. I can feel the emotional fluctuations in your heart that you want to change everything, but this is a fictional dream, and your behavior can't really change anything. The source girl whispered. This is not to change anything, this is just what I should do, whether in reality or in a dream. Mingfei said, this is also your test. My trial. I think you should be very clear now what your mission is in our regiment. Remember everything you see, let it become part of your memory, and all new members of the regiment will be tested in courage and combat on this dream battlefield. Mingfei said. Good news, Superman Henry Cavill is going to make a Warhammer movie. Chapter 143. Memories of the Original Sotes, Part 2. The Battle of the Lamenters to save the human slaves of Sotes was equally tragic, because it took too much time to go deep into the hive to search for the surviving humans. As a result, under the subsequent support and siege of the green-skinned orcs, 200 Lamenters Astartes died and only 63 were left. Mingfei didn't want to see these future blood brothers suffer heavy losses, even if it was just a dream. In addition, this dream really needs to shape a battle. Then, what are you going to do? The people here don't seem to have much fighting power, it's obvious that they are not the opponents of those beast-like guys. Yuan Xin asked in a low voice. They just lack courage like you. And what you see is not all. Mingfei said, searching for the figures of some special people in the crowd. Among the only 300,000 human slaves left, there is still a small number of elites of the Star Army. Now there should be about 200 people left. In the previous raid on the Hive communication system, the escort of the remaining astropaths to send a rescue communication to the Star District headquarters was almost wiped out. Astropaths are the only way and means to communicate across galaxies, but it was also because of this communication operation that the Weeks received a distress signal and came to support. Hey! You! Shrimp! A sharp and strange cry interrupted Mingfei's thoughts. He turned his head and saw the short green creature that called him. It had pointed ears and a nose, and an ugly appearance. Its narrow eyes stared at Mingfei, and its mouth with tiny fangs grinned cunningly. Fart spirits, the lowest creatures among the green-skinned aliens, usually exist as slaves and food. They have low combat power and are weak. An adult man can easily kill a fart spirit. Come kneel down and be a squig for the little freak, shrimp. The fart spirit laughed and screamed. It was very happy that the little shrimp was still alive. Its favorite thing to do is to use the shrimp as a mount and ride him to feel the awe of other shrimps. Mingfei was able to live in this world for the 3rd year because of his cowardice and timidity. The greenskins were an alien race that enjoyed fighting and fighting. They had no interest in the timid and humble shrimps. On the contrary, the slaves who resisted could attract their attention and then be dragged out to be used as consumables for the orc boys to fight for fun. Mingfei glanced at the little fart spirit coldly and stepped forward indifferently to give his response. His palm was like a cold and ruthless shackle, locking the neck of the skinny fart spirit. The fart spirit kicked its legs and struggled painfully, but soon stopped. The metal knife hanging on its waist was taken away by Lumenfei's other hand and pierced its head. This simple and neat killing method is not a special skill for the residents of the Hive City. Many children who grew up in the Hive City gang struggles can learn this technique. But it is another matter to attack this fart spirit. Many human slaves recognized the fart spirit. It was the rarest thing of the orc overseers who managed this area. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before beating the dog. Killing it would undoubtedly attract the anger of the overseers. Throwing away the fart spirit's body as if it were trash, Lumenfei grabbed the crude metal knife and soon caught a look of fear from some slaves who were different from those of other slaves. You should be the Astra Militarum of the 6th Regiment of Sotes. He walked up to a middle-aged man and asked based on his vague memory of the past. Now it's the 1st Regiment, and all those who can still fight have been integrated together. The man corrected him, his upper body covered with various scars, and his dirty and dark skin could not cover his eagle-like sharp eyes. You should clean up the trouble you caused yourself, and don't think of dragging us into the water. We don't want to attract the attention of these green-skinned guys so soon. The veteran of the Astra Militarum did not have any other strange emotions because Lumenfei killed a fart spirit, and warned him coldly. The Emperor's Angel of Revenge will descend on this planet tomorrow to save us. We need to integrate our forces, break out, and save as many people as possible. Lumenfei said calmly, not paying attention to the disrespect in the old soldier's tone. The Emperor's Angel? Tomorrow? The old soldier was excited when he heard this, and his eyes were shining brightly. Although he had never seen it with his own eyes, he had at least heard of those superhuman warriors wearing indestructible armor, representing the embodiment of the will of the great god Emperor. But then he calmed down again and looked at the thin boy in front of him. Why do you know this? Are you a sidekick? Lumenfei didn't want to explain too much to them in the dream, so he just closed his eyes calmly. After a moment, a pair of hazy golden wings stretched slightly from behind him. In addition, a slightly blurry golden halo like the sun appeared behind his head. The sacred breath seemed to be healing the wounds in his body and cleansing his inner soul. Oh my god! You are the Emperor's saint. The old soldier was shocked by this scene, and immediately put away all his disrespect, kneeling on the ground to show absolute respect and submission to Lumenfei. He had heard about the story of the Emperor's saint from the legends and myths preached by the state religion, and had also seen the image of the saint on the glass painting in the luxurious state church. Tell me your name, soldier. Lumenfei opened his eyes again, and a faint golden light flowed in his eyes like water. Haitling Helly, captain of the 9th Tactical Squad of the 1st Regiment of Sotes, we're willing to fight to the death for the Emperor. The old soldier's body trembled uncontrollably because of the fanatical excitement and excitement. Gather all of you and prepare for battle. Lumenfei said. Yes. Haitling immediately got up from the ground and ran deep into the settlement. They must have their own means and methods to hide under the eyes of the orcs for so long. Next, what should we do? Yuan Xin, who had been following Lumenfei, asked in a low voice. Arm these people and fight them out, and reunite with the fighting brothers responsible for the rescue, and this dream will be over. Lumenfei said. Just as Yuan Xin wanted to say something, a cold restraint clamp blocked him from the back of his neck and hung him up, just like playing with a small animal caught in a trap. Yuan Xin struggled hard, but as he said, he was no longer the extraordinary body with dragon blood, and he couldn't break free for a while. It was you two shrimps who killed my most precious little fart spirit, right? A tall green figure panted and said, his eyes were as round as copper bells, reflecting the golden light behind Lumenfei. He held the slave trap hanging Yuan Xin in one hand, and held a red creature as big as a table in the other hand. The owner of the fart spirit has come to the door, a cruel and powerful orc overseer. Eat him. The orc supervisor did not take action himself, as if he was looking for the source of the light behind Lumenfei. He blew the whistle, and the red creature called Shepherd Squig by the orcs in his left hand howled and jumped up. Although Squig looked like a meatball with a short tail, its two hind legs were extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to Lumenfei, and its bloody mouth was full of sharp fangs, which was enough to swallow Lumenfei whole. Facing the disgusting fishy smell, Lumenfei just moved his feet slightly, and the little knife in his hand brought out a smear of blood. Squig's narrow eyes were blinded, and he screamed and hit his head against the wall. For the Emperor. With a high-pitched war cry, in the shocked eyes of all the human slaves present, the pair of golden wings of light completely stretched out from behind Lumenfei, and the posture of a saint appeared in front of everyone. Mingfei raised his palm, and the gold and sacred energy quickly materialized and condensed into a dazzling arrow. With a flash of light, the orc overseer's head exploded instantly, breaking into pieces like a broken watermelon. I'm really sorry, I haven't updated for 2 days due to physical reasons. Because I haven't bought the positive test thing yet, I don't know whether I haven't recovered or I'm happy to receive the double 9th festival. The day before yesterday, I suddenly felt weak and my legs were sore, as if I had been gang raped by 100 women. The most terrifying thing is that my second brother couldn't update anymore, then my throat hurt, which was more painful than when I had a fever a few days ago. Drinking water felt like swallowing a knife, but fortunately, I finally bought the medicine today. I hope my body can recover as soon as possible. Chapter 144. Memories of the original Soties, and the tenacious vitality of the greenskins was not reflected in the divine power. The orc overseer was killed directly, and even the double-linked big gun hanging on his waist could not be pulled out. The squid, whose eyes were blinded, was also killed by Mingfei, and his strong body was cut into several pieces. After a moment of silence, the crowd aroused a sensation. The human slaves excitedly swarmed forward and offered their only meager offerings and various words of praise to Mingfei, who was in the posture of a saint. Then, several bishops with rosy faces and fat bodies stood up on the road where the believers separated, knelt down to Mingfei, and said that they were the pious servants and believers of the emperor, hoping to receive the blessing of the saint. Mingfei narrowed his eyes slightly, unmoved. In his heart, he wanted to kill these shameless people who used the glory of the empire to satisfy their selfish desires, but he couldn't do it now. After a long period of missionary propaganda, these state bishops had a very high status among human slaves. Killing them rashly would make people waver. And he also needs their mouths to spread this to humans in other areas. The Emperor's angel of death will come tomorrow to save the citizens of the empire. Announce this to other citizens immediately and follow me. Mingfei left 2 cold words to the bishops and ignored them. He turned around and left to check the injuries of Yuanzin. The bishops were terrified and puzzled why the attitude of this saint was so cold. But they didn't dare to ask more. After the respectful and pious etiquette, they rushed to other human slave settlements to spread the glory of the emperor. Purple and blue bruises were left on Yuanzin's neck. Although the restraints of the orc overseer were not fatal, they were definitely not gentle toys. I was careless. He was a little annoyed and was still trying to adapt to his body functions. Then pay attention to the next process. I hope this dream can reach the end. Mingfei said. Yuanzin nodded and looked at the rough double-barreled gun on the body of the orc overseer. He needed a weapon now. Don't think about using these alien guns. The things that the greenskins made can only be used by themselves. Other creatures will just use them as a pile of garbage. Mingfei reminded. The greenskins have their own unique technology system, although their technology is illogical. For example, an orc technician boy who has not received any systematic training can piece together a firearm that can fire from a pile of scrap copper and iron. And the orc technical master can use a pile of junk iron to piece together a spacecraft that can fly into the sky for subspace navigation, or a war machine that can travel well on land. And these things can only be used by themselves. Even if the orcs are defeated, there is no such thing as spoils of war. So Mingfei's next plan is to take the surviving human slaves to fight for a secret storage warehouse, use the weapons inside to arm people to counterattack the nest, and complete the reunion with the weeps who come to rescue. This route can also provide actual combat exercises for the members of the war group who enter the trial later. The first to complete the assembly were the last 200 or so Astra Militarum soldiers on Synopsis. As mortals, they showed noble courage. In reality, they voluntarily stayed behind to allow more humans to retreat, just to hold back the endless greenskins for even a second. The second was the human slaves who were instigated by the highly inflammatory speech of the bishop of the state church. They were named saints by the bishop because the appearance of the saint and the upcoming emperor angel made their obsession with survival become fanatical. The men who could fight took metal pipes and other crude weapons to protect their women and children. Under Mingfei's tough request, the bishops moved from the protective circle centered on women and children to the front of the saints. The human slaves in this settlement gathered on such a large scale that even a dull-ass spirit could sense something was wrong. Soon, Mingfei led the people to fight with the orc slave owner who was in charge of this area. The greenskins seemed jubilant, because the instinct of this race was to fight, and they wished that the shrimps would make trouble so that they could have a fight. However, before they could figure out why the little shrimp in the lead had grown shiny wings, their heads were torn apart by holy golden light. Mingfei took Yuan's Inv and more than 200 Star Army soldiers as the tip of a sharp knife, tearing through all the green-skinned orc defenses that blocked the road. While rushing into the foundry in the industrial zone, he also asked human slaves from another settlement to join the assault team. Yuan's Inv grabbed a rough machete used by the orc machete boy and cut the throats of several orcs with fierce swordsmanship and killing techniques without any injury. He did raise some courage, adapted to everything in front of him, and dared to swing the knife at the greenskin with this unreinforced mortal body. This was a difficult challenge for him, who was born with a cowardly character and had always been under the protection of his brother, especially in such a dream. He was no longer the dragon blood body that was unrivaled among ordinary people. If it weren't for the fusion of some personality fragments of Feng Jianli and possessing certain skills, Yuan's Inv might not really be able to exert any combat power. The industrial area and foundry of Sotis had already become a garbage dump for the greenskin technicians to display their wonderful ideas. Unknown mechanical parts that were randomly pieced together could be seen everywhere. Of course, there were also some very familiar greenskin characteristic equipment, such as the fart spirit killing cans, the orc fear cans. Mingfei even saw a Gamma King Kong that was in the assembly stage. Although he wanted to blow up these alien creations immediately, Mingfei could only give up temporarily in the absence of explosives and continued to lead the team to the warehouse in the industrial area where weapons and equipment were still stored. For the Emperor, the high-pitched war cry of the humans even overshadowed the rumbling gunfire of the greenskins defending in the industrial area. Although they relied on courage and faith to break through the turbulent rain of bullets, the human side still suffered considerable casualties. However, they finally arrived at the secret warehouse where human weapons and equipment were stored. The mark of the Mechanicus on the door of the warehouse was blocked by the totems of various greenskin heretics and blasphemy, and it took a lot of effort to clean it up. Although this warehouse has not been opened for several years, the weapons stored in it are still brand new and shiny. Rows of standard laser rifles of the same model are neatly placed on the shelves. In addition, there are mortal heavy weapons such as mortal mortals, heavy bolters, etc. Melee weapons include chainsaws for non-commissioned officers, the famous Demon Claw combat blade from the world of Catan, and the excellent engineer shovel equipped by the Military Affairs Department. It is obviously impossible to get high-end goods such as power swords and mortal bolters, but the equipment here can at least arm an infantry regiment of thousands of people. After arming themselves, the Astra Militarum began to distribute weapons to other seemingly reliable humans. The battle is not over yet. According to the Saint, they have to fight their way out of the foundry and join the Emperor's angels who came to save them. And the battle outside will only be more brutal. 3 bishops of the state religion died. Because of their obvious size and clumsy movements, they were taken special care of by the green-skinned fart spirits. Mingfei ignored the remaining bishops who begged for protection, and discussed the assault route with several leading captains of the Astra Militarum. Their location was still some distance from the surface, and the obstacles they would face would only increase. There were 4 human settlements that needed to be rescued from the control of the orcs. The best-case scenario was that they could fight their way out of the surface and join the Weepers after the Weepers landed. In memory, the greenskin garrison on this planet did not pose much threat to the Weepers, until the arrival of the greenskin's subsequent reinforcement fleet, which caused a terrible blow to the Weepers. And their trip could save the Weepers at least 5 hours of rescue time. Yuan's Inv grabbed a handful of demon claws and sat in a corner with her eyes closed. "How do you feel now?" Mingfei walked over, holding a chainsaw sword in his hand, which was quite different from the image of the saint promoted on the murals of the state religion. "I'm almost used to it. Now it feels like we're in a war where both sides are very different." Yuan's Inv said truthfully, "The enemy is an alien race, with angels leading humans to pick up laser guns, very different. And I feel that the threat level of these greenskins cannot be compared with that of the Dragon Clan. Ignorance is fearless, this is normal." Mingfei just explained calmly. "These green-skinned aliens you see are a hybrid of animals and fungi. If you kill a greenskin and don't burn his body, the body will turn into spores and seep into the ground. In just 2 years, a group of new green-skinned creatures will grow out of the ground. Based on what I have learned so far, the Dragon Clan does not seem to have the ability to reproduce at this speed." Yuan's Inv did not speak, as if she had acquiesced to the error in her cognition just now. "Of course, I don't distinguish between high and low threats for aliens. As long as they pose a threat to humans, they must be purified." Mingfei added, "There is no sacrifice too big to be unacceptable, and no alien too small to be ignored." After a short rest, the battle resumed with the excited roars of the greenskins outside. The humans who had obtained the Empire's sophisticated weapons had a powerful means of counterattack, and quickly repelled this wave of orc attacks, and began to reorganize the team and continue to move outward along the originally planned route. Mingfei still walked at the front of the team as the Emperor's saint, with the chainsaw sword in his hand wrapped in sacred light, tearing and killing all the attacking greenskin orcs. When he led this large human team to rush out of the entrance gate to the hive with difficulty, he just saw more than 20 streams of light falling from the sky. It was the bright yellow airdrop pods of the weepers, and the yellow sand all over the sky could not cover the bright red heart on its surface. Chapter 145 Partiality. When Mingfei came out of the dream, the first person he saw was Shuzahan, who looked serious. "How do you feel?" Seeing Mingfei wake up, Shuzahan's face was much more relaxed, and he asked nervously. "Nothing serious." Mingfei waved his hand to indicate that Shuzahan didn't need to worry, and glanced at the clock on the table. In the 19 hours he experienced in the dream, only 2 hours and 17 minutes of time in the real world had passed, which was much shorter than he had imagined. In fact, when the weeps successfully landed, this memory of Sotis was coming to an end. Even though they were facing thousands of times more greenskins than themselves, the brave and combative angels were still like a sharp knife, quickly and efficiently killing away to the human team of the Nest City. They did not waste extra time, and naturally they would not suffer heavy losses due to the siege of the well-armed greenskin troops that came to support them later. Mingfei did not stay for too long, and rationally and directly let Yuan invent his memories. He knew it was just a dream. If he wanted to express his emotions, he could do so in the illusion of the night food field. He had already seen his brothers. On the other hand, Yuan's looked like she was about to collapse. She lay on the bed with a pale face, panting and sweating. If the talkative finger saw her, he would probably say something again. "You should have a good rest first. Wait until you are fully recovered before conducting the next experiment." Seeing this, Mingfei was not in a hurry to continue to squeeze Yuan's power, and spoke. "Okay, what do you want to test next?" Yuan's asked with forced spirit. "The number of people your word spirit domain can accommodate. After all, it is impossible to always maintain one-on-one dream training. This is too inefficient." Mingfei said. "Understood." Mingfei and Shuzahan left Yuan's room and walked towards the hall. "The word spirit of the source girl has taken effect. We can now freely choose to recall past memories, including the false god we faced that night." "Well, but didn't the vice principal's command affect him?" "I tried it when I returned to the Black Moon Pavilion, and the power of the word spirit was still suppressed. If that's the case, then the blood level of the source girl may be higher than I thought." Shuzahan reminded Mingfei of this first. "Oh, I almost forgot about the commandment." Mingfei suddenly realized, but didn't care much. The source girl is a descendant of the White King. She doesn't have the 50% blood limit of ordinary mixed bloods. It's normal for her blood to be high. There are many members of the Kendo Club who want to join the battle group. Do we need to absorb them? Now the Student Union and the Linhard Club are competing for people. It's not easy for us to recruit fresh blood when it's not the freshman season." Shuzahan asked. "What do you think of them?" Mingfei didn't rush to agree, but asked back. "They are all good swordsmen, but their combat qualities are unclear without actual combat experience. Then take some time to bring them to the Holy Blood Hall and let the source girl give them a combat test." Mingfei naturally thought of Dream Taper. This high-risk word spirit has a place where they can be more useful than in combat. Yes. In addition, the renaming process of the Black Moon Hall has been completed. From today on, the name of the Black Moon Hall and Castle Academy will be officially changed to Holy Blood Hall. In fact, I originally planned to call it Holy Grace Hall, but it should be a more magnificent building to be worthy at the honorific name of the original. Mingfei said. "Also, I will go to Portofino in 2 days, and you will be in charge of all the affairs of the regiment." "Portofino? I remember it is a small town in Italy. Are you going to purify the aliens?" Shuzahan asked in a low voice. "That's not the case." Mingfei shook his head first, then pondered for a while before continuing. "It may also be to purify the heretics." 2 days later, Castle Academy Temporary Airport. It was still early, and the sun had not yet risen. In this misty, lonely and silent wilderness, you could occasionally see a few gray squirrels jumping between the treetops. Only the shining signal lights at the edge of the runway highlighted this concrete runway built in the wilderness. A black giant quietly parked on the runway, its vast wings like 2 cutting swords. Angus stood by the boarding ladder and glanced at his pocket watch. On the chest of his handmade black dress, a bright red rose was dotted with crystal dewdrops. The college, which was built on the hillside like an ancient castle, was far away hidden in the milky white mist. Only a section of the ivory white spire could be seen sticking out from the lush trees. Castle College was truly isolated from the world in terms of transportation. The only land connection here was the track of the CC 1000 express train. Apart from that, there was no trace of any highway. If someone wants to come here on foot, it will take 3 days and 3 nights to see the spire of Castle College along this express track. In addition, due to the activities of the college's intelligence system Norma, there are basically no photos of this college exposed on the internet. There was a calm sound of footsteps in the mist. Angus retracted his gaze towards the direction of the college and turned his head to look in the direction of the footsteps. Mingfei's tall figure gradually appeared in the mist. He was wearing a slender black windbreaker with the iconic embroidery and patterns unique to the Weeping Angels Club. The alchemical weapon worth $50 million, Jinyu, was carried on his back, and the edge was wrapped in bright red silk. Angus was a little dazed for a moment. He had felt the tearing feeling brought by this contrast more than half a year ago. When he saw Mingfei again in person after many years, the calm and composed boy was completely different from the child in the memory who was in a daze and had a crush on the girl in the school literature club. Just like a warrior who has experienced many battles, he has no discomfort in unfamiliar environments. His weapons are always kept at their sharpest and ready to fight at any time. It is still a huge mystery why Mingfei has such an abrupt change. Even if he worked hard to get the attention of the girl he liked, he could not do this. Moreover, Mingfei did not show the emotional desire of young people for the opposite sex even in the Castle Academy where there are so many beautiful girls. However, Ange immediately suppressed these thoughts to the deepest level of his heart, and he showed a gentle smile. "Good morning, Mingfei. Have you had breakfast?" "Good morning, Principal. I have had a simple breakfast. The grilled white sausage in the cafeteria tastes good today." Mingfei responded to Ange with a polite smile. This principal helped him a lot in weapons and special rights. The experienced age of more than 100 years also made Mingfei regard Ange as a real peer and give him full respect. "Recently, I've been thinking about improving the cafeteria's menu. Students seem to have various opinions on the stereotyped German dishes, and prefer the diverse Chinese dishes," Ange said with a smile. Sleipnir, Mingfei has boarded the principal's exclusive car for the 3rd time. The giant beast rumbled from the runway, crossed the city of Chicago under the white clouds, and flew towards the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. You should know that this trip to Portofino is not a simple tour, right? Before I take you to visit the famous local attractions, there are still some things that need to be dealt with by the school board. And took out a bottle and a glass from the small refrigerator and mixed 2 glasses of fragrant and bright red wine for himself and Mingfei. "Yeah, I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste time going to the place you mentioned. You even brought weapons. Are you ready to tear your face and start a war?" "Oh, in the words of Hong Kong street movies, it's turning the table," Ange said with a smile, inserting 2 fresh green olives on the rim of the glass. "It's just a precaution. After all, no one can guarantee that this journey is absolutely safe." Mingfei calmly took the wine glass pushed by Ange and took a sip of the wine in the glass. The spiciness and stimulation left in his throat did not bring him much sensory enjoyment, far less than the courage he drank before the battle in the past. It was a fine wine mixed with blood and wine, a good drink for the descendants of the Holy Blood Angels to restore their best condition during the war, although Mingfei no longer has a thirst for blood. "Although what you said makes sense, it's better not to bring the sword into the board meeting," and took a sip of the wine and rubbed his temples with his fingers. "To be honest, I haven't reported the relevant bills for this sword yet. They only know that I bought a few alchemical items at Sotheby's auction house. If they know that I spent $50 million to buy a weapon for my beloved student, then Director Frost can add another reason for my impeachment." Although he said it very seriously, Mingfei could still see that Ange didn't care. "Then it seems that I have to save money to pay it back, in case Jinyu is forcibly taken back by them." "That's not the case. You are still the banner and benchmark of the secret party. Holding a nice thing can also help us maintain our reputation. And I allowed you to buy this thing. If the guys on the board of directors really want to collect the debt, they will only put it on my head." Angus smiled. "This behavior is considered partiality in the eyes of other students, right? The vice president has been saying that I am your illegitimate child." Mingfei said calmly. "Then please help me strangle him next time he says that." Also, regarding the issue of partiality, I have never revealed that I am a principal who loves everyone equally. Castle College has always been an elite system. Our bloodline itself carries a clear qualification stratification, and the battlefield we're on does not allow me to treat everyone equally. Just like you, your fighting brother Shuzahan, and Caesar Gattuso, you are all students who deserve me to take out more free time from my busy schedule to accompany and chat like friends. Then what are you usually busy with, Principal? Flying around the world to kill aliens? Angus smiled and said, if the dragons awaken, I will certainly rush over. But usually I am flying around the world to participate in activities. For example, the night before, I was attending a music show at the Sydney Opera House. After the show, I had to rush to France to attend the latest fashion show the next day, and then go to my favorite restaurant to taste fresh Purigat black truffles. Thanks to the 30,000 reward support from the Big Brother NAUT. Thank you. The coughing still doesn't stop, but I am trying to resume updating. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 146. Boy, well, it does sound quite busy. Mingfei shrugged, not commenting on Principal Ange's busy behavior. So you want to be the leader of Castle College? Led our group to end the Dragon Clan's mission. And put down his glass and stared at Mingfei with a smile. Every student in Castle wants to be in this position, and I am also looking forward to you taking over from me. Neither you nor I doubt that you do have this quality and ability. Are you referring to the position of the principal of Castle College? Mingfei raised his eyebrows slightly. It's not just as simple as the principal, you will also represent the entire secret party, and half of the syndicates in Europe are your backers. Your account can mobilize funds and wealth of less than 2 billion euros at any time. But the price is to become a knife in the hands of the board of directors. I'm sorry, although I haven't seen it yet, I don't think the group of people will let me work for them. Mingfei said calmly. He didn't mind being a knife. In fact, Astates was a weapon tool in the eyes of the Empire. That is to say, if the school board shows enough charm or courage, you are still willing to work for them. Unfortunately, there is no such possibility now. Mingfei shook his head. The weaks believed that they were loyal to the Empire and the Primarch, and protected mankind in the dark galaxy full of war. This group of school boards could only be regarded as the governors of the planetary government. They could not order the Astatives. And I don't mean to be offensive. From what I understand from the information, the board of directors hopes that the person sitting on the position of principal of Castle College will be a lackey serving them. That's true. I can only be regarded as an unstable knife that is not in their hands. Angus shook the glass, which was already half full of wine. Ever since my old friend Minech passed away and built this college, I have served as the principal until now. I'm 130 years old now, or 131? I can't remember clearly. Many things will change. Even the most powerful dynasty will be replaced one day, and the next monarch in power may become incompetent and unjust. These people in power are more far-sighted than us. While we warriors are still thinking about how to gain an advantage in the war, they have already thought about how to divide the cake after the war. There must be a knife to make them know how to correct their mistakes, just like you chopped off Hanjan, the little guy who wanted to be a new dragon. At this point, Anger's eyes showed admiration. If they say such heretical words during this time-wasting meeting, I will not tolerate it either. Mingfei said his thoughts bluntly. They are not that stupid. Although these people are annoying, we have to admit that everything used to slay the dragon now, including the sword behind you, the funding needs of the equipment department to study special weapons and equipment for you, all come from the wealth and capital of the school board. It's not time to tear each other's faces yet. Angus smiled and drank the wine in a glass. Slibnia took about 5 hours to cross the Atlantic Ocean and arrived at Portofino, where heavy snow was floating. Mingfei exhaled a breath of white air, and his eyes stayed on the layers of silver-white floating ice at the coast in the distance. There were small wooden boats pushing the floating ice with difficulty on the water, leaving black traces. The layers of houses close to the cliffs were covered with silver frost, almost blending into the mountains. This is the beauty of my hometown. In addition to peace and food, there are also natural beauty that has not been polluted by heavy industry. The Gattuso family is the equivalent of a local tyrant in Italy. In this bicameral republic, both nobles and commoners have legislative power and the power to supervise the executive, and Gattuso's shadow exists in both the upper and lower houses. If the Italian government wants to pass a policy that is beneficial to the Gattuso family, then both the upper and lower houses will pass the bill as quickly as possible and implement it quickly. In other words, they have absolute control over this country and can mobilize the Italian Air Force's bomber squadron when necessary. And patted Mingfei on the shoulder and told him about the huge power of the board of directors. The same is true for other school directors. Each of them represents absolute power in a part of Europe. For example, the Laurent family, who is relatively close to me, leads the largest syndicate in Europe, an international leading monopoly organization, which can control the world's capital flows with just a thought or a word. It's like if I want the price of crude oil to fall today, then the next day that crude oil market will depreciate to an incredible low, and people around the world who have purchased crude oil futures will be in debt overnight. And the board of directors you are going to meet next are all such world-class figures. With that said, can you feel the heaviness represented by this force? It's okay. They are just predators under the curtain of peace and lack the military force to maintain this curtain. Mingfei still had a calm face. They are even afraid of aliens. Ha ha ha, you're right about this. Angus laughed heartily. They can pry the levers of the world economy, but they can't hit an old man like me, nor can they hit the Dragon King who will awaken in the future. As a force that wants to purify your dragons, your status is equal to theirs, and there is no need to fear them at all. An old man and a child walked along the stairs on the cliff towards the town. At the end of the cliff, there was a building covered with snow and with an arch-shaped outline that looked like a white fortress. That was their destination and the place where the guilt-finding meeting of the school board was held. I remember my parents are still here, right? I kind of want to see them. Mingfei suddenly said while walking. He mentioned this at this time not to relive the love between his parents, but to confirm their existence as his weakness. This kind of plot is very common in stories. The enemy kidnapped the protagonist's parents or lover/son, and then the story that could be solved in 2 pages was dragged to 100 pages. If there really was an enemy kidnapping, well, the young Killandance family should be barely considered a weak point, but Mingfei believed that he would not be dragged down by this situation. He would use the enemy's head and pious prayers to let his uncle's family rest in peace. At this time, they should be investigating the ancient remains of the Dragon clan in a tropical rainforest in South America. It may be related to the sleeping place of a certain Dragon King, Ange said vaguely, and did not directly reveal the whereabouts of Mingfei's parents. How were their personal strengths? Of course they are all S-level, otherwise you who were also S-level would not be born. That sounds like they should be very capable. The two have walked to the observation deck at the end of the winding mountain stairs, and the entire silver-white coast can be seen. The town is also lively. Many children in cotton clothes are running happily, throwing snowballs at each other, with smiles on their ruddy faces, and several vigorous hands are following behind. A car horn suddenly sounded, and a silver-white car stopped steadily not far in front of Ange. Although Mingfei is not very familiar with this kind of fragile vehicle, he knows that this vehicle is called Rolls-Royce by looking at the Metal Man logo on the front of the car. Ange's brows slightly raised, as if he knew the owner of this luxury car. The smile on his face became gentle and kind, and he walked to the back window. But Mingfei stopped. He seemed to have a feeling and turned his head. His eyes stayed on the observation deck covered by the light snow. There was a boy standing there quietly. This was a bit abrupt. Mingfei even subconsciously thought that Minx, the little devil, ran out to make trouble again. But the other party's clothes were very thin, only wearing a simple cotton coat, and the fluttering snowflakes fell on the boy's bare shoulders. Mingfei thought for a while, and walked towards the boy's back in the biting wind and snow. He tentatively said softly, "Hello." He didn't feel any dangerous breath from the boy. If not, with his cautious character, it would be Jim Udahan who greeted the other party. The boy turned his head. The first thing Mingfei noticed was his eyes. Although he looked only 13 or 14 years old, the boy's eyes were filled with indescribable vicissitudes, as if he had witnessed the birth and destruction of countless civilizations. The boy's face changed many times while Mingfei was in a trance, and finally fixed on a handsome and perfect face. His hair was like gold fluttering in the cold wind, and a laurel wreath woven from laurel branches was worn on his smooth forehead. Mingfei recognized this face. In the past, when he used art to suppress his bloodthirst and black anger, his brush had painted this holy face countless times with all his imagination. In the paintings hanging high in the hall of the Holy Blood Museum, the perfect appearance of the great angels was fused with the boy in front of him. Father. He knelt on one knee and performed the great salute of the Astartes, whispering. The father he was talking about was naturally the primary saints, the genetic father of the blood angels and all the Astartes descendants, who all had a trace of the holy blood of the great primary flowing in their bodies. To Mingfei, its meaning is far greater than the original fusion cell that created his life itself. But the boy did not speak, nor did he make any other movements. He just stared at Mingfei quietly, with countless stars shining brightly in his eyes, and then dimly extinguished. "What's wrong with you?" Anger's voice suddenly sounded. Mingfei was startled, and raised his head to see Anger's concerned eyes. Behind Anger's was a young girl, with a black veil on her delicate face, and a pair of eyes as cold as snowflakes staring at him with a bit of curiosity. Mingfei looked around and found that the boy who looked exactly like the father of Jean suddenly disappeared, as if he had never existed. Everything just now seemed to be just an illusion in his mind, and he was making a gesture of surrender to the air. "It seems that you are not very adapted to the cold climate. Come to the car and have a cup of hot cocoa, which will help you recover your spirit." Anger smiled. Mingfei stood up silently, and the snow on his shoulders fell back to the ground silently. His sight followed the falling snow, and he seemed to catch something, and his body shook. In the snow where the boy stood just now, there was a pair of shallow footprints left. Chapter 147 Laurent family. Let me introduce you to the sixth director of the school board, Elizabeth Laurent, who is also one of the youngest directors. This is Mingfei, my most beloved and proud student, who is worthy at best level in both strength and bloodline. I should have arranged for you to meet earlier. You were of similar age and should have a lot of common topics. Ange smiled and introduced the two of them to each other, his tone like an old father who was trying to match his child with a favorite person during the Chinese New Year. This prominent surname had just been heard of not long ago. The owner of the capital giant who could control the future trends of the world's economy at all was actually just a young girl of 20 years old. Her face was as luxurious as a sculpture by a famous Greek artist. The black veil could not cover her breathtakingly beautiful face. The black dress and fur waistcoat added a bit of unapproachable solemnity to her beauty like a queen. But Mingfei had no intention of appreciating this beauty. The boy who looked almost exactly like the original body in his mind stirred his calm heart. He was thinking whether the boy really existed, why he appeared here, and whether he was really the original body. In his heart, he prayed to the Emperor and St. Gervais, but he never got any response. The girl's eyes swept across Mingfei's absent-minded face. She did not say hello to Mingfei, but turned to look at Angus again. Although I can't see any aspect of him that is worthy of your full investment, he is at least not as simple as he looks. Your vision is still so unique, my child. Angus could not deny Lisa's words, and the kind smile on his face was all the pride of a father for his outstanding child. After all, not everyone has the courage to throw the tasks assigned by the school board into the trash can. Lisa showed a smile like melting ice and snow. Director Frost held a special meeting because of this matter. I can only say that Frost is making a fuss. I think he mainly wants to claim the public expense reimbursement bill I submitted. Angus shrugged and shook off the snow on his shoulders. It's still a long way from here to the splendid hotel. If you don't mind, I can take you there. Lisa's eyes swept around without leaving any trace. The three of them attracted a lot of people's attention. Although Portofino is a tourist destination, Elizabeth's silver Rolls-Royce is too high profile. Even the company that rents luxury cars doesn't have a car of this price. And Elizabeth's queen-like face and temperament are the focus. The crowd is curious about the identity of this beautiful lady. Then it seems that I can only give up the snow scene in Portofino. Angus smiled, but did not immediately follow Lisa, but moved to Mingfei's side. How is it? What do you mean? Mingfei came back to his senses from his thoughts, a little confused. What do you think of Lisa? She looks like a normal person. Now I believe that you are not pretending to be cool to attract girls' attention. Angus sighed and rubbed his forehead with a helpless expression. When I was your age, I was holding a collection of poems by a certain poet and eagerly approaching beautiful girls. Mingfei temporarily put aside the existence of the boy and shifted his thoughts to reality. Is that Elizabeth Laurent of any value to me? Yes, if you can use your charm to win her over, then, well, to use a phrase that is used all over the world, you can work less for 300 years. Angus said very frivolous words in a very serious tone. And to make a long story short, the school board is not a monolithic entity. If you can get the support of a school board member, that would be a good thing. The driver in a black suit meticulously opened the door of the Rolls-Royce for Angus and Mingfei. Angus directly chose the co-pilot seat. There were only 2 soft cherry red seats in the back seat, and the space in the middle was replaced by an automatic cup holder decorated with mahogany. As soon as Mingfei got in the car with a sword on his back and sat down, Angus lowered the custom-made screen that separated the driver's cabin from the back seat with ease. This screen has excellent sound insulation and is suitable for covering up certain secrets that cannot be heard by the driver. The driver seemed to know Angus' identity. Seeing that his master did not object, he opened the shadow curtain of the car window to block the sight of the crowd outside. "I'm a little sleepy. Let me take a nap for 10 minutes to deal with frost. You 2 young people can chat more at this time." Before the black screen was loaded, Mingfei saw the corner of Angus' mouth curled up on his side face. The car suddenly became quiet, and only the slight push from the seat told the distinguished guest that the car had started to move. The expression on the pretty face of the girl sitting opposite Mingfei was also a little helpless. Angus did not hide his desire to create an opportunity for them to be alone. Unable to complain about this elder, Lisa's eyes with black eyeliner moved back to Mingfei's face. Their eyes were just facing each other. From the perspective of artistic appreciation, Lisa is indeed very beautiful. Mingfei can see that it is a beauty passed down from genes, just like the Astates who have undergone the transformation surgery of the blood angels. After the transformation, they seem to have obtained a bit of perfection from the original gene, and their faces have become handsome and extraordinary. After a moment, Mingfei retracted his gaze, but he could still smell the unique fragrance of the girl's perfume. "Can you play chess?" Lisa spoke first to break the short silence between the 2. The automatic cup holder slowly retracted, revealing a black and white chessboard and 2 boxes of exquisite black and white chess pieces. "I'm better at painting." Mingfei shook his head. The chess he played in the weeks was completely different from the chess in his hometown. Then it would be a waste to spend the 10 minutes on the way to the splendid hotel to teach chess. Lisa took back her hand that was about to place the chess pieces. "I haven't painted for a while. I studied at the Royal Academy of Arts in the UK before my father's accident. Then you can come to the Holy Blood Museum when you have time. Maybe we can exchange ideas about painting." "Is this an invitation for a date?" Lisa raised her eyes and stared at Mingfei. "Date?" Mingfei was startled. After spending a few seconds pondering the meaning of this word, he shook his head. "No, it's just an invitation for artistic exchange. Painting is a good way to calm your heart, and you are lacking this now." "But I lack time more." An LCD screen descended from Lisa's left side. Mingfei couldn't quite understand the various digital symbols and red and green lines on it, but for the heir of the Laurent family, they should be well understood. If you have to pay attention to these things all the time, but you really can't calm down to paint, maybe the lines on the paper will be as tortuous as the lines on the screen when you start to draw. "I've read your information. To be honest, I was ready to hate you before this," Lisa said. "I thought that the young lion that Ange strongly recommended to invest in would be more proud and noble than him. I generally don't like this kind of young people with high spirits. In terms of your current physical age, you also belong to the ranks of those children with high spirits. Different positions, in the jungle where the strong prey on the weak. If the beasts that have their own territory do not show their fangs, they will be devoured by the provocative wolves without leaving any residue. Let's get straight to the point." Lisa withdrew her eyes from the LCD screen. "Although I am willing to believe in Ange's vision, I have the entire Laurent family on my shoulders. Your true past and purpose are only known to you and Ange. It will be difficult for us to establish trust for cooperation. My past is not important. My current goal is only to eliminate and purify all heretics and aliens on this planet," Mingfei said calmly. "A fighting army needs more than just soldiers. Logistical support is equally important, especially for Mingfei, who was used to fighting poor battles in the Weepers. So he is willing to spend time and patience to talk to Elizabeth. The Laurent family sounds richer than the 8 families in Japan that collect protection fees." "Heretics? Aliens?" Lisa was slightly stunned. "You mean the Dragon Clan and the blasphemous people who harm innocent humans and have gone beyond the scope of humans? Then it seems that you were a partner of justice. But this does not mean that the Laurent family can speak for you, because you explicitly refused to carry out the tasks issued by the board of directors, and your whereabouts in Japan is also a mystery." Lisa stared into Mingfei's eyes. "Especially on the 3rd day after you arrived at the Japanese branch, a huge elemental turbulence appeared in Tokyo. The appearance of this kind of phenomenon often represents the awakening of the first-generation dragons. But 5 hours later, the elemental turbulence disappeared, and Tokyo returned to normal. The Japanese branch did not mention a word about this, and you're the only member of the headquarters present. You should at least know something. Mingfei recalled the huge alien that was awakened in advance and named the White King. If it were not for the vacancy of the ancient power spirit, he would probably not be able to stop the old army that manifested the spirit of the White King. But it was not his own strength that crushed the White King and his army, but the powerful St. Lino and God's machine, as well as the illusions of his fighting brothers. He did not want to blaspheme by taking credit for these achievements. I have nothing to say. Mingfei shook his head, not wanting to reveal too much information. That's a pity. Even if I wanted to stand on Anger's side and speak for you, I couldn't. Director Frost already suspected that you had secretly reached a certain cooperation with the Japanese branch. If the information he showed in the next meeting was not favorable to you, then Anger's, who discovered and reused you, would also be dragged down by you. Lisa's gentle expression turned serious. This Frost sounds quite annoying. Mingfei frowned. Can I just kill him? That way things wouldn't be so troublesome. Chapter 148 Accusations. Elizabeth Laurent did not show any other strange expressions because of Mingfei's shocking words, but stared at him. After a long while, she answered. Of course. As long as you believe that you have the absolute force of Ange and those long-gone ties. But even if you kill Frost, it will be useless. He is just a temporary director. The real director is his brother Pompey Gattuso. If someone really attacks this meeting, the fastest to restore order will undoubtedly be the Gattuso family. It seems that he is just a substitute. It's just because Pompey Gattuso's life is too dissolute and he has been wandering around the world for many years, so the Gattuso family let Frost come forward to act as an agent for various affairs. But despite this, Director Frost's voice is also huge. If you kill him, you will either hide in this world under an assumed name for the rest of your life, or be arrested and spend the rest of your life in the dark in Chernobyl Deadpool prison. Lisa said seriously and calmly. That only means that the decapitation is not perfect. Mingfei asked, who is Pompey Gattuso? The decapitation tactic is not unfamiliar to him. In fact, after the Astates became a battle group, the tactics of the Astates were mostly a precise and deadly scalpel that pierced the enemy's heart directly. The front battlefield was almost completely handed over to the Mortal Star Army. They formed the front line of defense against all kinds of monsters in the Dark Galaxy with courage and flesh and blood. Mingfei has carried out many decapitation missions, such as boarding and decapitation by space battleships, or killing Tyranids Egnote creatures. His mind has begun to focus on Pompey Gattuso, whom he has never met. I don't want to go deeper into this topic with you now. Lisa leaned back slightly, clearly refusing to continue this dangerous topic. But her cold eyes under the black eyeliner clearly showed a glimmer of light, as if she was a desire for excitement deep in her heart, or the expectation of waiting to see a good show. Then she hid this look well, and restored the majesty and indifference of being a superior. Then what is the proportion of your family's power in the school board? Mingfei also changed the subject, wanting to know more about this family that might be able to support him. Generally, we use the term voice. And the voice depends on the amount of money donated to Castle College every year. The first place is often the Gattuso family, and the second is the Laurent family. But this does not mean that the Laurent family's wealth is inferior to Gattuso's. The Laurent family just lacks an investment opportunity. Although you are someone Anger's values, you can't expect the Laurent family to invest too much in you before you have the capital to stand on the stage and the trust you can give me. At this moment, the car door opened from the outside, and the meticulous driver wearing white gloves held the door frame, waiting for his distinguished master to get out of the car. We're here. Elizabeth looked at Mingfei's calm face for the last time. I hope your performance will satisfy me, and this will also determine the Laurent family's future investment in you. The girl bowed slightly and walked out of the car. The black high heels made a crisp sound when they stepped on the snow-covered marble floor. How is it? Did these 10 minutes and 37 seconds allow you to understand each other more deeply? The car door behind Mingfei also opened, and Angus stood by the car and looked at him with a smile. We haven't reached a cooperation yet. He bent down and walked out of the car, saying truthfully. It's okay, there is a long time to come, and the thing you young people have the most is time. Angus gently patted Mingfei's shoulder, like an old father comforting his eldest son who failed in a blind date, and took him out of the parking lot and walked towards the building standing in the snow not far away. More than an hour later, with the complete closure of the building, a meeting unknown to the world began. The light of the candlesticks on the long table in the room printed a series of swaying human silhouettes on the wall, and there was a hint of weirdness in the solemn atmosphere. The faces of the 6 school directors were slightly illuminated by the dim candlelight, and their eyes were focused on Angus, the only one in the room who had not sat down and hummed a little tune. The one who never attends is still not present. Angus sat comfortably on his bench and rang the brass bell in front of him. Okay, now that everyone is here, I declare the emergency meeting of the board of directors to be officially opened. None of the 6 directors spoke, tacitly accepting Angie's role as the host of the meeting, including Director Elizabeth Laurent, who had accompanied Ange to the hotel not long ago. Surprisingly, there was a director who was younger than her sitting next to her. She was a girl of 16 or 17 years old, with light golden hair piled on top of her head. Although her little face was still a little chubby and her expression was serious, she looked like an exquisite Barbie doll compared to Elizabeth, who was as cold and noble as a queen. Among the other directors with old faces, they were like beautiful flowers blooming in a grave. Director Charlotte Dingen of the Dingen family. A butler with his head held high was hidden in the shadows behind her, and only the white gloves he was wearing could be seen. According to tradition, the first person to speak should be the school director who convened this emergency meeting. He should explain to everyone the urgent situation and the emergency plan and measures. Well, so please let Mr. Frost of the Gattuso family speak. As soon as the voice fell, all the school directors focused their attention on the old man in a white suit who was the second from the right of Angus. His eyes were as deep as a dry well. I'm glad you didn't say any jokes and got straight to the point, Angus. The old man said in a deep voice. Angus shrugged lightly, took out a cigar from his chest pocket and cut it, and a box of matches was placed beside him. I believe you all know what the agenda of this meeting is. I remember that a freshman of S-level blood explicitly refused the mission of the school board. This kind of trivial matter can be punished internally by Castle College, and the school board's time should not be wasted in vain. A middle-aged man rang the brass bell in front of him. I haven't finished my daily 200-kilometer mountain bike ride today. He was about 30 or 40 years old, wearing a conspicuous bright yellow sportswear, and a bicycle helmet was placed on his right hand. Obviously his last sentence was not a joke. Oh, by the way, what is the mission? This is the main agenda of this meeting. Director Frost Gattuso put a stack of documents about the thickness of a fist on the table and passed them to each director, including Angus who also got a copy. The meeting fell into a brief silence, and the only sound on the long table was the rustling of pages. The directors were concentrating on reading the documents provided by Frost. Interesting, it turns out that the Japanese branch is composed of a gangster gang. I really didn't know this. The middle-aged man was the first to speak and make his own evaluation. Didn't the Gattuso family also start out as a mafia family? They're the same. Angus smiled, biting the cut cigar into his mouth and lit a match. Now is not the time to explore the family history of the school board, Frost said lightly. The autonomy of the Japanese branch has indeed been a little too free recently. Principal Angus, who was responsible for signing the secret party contract with the 8 snake families, should bear some responsibility. Another old man with a cane rang a copper bell, and the task assigned by Director Frost is in the interests of the secret party, installing surveillance software in the Japanese branch's independent intelligence system Aegea. However, if this task is not handled properly, it may trigger a war among the hybrids. At the time, Frost can say that it was the personal behavior of the commissioner and had nothing to do with the headquarters. They are best at doing this kind of thing, of turning their backs on people. Angus exhaled a cloud of misty white smoke faintly. Other school directors should be informed in advance before such tasks are issued. Does Director Frost think that the school board is the one-man show at the Gattuso family? Elizabeth said coldly. I can apologize and report to you later, Lady Laurent. The focus of the current situation is not this. Frost said calmly, I believe you have all seen the information report on this S-level student Mingfei. Mingfei, the 2007 S-level student of Castle College, was tried by Principal Angus to be promoted as the flag of the secret party. In fact, his performance did this. At an auction of alchemical items for recycling in Chicago, all the hybrids remembered the name of this super hybrid. The most memorable one should be the Hinkle family. I saw him chop off a young and energetic kid from Hinkle with one sword. Angus rang the copper bell, with a smile on his face and proudly supplementing the information that was not in the information to the directors. Oh, I've heard of him. I have a child who is in the pre-reading of Castle College. He has seen the video of him splitting an armored vehicle in two with one sword. It's pretty cool. The middle-aged man was beaming with joy. Really? Splitting an armored vehicle with one sword? The young director Charlotte was aroused, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. It's true. I was there at the time. If you're interested, Director Charlotte can log on to the Night Watcher forum of Castle College. That video is still very popular. Ange said with a smile. Frost rang the bell, his face calm. Please don't deviate from the topic. The focus of the topic now is the trustworthiness of this S-level blood student and whether he has the possibility of betraying the secret party. The long table suddenly became quiet, and the interest of the other directors in Mingfei was completely extinguished by the word betraying the secret party. Ange's eyes became sharp as a knife, not hiding the coldness in them, and examined Frost. This is a very serious accusation. Elizabeth rang the bell. Whether this accusation is true or not is the argument and theme of this meeting. Frost stared at Ange, and did not retrieve because of the hostile gaze of the S-level hybrid. He took out a remote control from under the table and pressed it, and a large LCD screen slowly lowered at the end of the long table. The screen lit up, and the first thing that appeared was an enlarged and clearly processed photo of a boy falling from the sky, almost naked. The boy held a silver sword in his right hand, and bound two large white objects with a black object in his left hand. Of course, what attracted the school director's attention the most was the pair of light wings with clear outlines behind that boy, and the silver-white skeleton that looked like a work of art, like an angel and a demon with two sides. In a few hours, it will be the new year. The short and weak Holy Temple wishes all the fighting brothers and sisters, perhaps, in the new year, receive the courage and strength bestowed by the god of war and courage to overcome the setbacks encountered in life. Receive the health and strong physique bestowed by the god of life and health, so that you and your family and loved ones are healthy and immune to all poisons. Receive the loyal love and firmness and durability bestowed by the god of love and art to make life happier. Receive the wisdom and strategy bestowed by the god of wisdom and strategy, so that your grades will improve by leaps and bounds and you will pass every exam. Finally, may the great Emperor, the Lord of mankind, bless you under his light. These blessings will not be corrupted and will accompany you all the way in the new year. Chapter 149 Danger exists. What is that? The school director who was leaning on a cane asked, but his eyes, like the other school directors, were still fixed on the silver-white skeleton behind that boy. It was a skeleton belonging to the dragon race. For every dragon hybrid, there was no need to study dragon biology. After seeing the cross-shaped skeleton that was obviously different from human skeletons for the first time, they could not help but feel a sense of submission in their blood. This was also the reason why hybrids were exhausted in front of pure-blooded dragons. The pressure from the dragon bloodliner deep in their blood could make hybrids with low bloodliner not even have the courage to stand up and face it. The dragon bone cross is the only evidence of the body remaining in the world after the dragon completely died, without leaving behind the ether of life. On November 28, at 15:36 p.m. Tokyo time, a video was captured in Shinjuku District, Tokyo, not long after the elemental turbulence ended. Although the Gattuso family does not have much industry in Japan, they also have a few invested companies. So this video was not saved by the Japanese public security organs, nor was it deleted by the intervention of the Japanese intelligence system Keigeheim. It was the only valuable information of the secret party on November 28, the day when the elemental turbulence appeared in Tokyo. Frost said, glancing at Ange beside him without leaving a trace. Ange raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at the figure falling rapidly in the sky on the screen, and his face was also a little surprised. There was no need to compare the appearance with the iris. The figure carrying the dragon bone cross was indeed Mingfei. It seems that our Principal Ang is not very clear about what his beloved student did in Japan. But it looks like a good thing. My beloved S-level student may have killed a pure-blooded dragon in Japan. And grinned, and facing Frost's questioning tone, he just covered it up with a light sentence. The awakened dragon that can trigger elemental turbulence is at least at the first-generation level. If you think your student can kill a first-generation single-handedly, Frost looked calm, then the agenda of this parliament will be upgraded from betrayal of the secret party to high-risk hybrids of unknown bloodliner. It may even be the dangers of introducing dragons into Castle College. Baroness Laurent rang the bell. Your description is a bit too serious. I spent a short time with him on the way here. He can't be a dragon. Director Charlotte also rang the bell. If he is a dragon, he shouldn't kill his own kind. Ladies and gentlemen, no one has ever said that the dragon clan is united and harmonious. Those beings can also transform into humans and lurk in human society, just like the whip of God Attila. Frost responded to the questions of the two young girls in a deep voice. The middle-aged school director who was about to ring the bell put down his hand. Frost was right. The dragon race was extremely violent. If it were humans, when the race was on the verge of doomsday, everyone would definitely help each other to get through the difficulties. But the logic followed by the dragon race was very different from that of humans. The killing gene was deeply rooted in their blood. They destroyed all the weak, regardless of whether they were at the same race or not. Only a force stronger than them could suppress them. Of course, all this is just my conjecture. If Principal Ange, who discovered him, or Mingfei himself came forward to explain the truth, I think it might be possible to clear up some misunderstandings. All the school directors focused their eyes on Ange, but the other party just took a deep puff of the cigar, filling his lungs with the strong nicotine and smoke. After feeling the strong stimulation, he exhaled the smoke quietly, and the old and handsome face became hazy in the white mist and dimness. The origin of this S-level student is also a mystery. The files of the executive department show that his parents are S-level members of the secret party, but no one present here except Ange has ever seen these two outstanding members, Lu Linqing and Cao Engbi. If you can't give us a satisfactory answer and explanation, then your dictatorship in Castle College may be over, Hilbert Jean Ange. Frost reminded. So you want to have a King Solomon ruling by the school board? Pull me down from my seat. Ange said softly. I've made it very clear, Ange. My conclusion is just conjecture. You can refute me with facts and explanations. I have no comment on this. Ange bit his cigar. I can only give you two explanations. First, he is my student, very safe, and a righteous partner who protects mankind. Second, he can follow me to complete the great cause of the secret party and bury all the dragons. Although I don't know what he did in Japan, but on the bright side, he at least killed a lizard. Rely on other dragons. Frost glanced at him coldly. In the dark ages of the past, the predecessors of the secret party used knives and corpses to send dragons back to the grave. Your behavior is a shame to them. Frost, I have more say in this regard than you, and you don't need to remind me. Ange's voice and momentum changed. If he had always been an elegant old gentleman just now he is like a sharp blade about to be unsheathed. The board of directors fell into a brief silence again. No one doesn't know about Summer's morning. Even the youngest Charlotte school director has read the information about Hilbert Jean Ange. He is a legendary figure, the only survivor after other legendary figures faced the existence of the suspected Dragon King. Since then, he has devoted himself to the cause of slaying dragons. At the age of more than 130, when the half-bloods of the same age were plugged into ventilators, he was still fighting on the front line against the dragons. After entering the academy era, the school board elected Ange as the principal of Castle Academy because of his burning fire of revenge. To this day, they still cannot replace him, and they can't find a suitable candidate to replace Ange. So no one will question the possibility that Ange will cooperate with the dragons. Then how can we be sure that this student is safe? If it is a lion, then at least it must be under the control of the secret party. The school director who was twisting the Buddhist beads and looked like an old monk rang the bell for the first time to speak. For those of them who were in high positions and hold great power, safety and control are the most important. Just like humans can keep cats and pamper them like family members, but when they see lions in the wild, they will take out their hunting rifles without hesitation. Although they are both cats, humans always praise cats for their cuteness, selectively forgetting that they are also vigorous predators like lions. The mistake of lions is that they are too powerful. If cats have the same body size as lions, humans will also take out hunting rifles against them. Even if this lion may be tamed by them and used by them, humans will always keep the muzzle pointed at him. I think this is just words. If you can see him with your own eyes, you will know what a great kid he is. Ange showed a proud smile on his face. You can come in, Mingfei. Frost's face changed slightly, and his skinny fingers tapped the table twice. The door of the room was pushed open silently, and the bright white light outside the corridor illuminated a figure walking in from outside the door. He was wearing a black executive department standard windbreaker and a lined combat suit, but it was embroidered with exquisite symbols and marks with unique artistic charm, all of which were bright red blood drops on wings and weeping red hearts, with winding patterns like vines. This boy who had crossed the age of 16 at Castle College appeared in front of the European Mixed Race Supreme Elders Council with a warrior's posture. This was the first impression Mingfei gave them. He exuded a noble warrior temperament from the inside out, just like the Spartan king Lamenters, a descendant of Hercules, destined to become a great warrior who was a hero. It was hard to imagine that this temperament would appear in a 17-year-old boy. His handsome face was filled with a kind of tranquility and indifference, and this emotion even infected the school directors present. They even had an illusion that the awakening of the Dragon Clan was not a big deal, just like the passers-by in the comics who encountered a terrifying monster saw the shining protagonist appear and knew that this was a safe feeling in their hearts. Cool. Director Charlotte couldn't help but whisper when she looked into the boy's eyes, and her pretty face was stained with a faint blush. The face that looked similar to hers had long lost all its childishness, leaving only determination and unyielding. If they met by chance on the street, she might ask the driver to stop the car, get off and invite the boy to drink a cup of steaming hot cocoa on the snowy street, and feel the beauty of love at first sight in the throbbing of a 16-year-old girl. Miss, be reserved. The butler behind her pressed her shoulder in time and reminded her softly. Charlotte straightened her body a little embarrassedly, and tightened her face to restore the dignity of the director. Elizabeth couldn't help but raise her beautiful eyebrows slightly. The other party didn't show that kind of temperament when they met before. When she saw him for the first time, he was kneeling on one knee on the ground, as if praying to some illusory god. But after the sense of security, the other four male directors also felt a strong sense of tearing. They couldn't help but glance at the information about Mingfei on the table again. Compared with the decadent, cowardly, frustrated and loveless kid in junior high school, the two are completely different. Is this the S-level Mingfei? Mingfei glanced at everyone in the room. Except for nodding to Elizabeth, Charlotte and the middle-aged school director in sportswear who expressed their friendship out of courtesy, he didn't pay much attention to the others. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Ange said with a smile, with a deliberate tone in his words. Yeah. Mingfei just responded lightly. He did listen quietly at the door for a while, under the gaze of some warning and hostile eyes in the dark. If he tried to simulate the scene into a transaction and cooperation meeting process between the Weeks and the planetary governor or Mechanicus Sage in the beginning, so that he could lower his status and negotiate with these school directors in a relatively peaceful way. Now he is considering whether to show the nature of a champion warrior and directly overturn the table to deter with force. Chapter 150. You're a heretic now. Director Frost's face was not good. This was the first time that a student from Castle College attended the supreme meeting of the board of directors. Everyone sitting here had the power to change the world's economic situation with a wave of their hands. The boy should have come with his loyalty indoor. As a result, because of the old man Ange's contrite and disgusting you, the child's position was changed, just like the emperor inspecting his subjects and the general reviewing his army. But it was not just because of this honorific. The temperament and pressure revealed by Mingfei made everyone feel a kind of pressure. Pressure from Bloodliner. I will briefly introduce something that is not in the information. Mingfei has been under the supervision of the college before he entered the school. In May this year, he solved a dangerous mixed-race case in China and was recruited by the college in advance. The perfect results in the 3-year exam proved his S-level bloodliner. He also established his own club. Although he did not take any practical classes, the incident at the Sacred Heart of Mary Hospital in Chicago and the night attack on the Chicago highway showed that he did not need any training in this area. He is a natural warrior, born to slay dragons. Ange smiled proudly and motioned Mingfei to take a seat. But Mingfei shook his head and refused. I'm carrying something. Ask if you have any questions, but I won't answer them one by one. The school directors then noticed the small piece of object wrapped tightly in red velvet silk that appeared from behind Mingfei. Should it be a sword? The video on the LCD screen was frozen on the scene of the boy falling into a hospital, and the long sword in his right hand was acting as a buffer. It was just like an employee carrying a speaker and playing the Carol of the Old Ones during the year-end summary meeting of a Fortune 500 company. The former polluted the ears of the company's employees, while the latter could endanger the lives of the school directors. When it comes to the status of school directors, power and wealth must be transformed into a shell to protect life. Although their families have backup plans in case the head of the family dies suddenly, sudden major accidents will still cause their families to be in chaos for a short time. During this time, other blood-sucking families in the world will not miss the opportunity to take a big bite out of them, and the losses during this period are immeasurable. Frost also noticed this. He tapped the table with his fingertips and glared at Ange with cold eyes. Ange ignored him directly. He smiled and put out the cigar in his hand on the table. One of your fanatical fans took photos of your unknown actions in Japan. Can you tell everyone what happened in your trip to Japan that just ended not long ago? Nothing much to say. An alien was awakened and I killed it. Mingfei replied calmly, but that was all. He couldn't explain everything about Japan's night food field, and he didn't want to reveal too much before he understood it thoroughly. Especially after confirming that Nibelungen could be connected to the Torrential universe, his actions became more cautious. If there is a connection, it is also possible to be connected to the Supreme Heaven, and there is not only the Great Empire in the Supreme Heaven. He didn't want to drag this beautiful hometown into the desperate universe. Oh. Angus couldn't help but clap his hands. Friendly reminder, my students like to use the word alien to refer to the dragon race. Hearing these words, the school directors were shocked. The war between the hybrids and the dragon race was not a child's play. In the era when firearms were not popular, the hybrids paid a heavy price for every war to kill dragons. Countless ancestors fought against those monsters with blood and courage with swords, and dragged the dragons back to the grave with countless corpses. Whether it was the secret party in Europe or the Orthodox family in Asia. So what is your identity? After a long silence, the middle-aged school director rang the bronze bell in front of him. Anastati's brother who protects humanity, a champion warrior of the Weeping Angels, an angel of the Emperor's death, a warrior blessed by the Emperor, the son of the Primarch St. Jareth, a slayer of the Tyranides, an executioner of Chaos traitors, a purifier of the Necron of Sosbian, the ultimate winner of the Blade Queen alien competition, a protector of humanity, and the successor of the heroic soul of Katos Harkins. Today, he is the leader of the Weeping Angels chapter on Earth's home planet, a purifier of the dragon aliens, a slayer of the filthy and blasphemous heretics, Lumenfei, and the flickering flames of the 2 rows of candlesticks on the long table illuminated the strange faces of the school directors, and the conference room fell into silence again. Only Ang uttered a subtle exclamation. It's getting longer again. After a long while, Frost broke the silence with a soft cough. Lumenfei, an S-level student of the class of 2007, please state your identity directly. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Lumenfei frowned. This guy should be Frost Gattuso. He had been hearing this voice outside the door. Can you tell me a little bit? The dragon you killed, is it of several generations? 3rd generation? Or 2nd generation? To be honest, we can't analyze it just by looking at the state of the dragon bones with our naked eyes. The monk's school director rang the copper bell, his expression solemn. It can be considered as 2nd generation. Lumenfei wanted to say it was a 3rd generation, but considering that the aliens of that generation might not be able to condense a dragon bone cross of this purity, he changed his words to 2nd generation. There was a slight sound of sucking in cold air, and the young school director Charlotte couldn't help but be moved. For a young school director like her who had only read the history of slaying dragons in family records, now a living dragon-slaying hero appeared in front of her. Then how did you kill it? The monk's school director asked without ringing the bell, and his tone became a little hurried. Loyalty and faith in the Emperor, unyielding will and the sword in hand. It's a pity that I didn't bring the bolter. Lumenfei answered. It was another vague answer, but the school director didn't ask any more questions. He leaned back against the chair, his face immersed in the shadow that the candlelight could not illuminate. A S-level freshman who could kill the next generation single-handedly? This is incredible. No one questioned this. The dragon bone cross on the boy's back in the frozen picture on the screen was the best evidence. Then why didn't the Japanese branch give any written report to the headquarters? Not even a word was mentioned. And the day after you arrived in Japan, your bounty appeared briefly on the Hunter website, and your head is still worth $35 million. There are many things to explain about your actions in Japan. Did you reach a certain cooperation with the Japanese branch behind the headquarters? Although the Japanese branch has a high degree of autonomy in terms of regulations, your identity does not allow you to engage in such cooperation, otherwise it would be tantamount to betrayal. Frost questioned in a deep voice. Lumenfei's eyes swept over coldly, and a layer of misty golden mist stained his pupils. His cold voice spread throughout the conference room, and the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees suddenly. You are really more annoying than I thought. Frost's blood pressure rose a little, and his face was tense and ugly. This S-level student is more arrogant and difficult to deal with than Ange to some extent. But now the other party does have this kind of arrogant strength, single-handedly killing a 2nd-generation species. This level of record is the kind of epic story that can be written and recorded in history, even in the history of the secret party's dragon slaying. In comparison, Lumenfei's suspected crime of betraying the secret party seems insignificant. Ange smiled deeply at the corners of his mouth and lowered his head to cut a new cigar. I don't want to waste time, let's speak frankly. Lumenfei glanced at everyone, and the golden light in his eyes became more and more blazing. It was hard to tell whether it was the stimulation of the dragon bloodline in his body or the holy glory of the Emperor, but it did bring significant pressure to the school directors. The relationship between us now is very simple. I'm not a tool for you to consolidate your ruling power. Don't think of imposing any so-called tasks and responsibilities on me. As the Emperor's angel of death, I will follow the Emperor's will to purify all aliens and heretics on this planet and protect mankind. If you hold power and wealth are willing to support me, then provide it. If you want to block my way, I will treat you as a heretic and purify you together. Before I came here, I read the history of the secret party in the library. I admire the pioneers of the secret party who paid blood and courage to kill the aliens in the past. But now I don't see that kind of courage in you. You are now just a group of leading capitals pursuing fame and fortune, but you still have your own uses. After all, the warriors fighting on the front line also need someone to provide them with food and weapons. Mingfei spoke a long paragraph. This may be the time when he has the most words besides telling the story of the Emperor and praying. He may have to fight for a long time in his hometown, and he doesn't want to be dragged down by some people when purifying the aliens. Then can I think you are choosing to quit the secret party? Frost spoke, his pale blue eyes staring at Mingfei, his old face expressionless. You'd better think about your next answer. Elizabeth, Charlotte, the middle-aged school director and the monk school director almost rang the copper bell immediately. Director Frost, please be careful with your words. The secret party is not the Gattuso family's one-man show. He is now the strongest fighting force that can face the Dragon clan. His fighting power is enough to take over Ramja's flag and knife. They scolded at the same time, and the conference room fell into a brief chaos. Ange did not speak, but just watched with interest, and lit a match to light the newly cut cigar. You are still carrying a $35 million bounty from the underground world. Now the secret party is protecting the family you once stayed with to avoid being implicated by those killers. Frost still looked directly at Mingfei, his fingers trembling as he tapped lightly on the table. Your answer may affect their lives. Ange's position is not for everyone to take over. Only someone without any ties or weaknesses can take over. You are powerful, but what about your relatives? What about your friends? What about the relatives of your friends? As far as I know, there is another student who comes from the same city as you and is very close to you. Mingfei narrowed his eyes, and the blazing golden light was like magma flowing in the cracks of a volcano. You're a heretic now. He spoke softly, as if reading Frost's judgment in front of everyone. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.